CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
It's a little risky right now. Holo taking a lot of damage as they move in. The Smite fight is on. It gets secured by Gemini, and the fight is going. And once again, Rest was running wild. But meanwhile, in the backline, what a massive combination between Mission and Atlas. Gemini acting cleanup duty right now as the double kill comes in from Mission, and they will be able to complete the delayed wipe, buying a little bit of time, or letting Eminem buy a little bit of time, as he does dish the damage out with those chakrams. I don't even think they need it. They're just going to teleport Rest in and feed him the kill right now. Ow, excuse me, Mission.
See the items because we're expecting a fight here, and they're really trying.
Okay, final chapter coming through. They do manage to land the root down onto at least Enhao, but meanwhile, turning it right around, Bang 2 just gets deleted into the Heartbreaker, and now Juhan on the chase, and he's turning the Twitch against Hurricane Gaming. Meanwhile, as they try to run for the hills, Enhao can't.
More, he's in position, waiting for the minion wave to put down that Herald. Nothing Taco can do about this. Well, they're gonna try as they go in with the full combo. Dragon's Rage into
Yeah.
Seems like it's pretty much all over but the Nexus, Clement.
Yeah, we're gonna find out if Kongra can get a lucky steal right here. He has no vision in the Baron pit so far. He's gonna have to guess on this one.
They turn for it. They don't really need the Baron. In fact, they just need the kill. Cascada goes for a godlike on this one as they then collapse in. Massive moonfall. The double kill for the Zeri. Even further, Lil V deleted and no one left.
Control here, so it's going to be very hard for MFT to find. But we have seen amazing things being done by this Gragas plus the Viego combo. You know, that's great amount of crowd control. And in goes Taco. He gets the two-man explosive cast, but they can't focus on the target just yet. Atlan does make it to the top side, and that's a three-man shockwave. Once again from Mission. They just wiped the floor with MFT. Great wombo combo potential. They had their eyes on that ramp, and this is going to be a clean ace with a triple.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
As Zaun's living battery, Zeri uses her electric powers to charge herself and her weapons for any situation. Full of spark and energy, Zeri electrifies those around her when no one else will. Her foot is always on the pedal, speeding and zapping around the battlefield with ease. This current has a short fuse, but even against impossible odds, she refuses to give up.
Lightning in a gun coming through.
So get ready to swim with the sparks. Welcome to the Zeri Champion Spotlight. Zeri's passive is Living Battery. When damaging enemy shields, Zeri shields herself for a portion of the damage dealt. Any shield Zeri gains grants her a brief movement speed boost.
No slowing down.
Zeri volts things up with her Q, Burst Fire. Rather than a traditional basic attack, Zeri fires a barrage of 7 rounds that damages the first enemy hit. It has an incredibly low cooldown that scales with attack speed and no mana cost. Burst Fire will also crit and apply on hit effects. For all intents and purposes, her Q is a basic attack skill shot. Burst Fire's passive turns her actual basic attack into an ability, meaning it applies spell effects like Riley's Crystal Scepter, but not attack effects like crits or Sheen. This ability can be charged by moving and casting Burst Fire, dealing massively increased damage and slowing at full charge. It also deals extra damage to low health enemies, making last hitting minions a little easier. But be careful because attacks drain charge, delaying her access to that big chunk of bonus damage.
Got the fuel up.
Zeri's W is Ultra Shock Laser, an electric pulse that damages and slows the first enemy hit. When the pulse is targeted through terrain, it widens and extends into an ultra shocking laser that hits multiple enemies. Zeri's E is Spark Surge. After dashing a short distance, her next 3 salvos of Burst Fire will pierce, damaging enemies beyond the first. Attacks and abilities on enemy champions reduce Spark Surge's cooldown. Zeri can surge across any terrain she touches, no matter how wide. While skating over terrain, cast Ultra Shock Laser for more voltage.
Got him.
Zeri's ultimate is Lightning Crash, which unleashes an electric nova that damages nearby enemies. Hitting an enemy champion grants Overcharge, which gives increased attack speed, bonus on hit damage, and a chain lightning effect on Burst Fire. Overcharge also stacks, providing increased movement speed per stack of Overcharge. Attacks and abilities on enemy champions add stacks and extend Overcharge's duration to ramp up the movement speed buff further, which lets her kill enemies in a flash. Or without it.
Gotta hurry. People need my spark.
While you might be ecstatic to attack, be cautious with excessive auto-attacking and draining your charge. Instead, use abilities and kite enemy champions for fully charged slow, then rail them down without a sweat.
Come on, Zeri. Fight to win. Remember that.
If you spot your team in trouble, Spark Surge is a great tool to swiftly join the fight. Target some terrain to skate over, and right before you land, cast Ultra Shock Laser for an electrifying entrance. Being a literal battery has its positives, especially in rapid-fire moments. Lightning Crash early in fights, and keep Overcharge stacks up with abilities and charged attacks. With all that extra move speed, skating circles around the enemy team is a breeze.
Look at them scramble. We crushed it.
Even if a situation looks dire, Zeri can turn the tides with a multi-target Lightning Crash.
Fight's getting messy. At least I'm consistent.
With overcharged speed, use Static Surge to quickly reposition yourself and provide Burst Fire support from a safer position. Like a familiar shiv, chain damage among enemies and speed your way to victory. Lightning always strikes twice, or 3 to 7 times. Uncover more about the Spark of Zon in the links below.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. My favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistols makers, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do.
Get over here.
Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glask. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glask, if you value your life.
Why did you say goodbye?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PCS English broadcast and to the 2022 Spring Split here for week number 2, day number 2. My name's Hysterics, joined on the PCS for the first time here with Clement Chu. You, sir, and I were on the LPL for many years together. It is good to finally see you. We never chat anymore.
I know, it's been such a while, and I'm so happy that the PCS is finally expanding to our 5th language. We now do broadcasts in Australian too.
We do, man. It's hard to understand, but we'll walk you through it at the start of the way. And also to start off the broadcast, guys, remember PCS 2022 is sponsored by CDBC Bank and Caliber. Before the match starts, we also want to thank the organizer, Riot Games, Carry Live Co, and Garena for the PCS League operation and full production. But now that we've gone through that, I want to give you a bit of a heads up that I'm going to be joining the broadcast a little bit this split and going along the way with what I think, Clement, is one of the craziest leagues in the world. And I work for the LPL. And I've been watching the PCS, and your drafts have been absolutely insane, dude. I'm seeing Bard with Smite roaming across the map. I'm seeing Heimerdinger bot as a response to Caitlyn Lux. Like, you guys are everywhere.
Well, there's definitely a lot of things that are kind of out there in the PCS, and I love this split because everything feels so close. You know, this split is very different from our previous splits where there were really clear winners and like PSG and Beyond Gaming just crunching down on everyone else. This time around, we have 5 teams that are very close in their competition, and they all bring these really unique and different styles to the table as well.
They really do. And, you know, let's go over yesterday and what I missed out on here, because for the start of week number 2, we started getting CDBC Flying Oyster cementing themselves at the top, 2 big wins. And Sem9 Clement debuting after they were out in the first week.
Yeah, and so far Blue Side has still been completely dominant. Only 3 games have been won by Red Side in 18 different tries. So that's a number we're going to have to track. And for yesterday games, I think to our surprise, the closest one was actually Impunity versus CFO. We're going to see today if Impunity can finally grab a win after sitting at the bottom of the roster, despite having some very close games.
It was a really good sign of life, though. I'm glad you bring up Impunity to start us off. They are 0-4 sitting down with Hurricane Gaming, excuse me. But Impunity showed that early game pressure against CDBC Flying Oyster. Really good dive towards that top side. And it shows that, you know, maybe the gold's complete. Maybe these top teams as well can drop a couple of the games coming through. Because here today, we're starting to see that balance build out. Clement, the bridges getting harder and harder, as well as 3 teams sitting firmly down towards the bottom. And our mid gap is kind of closing out a bit with teams like PSG, Talon, Deep Cross Gaming, Flying Oyster as well, rising to the top in the PCS. And today we're going to get a bit more semblance of that as we look at today's matchup, speaking of.
Yeah, today I think there's a couple of big highlight matches. Really middle of the table bouts are what we're looking at. Impunity versus MFT is going to be an interesting one. And someone has to win between Sem9 and Hurricane Gaming. So at least we can welcome, you know, someone getting on the board today.
That's true. That's true, my dude. Both 0-4. You're right. Somebody has to take it away. I'm also looking forward to CFO versus J-Team. You know, J-Team's a team I've watched from the comfort of my own home when, you know, they've been on the world stage. I know the roster's changed quite a bit. We get to see the J-Team Avenger team starting us off, though, against Sem9. And, Clement, you made a comment, I think it was in the first week, that DCG, they're 4 out of 5 players previously come from J-Team. It feels like a very strong identity for this team that's classing out with their experience that gives like another J-Team into the league.
Yeah, there's just so many J-Team clones right now. I think CFO is another good candidate for one. They have Mission and they have Rest that both came from J-Team as well. So I think it's prop to the organization for really finding all these talents that have made a stand in the lead. But talking about our first matchup, Deep Cross Gaming versus Sem9. It's so exciting right now because we saw finally yesterday that Deep Cross Gaming can play a different style. You know, if you ban out the Bard, they do have a more standard plan as well. And it's just so difficult to draft against them because coming in from the red side, you not only have to take away the Bard, you're probably also thinking about the Zeri that Kriskata has gotten twice now. And the Vigar is going to be lurking there as well. So I think it's a very tall order for Sem9 to win this draft.
Because I think this team's drafting is one of the most exciting, not just in the league, but in the world. This is why I come from the LPL and I say that PCS right now is supporting some really fun drafting mechanics. I like that you bring up the Heimerdinger to start us off because that, as a response here as we look at Deep Cross Gaming's roster, was such a good, I guess, counter blow, Clement, as you were telling me in rehearsal.
Yeah, they have all these different strategies that they are going to run. You know, Hana and Nestia, I think, are really the core of this team. They used to be known for this kind of supportive style where they roam to their bot lane and top lane. And this split, they're doing much of the same thing. They have this roaming hit squad, and they like to go bottom to prop up Kriskata. Kriskata has been, I think, a real gem this split because of his damage numbers. We saw a great performance once again on the Zeri. I guarantee you everyone's just going to ban that champion. He's not going to get it this time around. But I still expect him to give very good performances, and he still is the DPM king of the PCS right now.
It's funny because when I was looking at this team, I looked at Kriskata and I'm like, well, this is one person we're probably not going to be talking about, but it does look like this team puts the resources down towards the bottom lane. You talk about the hit squad coming through as well. Also want to point out that we've seen some fun drafts coming out of Leaky too. Renekton, Tryndamere, Gangplank, 3 champions that have a lot of aggression, a side lane threat plus global presence if we're talking about the GP in the mix.
And it's really interesting because if you think about Leaky as a top laner, I don't think that really fits the bill. A lot of the times what he's doing is he's actually starting in the mid lane. So when you look at these Renekton and you look at this Tryndamere, they're essentially bruisers going up against mages, and they can leave lane whenever they want to. You can't really chase someone like a Tryndamere or a Renekton through the river brushes. So Leaky does get that priority to then join Hana and just go on the bot lane dive.
I wonder how it's going to play out here because, again, looking for those Zeri bans. Maybe the Bard bans come through. Sem9, they would have done their homework. You can see on the other side of the Rift, 0-2 at the moment. Now, they didn't play in the first week. That's why they're a bit behind in games. But, Clement, what we saw from Sem9 was they kind of got blasted by CFO. A quick game done and dusted. Against PSG as well, I think even quicker.
Yeah, we could tell that this team really wants to get things done early. They were running strong junglers and assassins like Zoe and LeBlanc coming in from Lazar in the mid lane. However, you know, to their credit, the games did go very fast, just not in their favor. So I think today is the question to see if they were just drafting that way because PSG and CFO were kind of top of the ladder teams, or are they going to play something more standard this time around against DCG?
Yeah, draft will be a big question coming into this one. Further down the rabbit hole here of Sem9 as they go into their third game. Let's talk a little bit about their drafts. You know, the Zoes, the LeBlancs, the Jins, Caitlins. I'm seeing a lot of pick potential here with how they want to build up that early game. And as you talked about, it hasn't net them a bit of a positive. Minus 7,645 gold on average down at 15 minutes, Clement. It's a huge stat, a huge blow against them. And today we're going to see if they change away from that direction. Otherwise, another win going over to DCG.
Yeah, but first off, we have to take a look at the junglers right here. I think Hana has been the biggest benefactor of the pinch draft that DCG throws on their opponents, because if you're banning out Zeri, you're banning out Bard, well, Hana gets first pick. He gets to play whatever he wants to, and we've seen a lot of Xin Zhao's just come out there. So he's always in a super strong position against his opponent. Well, I think a lot more is asked out of Arashi. He's probably the best player on Sem9, the main initiator. He also has to carry a large part of the damage. So I feel like Hana just has a much easier job in this matchup because kind of a more limited role that he has to achieve.
Yeah, and with those picks as well, look, easy to control here on the things like Xin Zhao, the Diana too. Going into pick and ban, folks, remember, still 12.3. Clement, I've been over on 12.2, man. Like, this patch, what are you noticing of the difference? What's happening at 12.3?
Well, I guess the biggest thing is our complete absence of Corki. Like, Corki is still 60% in major regions, but we have not seen a Corki pick so far in the PCS. So that's kind of a, you know, sign of things to come, maybe. Looking at the draft in this game, though, a big thing right off the bat is the Bard is actually left open.
It is.
Ooh, so Sem9 could be trying to counter, fight fire with fire, and have DCG get a taste of their own medicine.
I wonder, though, can they pilot something like this against Nesty? It would be hilarious. But Sem9 going back into the comfort range. We talked about Arashi being a core focus. He returns to the Lee Sin here for their third game of the PCS.
Yeah, I think Lee Sin's probably his best champion, and a champion that can really do it all. You can take 1v1s early, and you can initiate for the team when it needs to. We saw some great Arashi play in day one, where he stole a Baron, he was able to get kills onto Atlan, despite his team being down over 10,000 gold. So Arashi really was the MVP and the highlight for that game, but we'll see if they can pull off the same thing with that Bard, with that Leona pickup, sorry. It doesn't look like Sem9 are gonna try and deny the Bard strategy whatsoever. And if I'm Deep Cross Gaming, I'm just gonna run it again.
Of course you are, because, you know, what's the response? If it's left open and available, rinse and repeat. You said on many broadcasts before, Clement, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. True. Hana returns to another comfort as well. That's his third Diana game. Remember, 100% win rate, of course, is what you expect with a 3-0 team, but a 27 KDA on the pick. Alongside the Tryndamere as well, Clement, a bottom lane 80 carry, the S tier left open available now that Jinx, Zeri are taken away. Look no further than the Aphelios.
Yeah, it was very standard drafting coming out from DCG, and I really like the setup picks between Diana and Aphelios, kind of the Moonman combo I call them, is because you can switch up your game plan to going dive heavy, especially with the Tryndamere, or you can just use Moonfall as kind of a crowd control and counter engage. So it really opens up your comp to play both ways, and this is a very standard draft that we've seen from other teams as well, like J-Team. On the other side for Sem9, also a very similar draft. This is basically gotta go fast type of composition. There's a lot of early game focus. So far, no AP damage whatsoever. And I guess, like, you know, day one from Sen 9 was actually their true colors. This is how they want to play and how they want to tackle the meta.
And despite falling down, you know, having those really quick games against them where the early game comes crashing down, there's nothing that results out of it. They want to continue trying to play it. So we get very similar picks here for Sem 9 on their third game. We have to see how it changes though, Clement, because things like the Bard we talked about for DCG still up and available. Sem 9 not looking at banning it away at all. Instead, making sure that bottom lane is a little less comfort with other great picks like the Thresh taken away. I see Nautilus as a top tier pick. Clement, I don't know if the PCS is looking at it the same way.
For sure. Nautilus, we have had so many good Nautilus plays, especially from day one here. I think they're just going to take it out, most likely. There aren't that many. Oh, okay. This is kind of an interesting one. Woody has been a little bit of a Rakan connoisseur, but we haven't really seen it this split just yet. So kind of interesting there. But I like the DCG, bans coming out right here. We've talked about how to counter this Nesty strategy, and we think the best answer is actually to just fight them 2v2 in the mid lane. So if you're taking away these assassins, it does give a little bit more difficult of a time for Lazar to kind of limit the 2v2 potential here. So interesting enough, Lazar is still going to go for like early aggressive champions like the Syndra, and this potentially will be an answer to someone like Nesty and Leaky just leaving lane.
I mean, that's great. A strong 2v2, look no further than Lee Sin, Syndra, how it partners up. It does mean on the other side, DCG get their supporters. Leona was already picked, and they're hovering some pretty crazy things here. Now, from what I've seen of this team, I don't know what to expect out of left field. We need a mid laner, but then again, Leaky has been playing mid. So what is Nesty going to pull out? What is the other solo laner going to pull out? Clement, Bard's still there. Yasuo, Diana? I can feel it.
Oh, this is so fun to watch.
It's the Bard!
Yeah.
Oh, the Bard, who cares? We're baited. Perfect bait.
So in terms of this game, sometimes when you're running the Diana, you want to go for something a little bit different because Diana doesn't really have the same tower diving potential, or it does come in a little bit later. But I guess, like we said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're still going for the Bard. We've seen how this usually plays out. We have Nesty going to start in the top lane with the Smite, and then Leaky coming down into the mid lane. And, you know, after the first cannon minion, then we're going to have the 4-man roaming squad down into the bottom side of the map. So, you know, Sem 9, they must have known this. We're going to see if they actually have a counter here prepared.
Oh my god.
One of the big things about Sem 9's comp is they actually have Graves, which is pretty good at punishing a top laner who leaves lane. Like we saw yesterday from Frankie Esports that if you don't get those assists, if you can't find those kills, then the enemy top laner who is good at stripping tower plates can run away with the game.
So my understanding of this, Clement, from what I've seen in the replays, from what I've seen in the games where Nesty pulling this out a third time, still not being punished, is that we treat this like the Janna. Move away from the lane as you talk about, giving assistance. And that's why I like that Sem 9 here pulling out the Graves. We know that Hullbreaker Graves has been seen quite a lot with the buffs in the item. So being able to push down the waves, the way to counter that roaming Janna has always been win your lane and side lane to all hell.
Yeah, and the other big part about Deep Cross Gaming's game plan is really about the bot lane, because if they can push that in, well, the enemy bottom lane has to be there. So you have a lot more targets to select, and it's much easier to kind of get assists if you know where the enemy team is going to be. And that's going to be the big question here between the Aphelios and the Jhin here coming out from Clayx is, can they actually shut that bottom lane in? And the other big thing we're going to be looking at is whether Tryndamere can actually leave lane when there's a Lee Sin and Syndra. I feel like it's going to be very difficult this time around for Leaky to actually be joining Bard and doing things.
I'm excited for the pre-6 in that respect, Clement. Syndra, Lee Sin coming through. A really good 2v2. Sem 9 sitting at 0-2 as they return to the PCS here in week number 2. And in our second day, we want to see if they can finally get their first win, folks, because DCG, the third time in a row that they're pulling out Bard, that's not mid, that has Smite. The roaming support that once was, now returning to Summoner's Rift. Clement, DCG going for a bit of an evade to kick us off. And I'm curious because this is my first time casting PCS. I love that I get this from DCG. I was excited about casting this team as Magical Journey was taking first. Arashi not expecting it as the Ignite goes down. First blood to the Tryndamere. That's how you cheese it.
Oh, and Sem9 were in perfect position as well. You can see Shiromine was holding his ground on the topside try, so theoretically there should be no way that 4 people could just emerge from behind the brush there. I don't even blame Arashi for that. You just never see that play being done.
That's amazing. And again, Leaky gets first blood. The Trinity who's going to be lane swapping, going towards the mid lane. A perfect start here for DCG, and we're going to give it an action replay, Clement, as this 5-head play comes forth.
Absolutely crazy. You never see Bards take Magical Journeys level 1, and if you look at the map, Graves is in position to intercept that, so I don't even blame Arashi. You know, there was really very, very low of a chance that there would be that many people in the brush.
I mean, it's an innovative play, and because of it as well, not only the kill, but Deep Vision gets placed down by DCG, so there'll be some good red tracking here as Hana's starting on the blue side of the map and working his way down. So, information gain, a first blood again over to the Trinity. So, a dagger start here, while Nesty just goes up to his top side with the support item. Clement, again, walk me through how early do we start seeing the roaming here? Is it just like Jana, you hit the first wave, you move across, and you straight away go to another one?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. We have seen Bard leave the lane after securing the first cannon minion. This really does allow him to go for boots as well, and he will start roaming across the map after that. And, you know, just taking a look at the jungle position, this is also very favorable for DCG because they do have Diana pathing towards the bottom lane, which would help them shove, as we have a bit of a scuffle in the bot side. Looks like nothing major will happen, though.
No, it's just a dredge line that goes out. Again, the trading back and forth. Fleet footwork on Clay X is worth mentioning too, so a bit of sustain added in. Lazar even dropping a ward, trying to spot out where Hana's going with his pathing. So I like this here from the mid laner. We did talk a lot about Sem9 needing this 2v2 to be successful, considering they're going up against a Trinity that is going to be controlling sides and start moving alongside this Bard.
Yeah, and a couple of big things that we want to really monitor about this setup is, can Arashi kind of limit the potential for Leaky and Nesty to make it towards the bottom side of the map? Now we see the transition from Bard. You know, they secure the first cannon minion, and they will just go with the boots to go towards the bottom side of the map right off that. But as we can see here, this is actually a very dangerous position for Sem9's bottom side. There's Diana, and there's also Bard moving into position here. So we'll see right now if Sem9 are aware of the strategy, and can they avoid the jungler.
Nice little trap here. That'll spot out Hana as well in the transition as the ward does the same. So Clayax and Felia are just pivoting backwards. But as that trap disappears, the vision, I believe, shared. I'm not sure if Nesty got spotted out there because I think Woody, as he walked over the trap, he did share the vision, but doesn't matter. Magical Journey over to Felia. This should be a flash as Hana's going to come back in. Good Cosmic Binding, the dredge line. A bit late, but you get the flash from the enemy support.
Yeah, flash for flash, and this is okay for Nesty because he's roaming all the time. It's actually very difficult to kind of tag him down, and there he goes again.
Yeah, he's walking right into mid. There's no mana here. Flash again. In 15 seconds, Clement, Nesty gets double summoners.
Yeah, and that was a little bit greedy from Lazar. He clearly knew that the Bard was going to be heading towards the mid lane, was not in position to dodge away from that one, and, you know, this is kind of what we've been seeing. Everyone's welcoming Lazar to the PCS. This is his first competitive debut, and so far it's been really, really rough. Sorry. He's been down by 850 gold, and Arashi's getting some.
Yeah, he's going to get stunned down. Another good Cosmic Binding coming through from Nesty. And DCG, this trio is bullying out. It's a good Sonic Wave to connect, but a root from PlayX means nothing is over the wall. A nice Magical Journey. Leaky's joined on in. Felia with the Zenith Blade is on the left. Look, Woody wants to continue the fight. A flash from Leaky gets the kill onto Felia. And DCG playing with their food. Come at me, they say, to Sem9.
And this was so disgusting to see. A 4v4 happening right here, and Aphelios doesn't even really join the fight at all, you know. Top lane's completely empty. I think Sem9 got a little bit careless there. They did not factor in the Magical Journey whatsoever, and they were still in position for the catch. Great Cosmic Binding once again. This is the thing that really makes Nesty stand out compared to some of the other Smite tops that we have seen in the PCS so far, is that he is so good with his skill shots. You look at this fight over here, and he lands 2 of the Cosmic Bindings. Great CC portioning by Woody. They go on both sides and they secure 2 kills at the same time.
Again, it's that peace of mind, that extra layer with Woody going towards the left and locking down Lazar as well. 3 quick kills in the first 5 minutes of this game. DCG are ahead by 2,000 gold again, and we talked about Sem9 and their entrance into the PCS, Clement. They were down 7,500 gold on average, at 15 minutes of the game, I believe it was. So it's been another rough entrance into this game. And this roaming bard that wasn't banned out, that was even hovered in disrespect by Sem9, is once again taking control of the early game.
I just want to... Oh my god, Leaky, come on. It's Lazar's new! Don't do that to him. I just want to correct the stats a little bit because I'm kind of a stats guy, but it was 7,000 gold deficit at the end of the game. Like, it would be really hard to lose 7,000 gold at 10 minutes. Like,
I was going to say, because Game of Legends might have screwed me around a bit then. But yeah, no, thank you for correcting that. Important stat to note. Still, I mean, it does start at the early game, stats or no stats. We know that the early game for Sem9 is what's been running away.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of it does come from mid lane. We have seen Lazar. I think it's just, you know, being new to competitive has been not risk-averse enough. I think I'll just put it that way. He has put himself in rather bad situations. But now this is the interesting part of the game where you do see the Graves, like we were mentioning, going directly for the Hull Breaker and pushing the top tower down. Once he's able to get that one down, then he can actually equalize the map by then roaming towards the bot side himself. So Deep Cross Gaming are kind of on a little bit of a timer right here, where this sort of roam around the enemy jungle is only going to last so long.
I'm just wondering, though, if S9 are going to give anything else. Hana now hits level 6 as well, so the Moonfall will be coming down from this Diana jungle, and even a dive at the ready. I mean, S9 have walked into this with another magical journey coming through. Philia there, the ultimate missing from Chris Carter, but still a good cosmic binding. A dredge line follow-up. Hana's in. A two-man moon that has fallen to the pit. Leaky as well with the slow and down motion, and Playax now on the run. The level 4 Jin, nowhere to go, no summoners available. And even though Sem9's top laner Shurimind gets the top lane turret, I think bot's soon to fall here for DCG.
Yeah, again, it was great target focus coming in from DCG. They target out Felia, who doesn't have to flash, and the tower diving mechanics were great there as well. We saw Hana staying around, tanking those extra turret shots, and allowing Leaky to kind of chase everyone down. So very well done on the side for DCG. Honestly, I don't think their plan has been disrupted at all. Like, we've seen 3 games in a row where Nasty is just getting maximum value out of these Bard roams early. And unfortunately for Lazar, I think because he lost his flash so early in the game, we haven't been able to see that kind of Syndra Lee Sin domination that usually happens when these two are paired together.
The thing we wanted to see so badly, right? Arashi and Lazar linking up in that 2v2. I think importantly enough as well, Clement, Arashi hasn't really had time to jungle with 3-4 people in his blue side at 4 minutes in the game. So it's been really rough. It's been really elevated here for DCG as they pick up the Herald on top of the Dragon they got before. Gold lead may have shrunk a little bit with the top lane turret going down, but it's still DCG's game to lose at this point so early on. A really good sign when we were talking about how DCG have been playing the games at the start of today.
Yeah, I think DCG have got the strategy down to a T. I'm really excited to see who can actually stand up and challenge them. Like, looking at their games so far, they really haven't faced like a top-level mid-jungle that can kind of clamp down on this strategy. And, you know, just talking a little bit about the lane allocation, there's a lot to like here. They have the Tryndamere in the long side lane where, you know, with his Undying Rage, you really can't send a mage against him, push out. I doubt they can even find the kill here with Leaky having his ult and his summoner up, but they're going to try.
Well, Sonic Wave is a bit short, and Arashi not connecting. That means everyone backs off. Even ClayX was making his way up there. So for now, S9 back away, and you're right, lane allocation from DCG needs to be highlighted here. A Noon Quiver and a Pickaxe as well means it's going to be even harder to deal with Leaky. And I was going to ask you a little bit about this Hull Breaker Graves, a condition for Sem9 that is so important, as I'm not sure if this actually might turn into a dive. Clement, it might not matter.
Well, he still gets the extra resistance from Hullbreaker, so...
But DCG are ahead, and the problem is, with the Ignite down, Woody doesn't die, Chris Carter gets the kill, and that turret plating is absolutely free with the Herald by their side.
Yeah, I feel like this play really stemmed from the show top lane, where they had Arashi and Philia kind of showing in vision. That was not really a play that would have worked anyway, so they kind of left Shurimind out to dry. Very kind of surprised that he still used his Ghost in that scenario. But honestly, not much he could do right there. I think he was just left out to dry.
Yeah, it's hard at this point as well, right? It's a 3k gold lead. It's only 10 minutes into the game. And I was going to ask you about how this Hullbreaker Graves now comes in. You said that DCG were on a timer, but every time this play goes down successfully, that timer gets extended. The game continues being more and more comfortable. We're getting burst mythics way before anyone from Sem9 bar that hull breaker, excuse me. So it's really hard to say anything good right now as Clay even caught out with the Gravitum. Dredge line as well. The damage comes through. That is a 50 CS difference that keeps showing its face out of the
That was too damn easy for Cascada. You know, he just walks up and doesn't even have to use anything special. I guess Clay X was just kind of surprised that he had the Gale Force at 11 minutes into the game, so was just caught off completely off guard right there. And I think with the Graves, this is the problem. Even with the Hullbreaker, it's not apparent that he's going to be able to win the 1v1 versus Leaky. He's just trying to to kind of swap sides at this point, but DCG have more people to throw at him.
They do, but Moonfall in the bottom lane's got to divert the attention. On the way is Nesty here with the Bard, and with the Hullbreaker, it's saving his life, but Shuraman has to flash away. Now knows someone is available. Arashi dealing with Woody on the side, but with a beautiful little binding from Nesty. Down goes the solo laner of Sem9. Arashi can't deal with Woody, and there's just not a break in this game that Sem9 can get.
Yeah, we don't really have any isolated 2v2s, which were what Sem9 was originally drafting for. Instead, they're trying to scrabble across the map. Great kick!
Nice kick flash, but the ultimate comes through and gets everyone in stasis. Chris Carter should die as he gets out though, but the ulti comes through. He game falls away, but to his death, Leaky here with the ultimate. Meanwhile, wants to take down the rest of the team. Onto Arashi. A double kill at the ready. Dredge line from Woody, beautiful. And just as Sem9 make a gorgeous play again, we gotta praise DCG.
Nesty is just too damn good. He saves his AD carry, allows Cascada to get the execution on the Gale Force, and burns so many more abilities than they should have used from Sem9's part. Again, we see another Cosmic Binding. This absolutely gorgeous play from Nesty, and this is why I think most teams should just ban Bard. Like, don't let him get Bard. It's just too annoying to deal with right here. As we see Cascada, you know, kind of flash was a little bit unnecessary, but he does get saved by the Tempered's Fate. Leaky is able to get all of his damage down with the Undying Rage right here, and very unfortunately, Arashi just runs straight into a Dredge line before he can finish off the Tryndamere. It's a clean wipe from Deep Cross Gaming. It looks like another 23-minute game, unfortunately, for Sem9.
Oh, man. It's so rough here. Clement, 5,000 gold lead at 13 minutes. Double Dragon down. DCG will have the next Herald coming up at a minute 15. And, folks, to open up your PCS day, there is nothing like seeing a team smack down on their opponents. Again, you said it yourself. The Bard was looked at in draft, and Sem9 thought they could deal with it. They thought this Graves was the answer with Hullbreaker. But Clement, it just did so much work, and they didn't see it coming.
Yeah, I think there was a few things that really went wrong with the early game, especially the bot lane wave position. I think they were a little bit surprised that Deep Cross Gaming was actually going to pull the wave to that direction. And unfortunately for Sem9, the pathing from Arashi was towards the top side. So they had no support right there. They were caught off guard. Felia gets a flash burn, and then Lazar also gets a flash burn as well from the mid lane. I think that really broke the gates wide open. You know, we have seen top smite fail because the support roam doesn't find any assists, no kills going on. But in this time, because Nesty got 2 flashes on the first roam, the following skirmishes were just a little bit too easy for Deep Cross.
I mean, I love the portal placements in the early game. The blue side play as well, wrapping back around. Even the first blood that sets Arashi behind. All comes here from Nesty's pick, and yeah, we'll have to talk more about that because the game feels like it's done, folks. Let's be real with it. It's 6k, almost 6,500 in the lead. And Arashi stunned up again. Look at this magical journey. A depth charge onto the jungler. Felia's going to get knocked up and enables the 2-man Moonfall. As he goes golden, his death is inevitable. 2 more kills, 12-1. And Clement, I came in today to watch a butcher do his dirty work.
Yeah, Nesty is that butcher right here. Not even allowing Jhin to clear the wave here. So, just rubbing that salt on the injury, just making sure all of those grains get rubbed directly into the wound here. It's kind of painful to watch. The question really now is, can Sem9 actually drag this game on long enough?
Kind of painful. I'm going to apologize. Cut out on my end, but that's okay. At this point in the game, remember, folks, that we got another Herald up as well, and DCG hitting towards a 2-item point. And so, Clement, now I'm going to ask you, the S9, did they just put all hope in the Graves? We've got a 2-item Graves in the sideline who is actually taking down turrets, so that's the one piece of excitement I can offer.
Yeah, I think the Graves has to be the one to carry everything right now. The only shining spot on the team is because he has a lot of gold, and he's the only one packing damage right now. So
actually cut out or not?
I
keep on going.
I can still hear you.
Like everything is okay. Maybe it was time for a solo cast. Maybe it's me in the end. But I still got a feed here. It could be Clement Chu. Who knows? Maybe he didn't want to cast. Maybe he just didn't want to cast with me. I'm going to find out on my end as well. And we'll see what's going on. My headphones are still working. Oh, you're back, Clement!
Yeah,
Let's go!
I think I was here the entire time. We are connecting from Australia here, so there might be some, like, lag coming in
it's
from both
my
sides.
it's Australia's fault. Okay, dude. Alright, that's alright. You know, the problem is, you don't speak my language.
That's true. Your language is like a mix of wombat and emu, so it's very difficult to learn, you know?
Do you know?
I'll try to pick it up.
You know, we lost a war against the emus. Like, true story. You can
Have you
Wikipedia
seen
folks.
emus? They're very tough raptors. But coming back into this game,
welcome back.
Yeah, we do have the Herald drop right here. I just want to make sure that we're still on the same timer. I'm going into 17 minutes. We're seeing this like double lane push here from Deep Cross Gaming. We're good, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, we're so good.
Okay.
Good in both audio, good in both how the game's being played as well. And you know, I asked you when you were disappearing a bit there. I was like, oh, at least Shiramine has Hull Breaker and he's got 2 items and he's able to push. But I realized Leaky's able to match that every step of the way. You talk about how the wave's set up. There's one pushing wave in the top side, but DCG putting all their eggs towards the Graves. Their pick potential continues growing, and Nesty is always looking for that next moment.
Yeah, and we have talked about this kind of double support. Oh, goodbye.
Shiramine just wanted to walk out like the idiot's bit. And it wasn't even Nesty that time, it was just Hana on the way.
Oh, that's just so depressing to watch. This is going to be a free tower in the bottom side, and we want to like deep dive a little bit more about the double smite strategy. Is that you're essentially running 2 supports, so when it goes into the ultra late game, you are down essentially 1 carry, and that is when the composition kind of does fall off just a little bit. I'm not saying it's going to happen this game. I don't think Sem9 can hold on, but you know, things to look forward to if you do.
Yeah, I think as well, like, you know, we also talked about how the draft's been running out for Sem9 holistically. He's Syndra, Jin, lots of good pick potential here. So even if we don't get the late game, I always look at Sem9 as another hope of finding someone in rotation. I'm being super optimistic. You know me, Clement, I've been casting with you for a while. I'm not often optimistic.
That's true.
But I got to have something for Sem9 because, you know, I'm feeling Fulham about to run down 0-3 at the start of the league, looking towards joining the Impunities, the Hurricane Gamings of the league. It's rough. That little barrier in the middle of PCS is building up, and I feel like Sem9 are going to be on the wrong side of it.
Yeah, I just have to say, I feel like Sem9 had a really bad luck of the draw here. Their first 3 games were against CFO, PSG, and now DCG. 2 of those teams are flawless, and PSG, you know, is our representative to Worlds. So they definitely have a really rough schedule to contend with, but I do have some shining hope. It's not in this game, though. Later today, they will play Hurricane Gaming. So that's your good luck right there.
That's good. Optimism's good, Clement. So, yeah, hopefully see if they can reevaluate because they don't have to deal with the roaming Bard. But I think more importantly as well, the strategy in this game was solid, right? Strong 2v2 in the mid lane, trying to get Lazar into a position of comfort. Arashi talked about being a big focus. Even towards the top side right now, next to Hana. I don't know if he's going to be able to do anything. There's a 2-level difference and
That's
a full item difference. Yeah. So Arashi just wants to flank, but
I want to say we have seen the exact same play from Arashi. He did this yesterday where he was hiding in this brush, just waiting for the enemy team to start Baron, and then he comes in from the top side behind all of the vision and steals the big purple worm. He has done this already. I think he's setting up for the same play. Unfortunately for him, though, DCG are about to finish off the base. They're not even turning towards the Baron.
They got 2 waves pushing up, the third about to crash in with Leaky on the way to it. So, yeah, he's still there, but to his credit, he still hasn't backed away. So, Arashi is going to continue waiting.
He's pinning the Baron.
Hoping. Yeah.
He's pinning.
Still not being done. Oh, he's AFK.
You know there is an allegory in Chinese, which is that one day a farmer just saw a rabbit run into a tree and the rabbit died. So the next day and the following days, the farmer just decided not to tend to his fields, and every day he would just wait for a rabbit to run into a tree. I feel like this is what Arashi's doing.
He's been waiting for 10 days, but the problem is he going to get in
Oh,
in time?
no!
It's just gone! The play completely backfires. You can't get 2 in 2 days. As now with the Moonfall down, Arashi takes a big chunk, not pulled back in. Dragon's Rage already used, and Hana going to cleave him for a few. Unstoppable is right. That's what DCG are. As Baron now acquired 11k gold lead and at 21 minutes in the game, all we need is a nail in the final piece of the coffin.
Oh, hats off to Arashi. I felt like the spirit was there. The intention was there. Execution was just a little bit off. But, what can I say? What can I say?
hey, that's what we're here for. We wanted all Hail Mary play from it as Sem9. And, you know, at this point now, we got Baron buff on a Tryndamere, on a Roaming Bard, a Diana that's now got 10 stacks on the Magi's and a Hextech Alternator. So, I don't know, in games like this, as a caster, you're always left sitting here going like, well, how does Sem9 win it? And you said ultra late game. I don't know how you survive the next 10 minutes without losing all the base.
Yeah, I really question Sem9's sort of drafting practices. They've been drafting compositions that are very, very leaning towards physical damage, and that just means they don't really have much of a late game to look towards at all. And also, Lazar has been having the most difficulty out of the 3 lanes, so that just means their magic dealer is usually not there for them in the mid game also. So I really want to see how Sem9 are going to kind of change up their strategy. I definitely think it's a possibility that they're going this extreme into the early game because of the opponents that they're facing. You know, it's one of the oldest strategies in the book. If you're going up against a team that you really can't face straight up, then you try to cheese them in the early game, build yourself a lead, and go from there.
It's either that or pure scaling, right? You're right. It was definitely a strategy of a team like Rogue Warriors. I know I've only got so much to relate to, Clement, but Rogue Warriors felt like when they're in 2020, even 2021, they're a team that is Clay. Wow, goes Golden. Is about to get blasted as well. Nesty with the Cosmic Binding with the depth charge into the backline. That knocks up Lazar as well. Hana from the left side. A good scout of the week from Lazar to give him credit. But Hana only delays the inevitable, it feels like. Sem9 sent on the retreat path while more and more turrets fly on down. Looks like Chris Carter wants the game to end in less than 25 minutes.
Yeah, and I think that Cascada is actually playing that super patiently. You know, he still held on to both summoners, didn't go in all the way. But if you looked at that trade, that was one auto attack from the Infernum, taking Clay X down to half HP. That's just the difference in damage right now that we've seen. Maybe Sem9 can do something here, as there are 2 side lanes being pushed in, and they have a 5v3.
Well, Solar Flare's there. This is their moment as Felia goes in onto Woody, but Nessie around the side with the Cosmic Binding. Everybody's in for the party, but Chris Carter is untouched. A good kick from Arashi, but he can't finish the job as Leaky now comes in. Gale Force into the middle, and Lazar, he's just buying his window as DCG clean it all up. This one, Clement, it's going to be under 25 minutes.
Oh, another big sweep here from DCG, running their strategy once again, getting the Bard Smite top lane, and so far they have been absolutely unstoppable. The funnest team to watch in the PCS right now. You have to catch a piece of this action.
I love the drafts, I love the gameplay, I love the explosive power out of DCG. Deep Cross Gaming, they're starting off our Week 2, Day 2 in style, and again, in under 25 minutes, they disassemble Sem9 in our opening matchup.
This is just so fun to watch. This is what you get when a team is really, really far down the rabbit hole of their own strategy. Nobody else plays this. They know the in and out. They know what the counters, and they know where to look for those counter measures to go for. So I think this is just a great demonstration of having a game plan in terms of their composition, in terms of how they play, and also a procedural game plan. Like what they did on level 1, absolutely brilliant. We haven't seen that before coming out from them, and it really set them up for success in the bot side, the wave management, to kind of sync up that roam from the Bard top after he got his boots. Everything was just done so well in the early game, and I feel like when you're facing a team that knows the ins and out of a strategy like this, you just don't let them get the strategy. I feel like that's the easiest way to deal.
There's some priority bans that need to start coming out. And again, you and I were talking in draft about the fact that there were these hovers coming through from Sem9, and they're like, well, we know you're going to play the Bard. They're being cheeky, but they never seemed to ban it away. They never wanted to ban it away. And as a final pick on blue side, there was nothing that was there as a response. I guess they thought the mid 2v2 was going to be strong enough where Leaky would fall down, the Graves would get his side lane pressure, and then everything falls into place. But unfortunately, you're right. It's the bot lane that also created problems. Every single lane in a comfortable position. And so, of course, Bard roaming is going to create more trouble on the map than it's worth to get.
And I frankly think that, I believe at least, DPROX Gaming actually has several more cards to play in the same sort of style. We did see the hover on Seraphine, and we also saw the ban from, I believe, the hover on Senna as well. So theoretically, both of these champions can be played in much of the same way.
True.
And I think the interesting thing is when they go up against the top 5 of the league, if you ban Bard, are they going to still run the same strategy but with a different support champion coming in from ST?
If he wants to do it, he'll do it. And I want to know, like, I feel like the Tryndamere first pick is something we need to talk about. Because locking in Tryndamere first pick, there are a couple of things that have been dealing with Janna tops, right? Really strong split pushers like Tryndamere, Graves with Hullbreaker in certain instances. Clement, am I missing anything else? Anything else that has strong side lane threat that you think is like a good response to either the Bard, the Janna, the roaming support?
I'll be honest, I actually really like a Trundle top lane or something.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Towers so damn fast. Like your Q can actually go through towers, so you actually get like a double hit, and you build Triforce too. So with the Sheen proc, it's very, very damaging. There are a number of picks. I feel like you can go for them if you want to, but there has been generally two different ideas on how you counter this strategy from the top side pick. Either you go for a very fast tower take with the Hullbreaker, or you go with, or you just mash roam. We have seen that from Frankie Sports, where they just kind of played a Gragas that just built support item and roam towards the bottom side as well. But so far, none of it has been completely successful, and I think the big thing is you still have to have someone to limit Leaky. That has been part of the puzzle that has not been dealt with against DPROX Gaming.
That's right. Again, 4 games straight now where we've just seen amazing drafts coming through. We don't get Bard one game, Clement, doesn't matter. We get the Heimerdinger instead. This is one of the most entertaining teams to watch in the world right now. And as I was doing my PCS research, I was so excited to cast this team, and I'm glad we got to start it off with such a simple game of domination. In under 25 minutes, Clement, look at the gold graph. Simple as that, and yep, Nesty gets MVP. What a surprise.
There is absolutely no surprise in this one. If you can play Bard to this degree, you just deserve the MVP every single game. A flawless KDA as well, to boot. Like, no deaths whatsoever. I really want to see, like, when are we going to see Nesty actually play just like a standard mid laner? I don't even think Vygar really counts as a standard mid laner. I want to see him back on something like Rise or Orianna. Like, how deep into the season do we have to go to see him just play a normal mage?
That's right. There's a lot of questions I want to answer this, man. I also want to point out honorable mentions coming through as well. I think Hana had a really good game, Clement. And I think we're going to be saying that about everyone because of how the Bard enables the team. The biggest thing I want to say is that DPROX Gaming, to pull off something like this, to be that clinical with a roaming support top, requires a really deep bond throughout the team. And even with the fresh face in Chris Carter, DPROX Gaming, I think, are one of the most put-together organizations at the moment.
Yeah, and from a coaching perspective, the hardest thing about running a strategy like this is you have to sink so much time into one strat, and you only have such a limited time to script. So most teams in the world cannot do this. They don't do this because they basically have to pick and choose what strategies they do, and what you learn from this strategy is not applicable to any other strategy. So
that's right.
I really want to know how deep this rabbit hole goes, and if I'm guessing, I'm pretty willing to bet that DPROX Gaming has multiple top laners that they can play in the same fashion.
Oh, yeah, that's actually another good point as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. When we return, you're not going to get the same mojo that we got from DPROX Gaming, but J-Team versus CDBC Flying Oyster. That's coming up next.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
All too familiar with pain, all too familiar with pride. I've been on my knees 6, but gotten up 7 times. It was never even a question of is it gonna be mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that, nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
Deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of
The
time.
deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
I'm taking it to the sky. I'm never taking a break, I'm only taking what's mine. You say it's taking too long, I'm taking that as a sign. It's not a matter of faith, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. When something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS here for week number 2, day 2. My name's Hysterix. I'm joining the team alongside Clement Chu here today. And sir, we just witnessed an absolute shellacking in Spawn's words between DCG going on to S9. Like, that was, without a doubt, the most fun game I've had in a while, but it was a quick one.
It definitely was, you know. It was actually a little bit longer than Sem9's usual game time, so things to look forward to as they head into Hurricane Gaming.
That's right, because that's going to come up a little bit later. That'll be an interesting series to see who gets their first win on the board. But for our next one, we go a little bit high up. This one, Clement, J-Team versus CFO. And you're telling me in the break, you're like, man, these future J-Teams, or sorry, what are we calling them? J-Team Avengers, feel like they're doing pretty good and might even be better than the current form.
Yeah, because Mission was the mid laner of J-Team in the previous split, and now he's playing for another team. We don't know if he was swapped out or whatever, but, you know, J-Team, they do have a new core now in Uniboy and Kongrye, and that's going to be the big showdown here. Who is the better mid jungler? Is it the Gemini and the Mission combination, or is it the old Mad that went to Worlds?
I like that you bring that up because I was looking before and I'm like, yeah, I remember the Mad team that I saw at Rift Rivals, that we saw at Worlds, that put a lot of heads in places when Kongyue came forward with things like his Iceborne Gauntlet Poppy, alongside as well with his mid lane duo. It's really exciting to see them back together, but you and I were talking in the break as well, or rather at the starter show, that Uniboy doesn't look like what he did when he was back in the PCS before, when he was on that Mad team. He came to the LPL and he got blasted on LGD and V5.
Yeah, I really worry if he has lost some of that mojo that he used to have. You know, back in the PCS or the LMS days, he was known as a very lane-dominant player. He played a lot of Syndra, a lot of Zoe. Now, to his credit, those have been banned away from him. So we'll see how he can fare against basically Mission, who was previously the mid laner of J-Team. You know, which organization made the correct call and which mid laner is ultimately going to rule the PCS.
And as we're looking across at CTBC Flying Oyster, a reminder of the roster: Rest in the top lane, Gemini through jungle, Mission in mid, Atlan and Koala are your bottom lane. Now, Clement, you were saying in a previous broadcast, you're saying that you think Mission and Rest are the best solo laners at the moment. And, you know, watching their gameplay, they put on a bit of a clinic here through their performance, I should say.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt about Rest. Now, for Mission, he's always been a great laner. Team fighting has been kind of the question for him. But in these couple of games, we have seen his Orianna just absolutely pop off. Just getting those 3-man shockwaves every game. He's been lane dominant when he needs to be, and he's been great at counter engages when he needs to be as well. So you really can't fault Mission right now. And I think with Maple out of the picture, he's hands down my favorite mid laner as well.
Well, let's hope that Uniboy has something to say, because in this roster comes through Driver in the top lane, Kongyue in jungle, Uniboy mid, it's Lil V in the bottom lane with Enso alongside him. And another team, you and I talk a lot, and it's no surprise that when you're talking about this, you said that this team looks towards that 80 carry as their big focus at the moment.
Definitely. Lil V is still doing 30% of the team's damage. You know, with all of the players that have left J-Team, I feel like he's the one that has the most veterancy here and has stayed the longest on the organization. Now, I think it's, you know, it's kind of natural that J-Team will produce the most talent throughout the years because essentially they were TPA from the past. So this organization has the deepest roots in the scene, and it's really no surprise that there's so many versions of J-Team that are now playing in the PCS. But it's still really fun to see and kind of compare, get that kind of anti-chronicle kind of feel of just different time periods colliding together.
That's right, and as they build together a new roster, or at least an older, newer roster, that we talked about some synergies that already pre-existed in different organizations, we start looking closer towards a matchup and see who's going to be standing out. Now, Stats comparison here of the top side, Clement, is interesting because Driver going up against Rest today. We were just highlighting Rest, but we haven't even touched on Driver yet.
Yeah, this is a really fun matchup because these two players played in the same year on the same team on J-Team last year, and Driver got a lot of playtime in spring, but in summer, Rest took over the reins, and we didn't really see Driver again on the Rift. So it does, you know, kind of hint to me that, at least from the organization's point of view, Rest was the better top laner, and I do think he packs more variety, and also this meta does fit him a little bit better. He is known as that kind of fighter top laner, kind of dominate lane first and then roam, while his Driver has always been known as, like his name suggests, a driver of trains, like the Malphite, the Scion. He just wants to run into you and body slam you.
I see the Gragas up there as well, so yeah, makes perfect sense. So looking to impact the team fights, a lot of top laners like that at the moment as well, as top lane feels like a bodying role. I almost called you Lyric. Wow, it's been a while, Clement. I apologize, dude. We haven't casted together in so long.
My children. It's okay.
I know. You raised us, and I'm glad I get to cast this one with you because, again, J-Team versus CFO. You guys are kind of wondering where these teams are at. 3-1 for J-Team. And CDBC Flying Oyster sitting 4-0 now, tied with Deep Cross Gaming. So a lot on the line here today. Kind of set yourselves up for the top 2 or hold yourself that way as we get into Big Band.
Yeah, so far J-Team, the only loss that they've suffered did come from Deep Cross Gaming. So you can say that they were cheesed and that wasn't a good indication. But from the other games that we've seen so far, J-Team does have a couple of unique quirks here. Number one, that they're actually favor the red side. It's really rare in the PCS, given the fact that most of the teams have a much higher win rate on the blue side. But J-Team does like to give that a more pick selection towards their bottom lane. So what we have seen for them is that they actually kind of pick their mid jungle a little bit earlier and leave those counter pick options up available for Enzo and Lil V.
Okay, well that's interesting to me because AD carries always that first pick, and right now there's a lot available for CFO. Things like the Caitlyn we talk about. I know we veered away from that. It is 12.3. But jungle's going to get picked up instead here for Gemini. And, you know, we know that Xin Zhao is still that S tier, the driving force against Kongyue that you want to see.
Yep, and I'm coming right back. Sorry, I had to sneeze a little bit here.
Oh, no.
And for J-Team's side, I really don't think that they're going to make this about top lane. Top lane has typically been very difficult. Nobody has a good time against Rest. And there is that dynamic where I feel like if you pick something that is just a tank against Rest, he'll run away with the matchup. He has way too many weird picks up his sleeves right there. So J-Team this time around actually just going for something that isn't a tank, that can shove lane, and isn't going to create a lot of attention towards the top lane, even though you might think of Graves as kind of like a fighter. The way he actually functions is he can just play a very safe laning phase and disregard most things. And this time around, I think J-Team are shifting it up just a little bit, going for the Jinx, which has the highest win rate out of all of our hyper carries, and kind of leaving Uniboy for a little bit later, as we do have the Zoe still up for him if he wants it.
That's true. A tried and true comfort. I remember seeing it on V5 and LGD were the best games that we got out of him in the LPL. On the other side, though, CFO, the natural response to Jinx, we get the Aphelios. Mission now hovering, looking for a safe mid lane champion. Surprised we're not seeing things like the support here for Koala. The Thresh comes to mind. There's things like the Nautilus as well, Clement, that are big pros at the moment, but they want to go right past it and get themselves a blind before Uniboy takes his pick.
This is such an interesting pick. I really feel like Orianna is one of those sort of forgotten picks in the meta, but it's so strong against hyper carries. If you're playing against a Jinx, the Jinx just can't walk up. If she walks up, you shockwave her, she's almost like instantly, that's 3/4 of her HP gone. So Orianna really fits in so many different scenarios, and even against the Ryze, it typically does have a good matchup earlier on. It's kind of the same issue where J-Team is going to have trouble walking up here. So CFO can decide to just play with range and put J-Team in a very precarious situation. I feel like if J-Team want to run this comp, they need better engage options.
Okay, well, we'll be looking out for it again. Talking about those engaged supports, right? Thresh, Nautilus. Nautilus feels like something comfortable as well. And as I'm looking across stats on the board, Enzo so far, 3 games on the Nort, 1 on the Leona worth mentioning. No support bans there. We're just going for solo lane and jungle. So there will be a lot of those engage options open. I'm curious to see if J-Team go that support direction, Clement. And then we see something like well, you don't need the jungle counter pick. You already know what's going on. So a lot of questions for me.
Yeah, I feel like Hecarim is probably the one to go for here from the side of CFO. There's a little bit too many engage supports, like Leona is open, Nautilus is open. So I just feel like, you take away Hecarim, and even though Volibear has some engage, it's really not to the same degree as a Turbo Chem tank, Hecarim. So I just think that's kind of the answer. You shore up most of your weaknesses. And once the Hecarim is gone, I feel like it's very difficult for J-Team to get a good engage on CFO.
Good call there. I want to ask you, Clement, is this when we just see old classic Kongyue's Poppy? It feels like it works within the environment of what they're trying to build.
I don't really agree with Poppy. I feel like Poppy is better when you are trying to play counter engage rather than engage. Like the Poppy ultimate, you have to be in the midst of the enemy to really get a triple man knockup. So Jarvan, I think, would be a good answer here. The only problem with Jarvan is he does have a very risky early game. Like, you only have EQ, and if that doesn't land, you're kind of just dead. So, we'll see if the Jarvan is the one to go to. I kind of feel like that's the only option for J-Team right now, but it does take a lot of power away from Kongyue. You really want Kongyue on something that either does damage or has early dueling potential, and Jarvan doesn't really fit the bill in either category.
Okay. Well, if he's only left with it, we'll have to find out. On the other side for CFO, we're going back to Comfort here. Koala with the Tahm Kench, that'll be his third game played, and setting up a strong bottom lane. Clement on the other side, this is a pick that doesn't often make it through over in the other region. I'm wondering, in PCS, are we looking a lot at Jace here?
There are so few players that can actually master this champion in the PCS. Rust would definitely be one of them. I think Quiet is another one, and ICU is another one that could potentially play it. And finally, we do have the Jace. I like this as a counter. You can trade through the minion waves quite well. And it will be the Poppy. To your credit, you got that absolutely correct. But
wow.
I think for the Poppy, it's not the best scenario. I think they have to get really creative with the Poppy. I expect the way to engage is actually Realm Warp into the ultimate from Poppy.
Yeah, okay. Even more exciting. Reason being because, again, you were talking so much about Mad Team, the history between Uniboy and Kongyue, and how much they've played together, and I always think about Kongyue as that Poppy Iceborne player. Good to see him returning on it, but Clement, you got a lot of questions about it and how it's going to operate here. And the fact that it does revolve around that Realm Warp, you're going to have to give me a little bit more detail because we do now have Engage. We have the Solid Nautilus on the team. We have the Poppy as well. So the Engage options that you're concerned about for J-Team have been shored up.
Yeah, the problem really here is that we have a composition that does outrange you just by a little bit. The Aphelios and the Orianna, it's going to force the Rise and the Jinx to walk up towards this composition. And you also have the poke from Rest. So very clearly, range is on the side of CFO. On the other hand, for J-Team, the problem about engaging here is, Poppy's engage is very conditional. You can get a good engage if you're in the jungle. There's a lot of terrain to kind of knock people into. But if they're just setting up a siege, how is Poppy going to get there? I think the only answer is actually Realm Warp into a slam into the enemy team. So into your own team. So Realm Warp into E is probably the way that J-Team want to set up this engage. But that is very difficult. I'm not sure they can pull it off. We'll see. Hopefully they can figure this out, but it's an interesting puzzle to solve.
I see what you're saying, and that's why we want to see creative angles here from the Realm Warp. How it comes set up here with Kongyue right into the thick of it is going to be interesting. We go into a pause. I haven't seen a pause in so long. We've had one during the whole LPL split. This is nice. This is really nice. I'll be honest, people hate pauses, but hot damn, for me, this is a welcome experience.
Yeah, we get to catch up a little bit. It's all good. It's all good here. And
you got 3 cats now, dude. You left LPL and you gained one cat every year you're away from it. I don't understand. They just keep growing. They keep multiplying.
Yeah, we got 2 Somalis. You can see part of my daughter right there on the bed. In our previous cast.
Your daughter.
I just call her my daughter. She got a little bit too affectionate, so I had to get my wife to take her out of the room there.
Okay.
But cats are great. If you can sleep at odd hours and don't mind the occasional bite mark, I feel like they're great pets.
Oh, okay. Because I'm a dog person. I don't know if people out there are along the cat train, but dogs always lie on your bed. They wait for you. They don't bite you, dude.
True.
Not unless they're ill-trained. So I could never understand cats, but I'm glad you're well. It has been a while. I think the last time you and I spent time together was... cast together is what I mean.
Yeah, 2021. 2021. We were we were in Taipei.
Oh, we spent time together then.
Yeah,
but were we actually casting together, or were we already...
I feel like we had a couple of casts together, because I was still doing LPL back then.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, we rented out a really good apartment. I remember all that. It's been
that was amazing. Dude, and we went to the night markets in Tai. Oh my god, that was so much fun. That was so good. I still have pictures from that. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll welcome you back. The pause is over. You don't have to listen to us relive our memories a little bit more. Clement, as I bring you back in, run me through the game again, because you did talk a lot about the poke coming through from the Jace that we rarely see in the PCS, how CFO's comp operates. I want you to give me a bit of a baseline understanding what's going to happen in the early game, and if it is just going to be waiting for 6 to be hit by J-Team for the trigger to be pulled.
So I think the fun thing about Poppy is that she's really underrated in terms of how much damage she does early. I think a lot of people get caught off guard on how powerful this pick is. So Even with the Poppy pick, even with the scaling, Jinx, and the Rise, I do actually expect a lot of early action. Like, it's very possible for Uniboy and Konga to just find kills here.
Well, Mission might be called out, but it's only a spell flux. Uniboy will have the damage, though. Mission flashes over the wall. Early summoner, a very good trade as Driver makes his way down.
Yeah, way too risky of a play right there. I was kind of surprised about the positioning. Usually if you are trying to sneak in a deep ward, you have to have your top laner at the top side of the river. That wasn't the case there, and now Uniboy is really showing that JT didn't make the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, Mission looking up against another JT mid laner and in the thick of it now. So lane control going over to JT, even Driver up in the top lane, getting some really good trading onto rest. So solo laners a J team here when we were just discussing that CFO have some of the best solo laners in the league is set up for success.
Yeah, I feel like that was just a misplay for Mission, just not very well coordinated. We have seen a lot of players try to sneak in that ward. It gives you great knowledge of where the enemy jungler is going to be. But when you do that play, you do have to get supported by either your own jungler or your top laner. It wasn't the case for Mission. It was just kind of a cheeky attempt right there, and he got caught red-handed. So it does seem like Uniboy and at least Driver are very, very much in the know about Mission's habits.
So can we come back to what we were talking about, though, before that first, almost first blood, I should say, the flash came through. Talk to me more about the setup at J-Team. You were mentioning that Kongyue damage on the Poppy, a little bit to be unexpected, I should say, and how J-Team can kind of play around this.
Yeah, so for me, J-Team are very much going to focus on the bottom side of the map. They do actually have very strong kill potential, and when you think about Realm Warp, that's another way to initiate a 4v2 dive into the bottom side. So I think that's the play that's most likely going to happen. You have Enzo set up the start of the chain CC, Poppy just slams someone into tower, and then Rise gets there before anyone else. And top lane just kind of does its own thing with this Grave. So that's the general strategy for J-Team in the early phases of the game, and it's going to be up to CFO to counter that. I don't think it's always as easy as it seems, as if you look at their setup, the Tahm Kench doesn't really help you alleviate the laning situation. You do get pushed in at times, and the rest of CFO have to be very much aware of when that play is coming. Now, on the flip side, for CFO, this is more of a siege type of composition. If they can set up in front of your tower, they have to crescent guard to defend, they have to poke coming out from Jace, it'll be very difficult to kind of go up against that. But it does come down from the bot lane. So essentially the question is that siege going to come from weakness from the bot lane, where their tower is taken down by the dive, or does it come from a position of strength, where they have already, eliminated threats in the bot lane and they can move mid?
It's interesting to me because, again, it all just comes back to the simplicity of Uniboy and Kongyue and how they use the ultimates together, and if they can get that dive off. For Gemini, it might be caught out here. Kongyue on the run, but it is a phase rush, not a Predator Poppy. And Mission even taking a long way to get back around to his wave. So here in this early game, it's kind of a game of wits. And right now, just watching Gemini trying to get picks, trying to get proactive himself, as it was towards the top side, missed out on the Wind Becomes Lightning against Driver, as Enzo's actually moved up. Forget what I'm saying. This support can make all the difference. Kongyue's there. Uniboy with the flash in as well. Enzo gets blocked away. Gemini trying to be a hero, but he dies for it. And first blood nevertheless goes to J-Team.
Yeah, not really worth it in this situation. Great lane control coming out from J-Team. They have both the bot lane and the bot lane pushing and the mid lane freezing. So it's a perfect death trap being set up here by CFO. And the only response they had was trying to shove the wave in. But as you can see right now, the wave is still going into Uniboy, and he has it in perfect position right in front of his own tower.
Mission keeps walking up, and every single time Uniboy abuses him. So that first blood over to Kongyue, expect more to come from that mid lane. And Clement is what we're talking about, man. It's easy to get set up if you find yourself a lead in the early game, and all you have to do is run at them when they're doing no damage.
Yeah, and Koala, he's completely spotted right here, not really clearing out the pink wards whatsoever. He's trying to, but it's going to give a lot of knowledge of when Xin Zhao is actually around the area. So I just expect JT to kind of run the same play over and over again. You kind of freeze for Uniboy and push out when you want to set up that dive in the bot side.
So now I just turn my eyes over to CFO and look at the 1k gold disparity. And I think how well set up J-Team is in this early game. I want to point out, though, as Mission continues getting bullied here in the mid lane. Uniboy's hit level 6, by the way, so room what to be expected. I want to bring us back because we did talk a lot about how Rest is going to play this Jace and what influence it's going to have onto J-Team. Doing pretty well in the laning phase. Serrated Dirk now picked up as well, but so far, Gemini hasn't put too much attention up to that top lane and trying to send Driver away.
Yeah, I actually think this Jace, despite the idea of it being an early lane dominant champion, against a composition like J-Team, it can be very deadly in the late game. You have this Graves and you have this Jinx that aren't going to be taking a lot of damage, and Driver's getting caught.
Yeah, he's got the collateral damage on top of him, but the Shock Blast doesn't go through the Hex Gate. That's not arcane at all. Driver's going to get out of there, even flashes the emote.
Yeah, unfortunately for CFO, they didn't really want to push that. They didn't know where Kongra was. They might been able to get a little bit more out of him, but they just back off and are satisfied with the scuttle at the very end. So I think this Jace it's interesting. It's not doing that hot in lane itself, but you can see that he is going to go for the tier build. This is going to give him a lot of scaling. And late game against Jinx and Graves, I feel like there's always an opportunity for you to just Shock Blast and then be able to establish a firm control over an objective, because the enemy team doesn't really have that much maneuverability to dodge out of the poke. And here comes the dive that we were talking about.
Well, the Realm Walk comes through. Kongyue is already there. Doesn't have the ultimate, right into the wall. The flash with the steadfast presence immediately. Atlan is dead, and Uniboy seals the deal. Koala looking for the escape path. Uniboy's going to let him for now, but J-Team with 2 on the board and a bot lane that's wide open.
Yeah, this is just way too easy. The path that J-Team took was also really smart. They knew that the river was most likely going to be warded up, so they went directly through the enemy jungle. And unfortunately for CFO, they just didn't see it coming. We know this play was coming. This is exactly how you play the Poppy, exactly what you want to do with the Rise. And the execution here was absolutely beautiful. They have the staggering blow landing from Enso, a perfect CC chain being thrown there. Atlan has no chance to even use his flash. And now we see on the map J-Team taking that opportunity to move top lane. But it looks like CFO were the ones to actually secure the Herald, and J-Team just has to play keep away.
And so making sure it times out, so Herald might be taken as we go off screen, but J-Team denying it is a big deal. Again, not giving anything to this squad. And J-Team holding full control of the game right now. Kills that went down the bottom side, note Kongyue with 1 before, but Uniboy now picks up 1 as well. So this Rise already having a great time against Mission, but Uniboy really showing up big. You and I had a lot of questions coming into this game, Clement, when we talked about Uniboy not being as flash hot as he once was in the PCS, or even back before with the LMS. This is a really good sign of life that Uniboy is here to play.
Yeah, and I think the comparison for Uniboy is definitely going to be Maple. Maple also went to the LPL, did not really have the best of games, to be honest, but when he
was
came
still
back,
struggling.
Yeah, and honestly, those games on AL are pretty damn rough.
He's not even playing anymore, Clement. He got subbed out for Forge.
I know.
So
it's kind of sad, but he has been playing for over a decade at this point. It's kind of insane to think about that fact. So that's kind of the benchmark for Uniboy. Maple, who didn't have a good time in the LPL, still dominated the region. Can Uniboy have that same effect, despite coming back from the teams of B5 and LGD?
Again, another good sign here in this first game. Again, it's only best of 1, excuse me, but his Hex Flash over the wall. I didn't realize Kongyue took it. He's got a Chilling Smite as well. Mission up against the wall. The ulti there, but a Shockwave brings it back. Gemini with max range gets an audacious charge and goes in for the kill. CFO with a good counterplay and a knockup at the ready. Enso targeted once again. Gemini goes in and a double kill over to Mission. Brings Flying Oyster back in the game.
Yeah, no damage on that play from CFO, and that's the problem with Poppy Engage right there. It's very inconsistent. He was trying to get the knock onto the wall. Mission still had his flash. It was never really going to happen, and that really showcases a lot of my worries with this composition. The later the games go, the more chances you're going to give this Jace to kind of scale up with the Mana Mine, and the walk-up danger here is tremendous, as you could see.
I think as well, if we come back to what you talked about, I might hold that thought, because we're going to look at the replay here. They tried so hard to get Mission, but not against the wall, and he just walks out.
Yeah, it's the thing about Poppy is it's just not very reliable in that instance, and you could tell that he didn't have the ultimate. With the ultimate, I think it would be a different story. You can just chain that immediately and get that knock up. But without the ult, that was kind of a risky play, and good job on Gemini to always be hovering onto this mid lane. That's one of the few instances where we see Gemini be able to surprise J-Team, despite all the vision that's been put in into his jungle.
Yeah. He's been tracked the whole game. Vision's a really good point because Gemini, every part of the way, has been pinged out by J-Team. Even now, over the control ward, they know he's top side. Clement, I was going to bring up a point before we went to the replay. You talked about how the Realm Warp comes into the play for J-Team and how it partners with Kongyue. Something we didn't talk about is the predictability of it and how Orianna is the perfect champion to deal with the setup of Realm Warp in these team fights.
Yeah, and we have seen some pretty tragic Realm Warps in the PCS so far, so I just hope that Uniboy, you know, he's gonna be driving sort of driving a tank rather than a hearse. That's really the difference that you can get in these fights, and the choreographing from J-Team has to be on point. It's very difficult to actually pull this off, and for me, probably the easier way to deal with this situation is for J-Team to just be on objectives first. If they're on objectives first, CFO are the ones that have to come to them. It simplifies things tremendously. This is a very interesting way to use the Scryers or from Koala. You can tell that they're much more worried about the bot lane dive happening again because he used the Scryer Warp not offensively, but into his own jungle.
And he even missed both wards there.
He actually missed 3 wards, so...
Yeah, that's massive. For CFO, missing those wards, J-Team now walking down, knowing that the bottom lane pushing out, but more importantly, that they have an angle there. Mission Gemini hovering as well, but this is a 2-0 Orianna. So CFO match this, Clement, we have so much burst this early in the game from Mission.
Yeah, they will definitely focus down Uniboy in this instance if a fight does happen out. And Rise at this point still doesn't have that much damage to boot, so I don't think they really want to go for these 2v2s. It's going to be very difficult. They have to pump all of their damage in Mission, and Gemini with the Gore Drinker is going to survive if he is the first one into the fray.
That's true. That front line's going to be a big deal as well. Chem Tank picked up by Kongyue. Worth noting too is Adlin just ulties. He wants to stop Lil V, but Lil V got back in time and picked up the Gale Force. I guess he wanted to push the wave really quickly, Clement, and set up the bot lane plates.
I do want to point out that Koala, because he got those 2 assists, he's actually 2 levels over Enso. So, despite not a lot happening in the bot lane, it does seem like those deaths and those roams have been costing Nautilus quite dearly. And now, kind of oddly, we do have Adlin taking over the lane.
As top lane begins to be a bit of a scuffle as well. Driver getting knocked back and Rest taking his own piece of damage on the return out. Driver's now an ulti down and Rest TP to lane to make sure that happens. Atlan doesn't have ulti. Lil V's flashing for this. Forces the response out of Atlan, and that's beautiful to see that Lil V wanted to take on the 1v1.
Yeah, but I'm actually a little bit curious about the timing on that. It looks like he probably went a little bit too early because Atlan's definitely not staying there after the 2 summoners are down. He's going to get some help. While J-Team are going to set up for the same play. This is to be expected. The best, most effective way to play with the Poppy is definitely going for the tower dives here, but it is spotted out.
And it's Ignite down very early from Koala.
No,
Flash
Uniboy!
burn in River. Uniboy's getting caught out. Gemini now sped up and CFO are collapsing on this. This knockup huge. It doesn't matter. The
no, but the flame choppers!
And now Uniboy gets hit as well. A good depth charge, but Enso's become a double kill. For J-Team, you can see what they thought they were going to do, but none of it went off.
Oh, the anti-synergy there was so painful to watch. Oh, jeez. So let's break down what went wrong. There were multiple things that didn't go J-Team's way. First off, I feel like Lil V actually gave away the game plan against Atlan. I understand what he was trying to do. He was trying to keep Atlan in lane, but that was definitely a dead giveaway that the dive was coming. Unify gets opened up into the mid lane, uses his Realm Warp early to get away. He does dodge, the wind becomes lightning, but, you know, he can't dodge the rest of the team. So right now, CFO already have a sizable lead as they won skirmishes on both sides. The Flame Choppers keeps Koala in range for the slows, and he does have the Glacial Augment to keep on chasing down targets. Oh,
that's so unfortunate, man. An interaction, honestly, that I don't think I've seen.
Oh, excuse me, the Glacial was from Enso, but, you know, Koala still got the slows.
I mean, he still didn't go too far from Kongyue's ultimate, so traps keep him in play, and for CFO, after what was a brutal early game we started watching, with Uniboy getting ahead, with Kongyue getting a great bot lane dive, they've come back into this one pretty strong, Clement. They've got 2 dragons under their belt as well. Now for J-Team, their response is a Rift Herald and the first Heart Blood the top side, so they'll have a gold lead, but they will not have the stronger carries right now. Look at those items, and the bounty's starting to build up.
Yeah, in terms of this trade, I actually do favor J-Team's side. They get the Herald plus the top lane tower for only 1 tower in the bottom side. So in terms of gold, it's actually quite worthwhile for J-Team. And they're going to pull more CFO members to defend this area of the map where they have no vision. So there's a potential for J-Team to actually cash in despite their failures of the previous skirmish.
And Driver just hitting with a hole breaker here, so that turret's going down. Kongyue helping out in 325 gold apiece. So you're right, not only getting the gold trade from the first trade, but coming through and following it in. There's no response from CFO, but clearing vision. So the fact that J-Team get this trade is a pretty big deal, Connor.
Yeah, I absolutely love this play from J-Team. They really faked out CFO. You could tell by the wards that CFO were heavily invested in getting this bot side tower, but hey, J-Team weren't even there. They just moved their entire squad to the top side, and they out-traded in terms of the overall objective. So now they come back into the gold lead, which is very interesting after what I thought was a pretty disastrous mid-game play.
Oh, it was disastrous. It was horrible. It was scary that CFO were allowed to come back into what was a very controlled early game from Uniboy and Kongyue. And I want to ask you, Clement, the developments and what happens here, because you said that J-Team in future objectives, you want to see them get set up early. You want to see them start out in the objectives rather than react to. But for CFO, they've got stronger carries, and that feels like it's going to get harder to do as these second items come along from the CFO core members.
The best thing for J-Team is you get on objectives first. CFO most likely will be poking from different angles. You can realm warp to catch one person out. You have the turbo chem tank, and I think they're going to be keeping their eyes on rest through most of these fights. So the setup has to be there. It doesn't work as well if CFO are grouped up. If CFO are grouped up in the same lane and you only send Poppy in, chances are Kongyue is just going to get blown up. So I think that's what they want to try for, but they don't have objectives to fight over right now, and I think this is CFO's territory to really shine, to come in with the poke.
Oh my god, Gale falls forward. That's a Gravitum on Aphelios. Atlan wants to go in for the ulti as well. 2 members root down. Lil B is the target. Win becomes lightning sent away. Nice ulti as the depth charge helps out, but Koala eats up Atlan. Saves his 80 carrying with the Super Mega Death Rocket down as well. A lot's been burnt to save this turret. The Shock Blast as well. Close to calling it a night. Look at Gemini. He wants to end it all the way through. A strange place to back as now Gemini's going in. Audacious charge, but Uniboy helping out his jungler. CFO get mid lane turret. They push them backwards. And it's a close call not to lose anyone in the process.
Yeah, really nice play coming in here from CFO. You could tell how difficult it was for J-Team to actually stop them there. Little V gets chunked out by the Jace poke. J-Team, they could clear the wave with Graves very easily, but they can't lock anyone down. And Koala did a hero's play right there, going in using the flash so Atlan doesn't have to.
Well, again, this game still hasn't got a deciding factor. It's nice because second game of the night, but more importantly, CFO J-Team acting like a behemoths, as they should be in the league. Sitting towards the top of the standings right now. The games that we've seen have been class, so I'm glad we get a, what would you call it, Clement? A bit of a tussle between them running into today.
Yeah, we actually have not gotten a close game between the top teams just yet. Beyond Gaming had their way with PSG, Deep Cross Gaming crushed J-Team, and this is our first match where two teams actually feel very evenly matched up, and I think it's a great preview of what is in store for playoffs later down the line here.
True.
As we do see Uniboy starting to show up with some of the side lane split push himself here. Not a lot that this Jace can do, because he does pretty much know that there could be Kongyue lurking around the corner, or that Nad combo just waiting for him.
Yeah, that's right. And you also got global pressure to think of with Lil V, who just sent the Super Mega Death Rocket towards Baron. Trying to scout out where the CFO started that one under the guise of 20 minutes, but he's going to have that on cooldown a little bit longer now. In this game, Clement, we've got another dragon coming up. It's Ocean Soul time, and at 30 seconds time, I should say. English was not my specialty, even though it's my only language. 15 seconds till Dragon's what I'm trying to say, my dude, because right now, vision control completely dark. J-Team have nothing down there, and they're pretty defensive towards the mid lane.
Yeah, this is probably the worst scenario for J-Team. They have a lot of members that are susceptible to poke. Driver is so, and Uniboy is so as well. If there was a game to build Fimbulwinter, I feel like this would be it, but Uniboy going for the damage on Archmage. If you can get anyone.
Uniboy forces one out of the top lane, and Rest is out, but Koala saves the day onto Driver. He goes. Shockwave onto two, the Dredge line connects. Depth charge from Enzo, but he's blasted out of there onto the Lil B. Gemini takes the chases. They're sent back, and Kongyue's ulti will send away Atlan, but he's so low he has to disappear. Realm Warp out for safety. Soul Point acquired, and CFO are winning these fights.
Let's see if Uniboy can get away from this one. He's getting tracked down from 3 different angles, but he does have the TP.
Gemini, we'll see him now. Tongue Lash won't stop that one. Uniboy is out of there. But still the fight lost by J-Team Clement, despite Uniboy surviving in the end.
Yeah, straight back to farming for Uniboy. Even clears out a wave like nothing even happened. So we can break down that fight again from J-Team. I think this is a losing angle for them. Like, Uniboy isn't tanky in this spot, and Koala just easily dissuades the entire engage here. Enzo not able to chain things up, and as we mentioned, very easy for Orianna to just set up for a perfect shockwave. In this fight afterwards, you can tell that Atlan's just not getting touched. Like, they can't fight. They can't have backline access with the composition that they have drafted, so Koala is basically allowed to just pile dive onto the front line and just push everyone away.
You did tell me how easy it's going to be if CFO are grouped up in front of these objectives. Like, what can J-Team do? How hard the comp is already to pilot makes it harder with CFO getting grouped and Atlan not getting touched.
Yeah, they really need to get creative with the Realm Warp. I was a little bit disappointed we didn't get to see some Realm Warp shenanigans into the backline and send Kongyue into a better position right there. But so far, it doesn't seem like J-Team are really starting to think outside of the box. Maybe if they lose another team fight, they will start to kind of come to terms with how difficult it is to walk up with this comp.
True. And then you have to get creative whether you like it or not. I want to point out that for Uniboy, you were talking about the build prior to the last fight, and while we have a bit of downtime, seeing Seraph's Embrace on a rise, not something that we normally see in competitive. I don't know, Clement, if you have a different insight, having now cast the PCS for so long, but for Uniboy, everyone else is building the Fimbulwinter you talk about. We're seeing Frozen Heart from people like Doinby.
I don't really like this build from Uniboy. I understand what he's trying to go for. He's actually trying to do solo split push against the Orianna. But we'll see if it works out.
Shockwave's going to bring him in. I don't know what Uniboy expected out of that. He's dead. Clement, he's dead. That knockup, beautiful from Koala. Lil B has to Gale Force to get out of there. You can see the Keeper's verdict says, please let me go. And CFO get an absolute freebie.
Yeah, if there was ever a situation where I felt like the Rise needs to be tankier, it would be this game. Like, he has a very difficult time just surviving the Orianna and the Jace. And, you know, the Seraph is just not doing him any favors in this one. J-Team really have to scrap one out. We still have Super Mega Death Rocket.
Yeah, we do. So Lil B, but he's run out of mana. The Chompers go down. Even Driver caught out on the right wing. Rest chasing him down. Hammers to the sky, and Driver, the Mortal Shield Bow is activated while on the top side. Koala's forced to fight again. Ignite goes down onto Enzo, but they're just forcing them away from Baron. Kongyue wants to get in, but at no HP, he's a one-shot. A little bit too early as CFO waits for him in their lair. Rest survives with Mega Death Rocket Wall. Look at this! Hang on, Koala going into 1v3, gets helped out by Mission. What a pro, while Driver on the wing wants to finish it off the smoke screen. Eating up, Koala wants Mission to live on, but he's still there, bursting them down. Driver can't do much. Uniboy can't get the Realm Warp either. No. It's a disaster. J-Team erased.
Oh, that was just struggle street for J-Team. They lose their members first. They're already in a bad position, and then they get baited and outsmarted as Gemini decides to hold on to the Baron HP, knows exactly what Kongyue is going to do, and just finishes him off as easy as you would like as he flashes over down onto the Baron pit. So, I don't really know what to say. J-Team are playing from a losing position, and then they doubled down on a bad play.
And again from CFO, I remember watching this, was it 7-9, Clement, that I was watching this? Or I'm not sure, but their mid-game, such a big strength as we watch again how they just kept zoning out Kongyue.
Yeah, Koala just stays alive forever in this one, and no, they know exactly the play that's coming. Kongyue goes down and finds... Gemini even has the W ready to wait for him, so completely telegraphed, and right here is just the Koala show. I want to see how Uniboy manages to not find the Realm Warp right here. That's the only question I have about this fight. It looked pretty good at the start. They do find the kill onto Koala. Driver has to flash for it. Enzo has to flash for it as well. But somehow the Realm Warp was not there.
He clicked out.
Oh, no.
Oh my god. Remember, if you click out of the Realm Warp, Lyrics talked about this mechanic a lot, and we've seen it. I think it was the Fnatic game made it famous. You click outside the Realm Warp, the game treats it like you're not going to take it, and doesn't matter if you're over it. You're not taking it.
Yeah, sometimes intentions don't really matter.
No, Clement, he hurt us. Uniboy. You can't rebake now. I'm so sorry. We're in a pause, folks. And Clement, in that game, there was something that was on my mind. I'm trying to think about what it was.
It was close for a while, and then I feel like J-Team just completely misread how they were supposed to deal with team fights.
Yeah.
And CFO just wiped the floor with them 2 fights in a row, and the game's now wide open.
And it feels, again, done. For CFO, a really good mid-game. And I was saying this before on a point where it was actually against Impunity, to correct my mistake, where it was very back and forth for a while, but then CFO, really good shot calling, really good decision-making, closing out that mid-game strong. A very general point from me, but I do feel like the CFO are really impressive from what I've seen past that 15-20 minute mark when we get out of the laning phase.
Yeah, CFO are the team that I feel like does macro the tightest out of any of the teams that we've seen so far. Their teamfight positioning has been really a joy to watch. They're just hitting all the notes correctly. And I think they're a team that actually has good engaged players. That's the thing that I feel like a lot of teams actually do lack. Gemini has picked his spots perfectly. And Koala is willing to go just all the way on these attempts here as they are just sieging down without the interference of Uniboy at all.
Look at J-Team. What can they do here? Uniboy finally making the back, but that's a flash in. The Crescent Guard from Lil V. He's ulted down. The Inferno with the Moonlight Vigil almost completes the transaction. But for J-Team, as they're sent back to the fountain with Baron buff Clement, I think CFO is just going to try and run it home.
Yeah, and they're still holding on to the Shockwave. I feel like they might have been able to kill Lil V with that, but they didn't want to give away the animation. Here it comes.
Or maybe the double kill that's going to come through. Uniboy and Kongyue at half HP. They have to defend because one Nexus turret going down. Double cannon blasting through. Lil V tagged by Gemini. J-Team, this is
here we go. That's the Realm Warp.
It's creative here, but Kongyue doesn't get in onto anyone. There's no damage. Mission survives. They've got an Ocean Soul now as well. Lil V running for the hills as the Shock Blast finishes the job. J-Team, you know what? The new version, not better than the old one apparently, as CFO stay undefeated in the PCS Spring Split.
The game's not over just yet. J-Team's still going in again. One last auto attack. There it is. CFO does find the win. Your play-by-play senses were absolutely correct right there. I'm just a little bit disappointed. I feel like this early game and the mid game, actually, there were a lot of highlight moments for J-Team. They got the first dive correctly, and even when they lost the bot lane skirmish, they bounced back with that triple objective trade against J-Team that was completely faked out. So they had a good standing, but it took them to the very last minute, the very last seconds of the fight for them to figure out that, hey, we're supposed to engage with Realm Warp and Poppy. Like, we didn't see that. It really hurts my soul when, as a caster, you kind of know what needs to be done, but you don't see it until it's way too late.
Yeah, you said it from the start, and that's why I love when you nail down draft that it is all about how Kongyue uses the Realm Warp. It's all about how, for J-Team, they can be innovative with this duo pick. And we didn't see the innovation. And again, I think a core moment for me in that game, Clement, was when, for CDBC Flying Oyster, they were down in deficit. But it was Gemini's great pathing. It was his good timing, despite being spotted on a ward, when they tried to overgank mid when it was so predictable from Kongyue. And it's the double kill over the mission that brings it all tumbling down.
Yeah, if you think about that play, it was super force coming in from Kongyue. And this is something that we have seen from his recent splits, is that he does try to go in and try to make hero plays, but he had to travel the entirety of the lane. He has no, gap closer. He's just using his W for speed up, and then he doesn't land the wall. So a very easy opening for Gemini to kind of clean that up, put Enso super far behind, win the bot lane, kind of snowball the game from there. So good attempt from J-Team. I feel like they had some...
What?
Actually, I have a loss for words. I feel like they had a lot of strong picks in terms of the meta, the Rise, the Graves, the Jinx. These are all playable champions, but they didn't have a very coherent idea of how to actually play the game out. And CFO had that nailed down much more to a T. They were playing disengaged, they were playing with range, and I think it's very... we've seen this from JT so many times. I feel like in their first game against Deep Cross Gaming, where they just completely blew up their composition trying to engage on an enemy team when they were the ones trying to play with range. So, you know, if you go back to that Dragon fight, I feel like that's where J-Team should spend most of their review time on the footage. Like, what is Driver really going to accomplish on a flank as a Graves?
That's right.
I don't think he's going to do anything.
I mean, all we had to see was Rest poke him down with the Jace, and Driver's like, okay, I'll go with the rest of the team.
What is that engage from Rise? It's like, I'm not going to build Fimbulwinter. I'm going to engage with Sarah.
But I'm going to play like Take Rise. I'm going to play like Take Rise anyway, so.
It didn't make any sense.
You know, the funny thing for me is, we talked about the innovation from J-Team and, you know, being a bit harsh. I think for me, the fact that, you know, Koala and Gemini were just so gung-ho once they had a lead was so enjoyable to watch. Like, the confidence coming out of this team. No wonder they're sitting on top of the standings along with Deep Cross Gaming.
Look at that damage from Kongyue. I'm just sad. You know, they even hovered the Jarvan. They knew that the Jarvan was probably what they needed. But Kongyue was like, man, I got this. I'm going to play Poppy, and I'm still going to be able to engage on my enemies. And it just never really happened. 2,900 damage just means that he honestly just wasn't in the team fights whatsoever. He never got in the midst of the backline of CFO. He was completely just denied.
So let me ask you, if that was a tank Rise, does this game look completely different? Is there a build path that savors this, or is it purely decision-making that J-Team lost the bill on?
I feel like with the tank Rise, he is going to be able to survive the initial burst, because when you go in and you have multiple targets around you, you get an 80% buff to the shield on Fimbulwinter, and that does allow you to survive for a very long time. You most likely will have a stopwatch anyways as you go in there. So if that was the case, I feel like J-Team could at least try to sandwich the composition from CFO. You could have Uniboy and Kongyue coming in from the back and Enso coming in from the front. You have a smoke screen to herd people together. There's a lot more options rather than just Seraph's Embrace going in and just getting blown up.
But hey, game number 2 of the night, we've got Koala as the MVP, 0-1 and 12. I think the important thing for me is the fact that early game, it felt like we were going to be talking a lot about Enso with his roam towards mid, with how they were playing the early game. But we got into some of those extended trades, and Koala, his positioning was amazing. His knockups in the perfect place at the right time.
Yeah, he also got a little bit of help from Lil V, you know, keeping him in the fight with Flame Chompers.
Yeah. That's true as well.
He was able to chase people down. It was very enjoyable to watch, and I think it's so cool that we're seeing engaged support still rise to the forefront in the meta. There has been a lot of enchanters. Engaged role has been shifted primarily towards jungler in the major regions, but in the PCS, the supports are still getting it done. A lot of the MVPs being handed out to the Nautiluses, and today we have Koala with another engage, a go-forward only LPL style top catch.
That's it. That's what you want to see, man, especially with that bottom lane. And when we have an Aphelios on the team, of course you're going to be talking that up. Atlan had another good game as well, by the way. And coming through in this one, 5-0 now for CDBC Flying Oyster, I believe. Don't believe I'm mistaken, no. So sitting on top of the standings. And for J-Team, like, we can go back to the drawing board a bit and talk about that later on. Clement, I'm being told we're going to a break because coming up next, we got DCG versus Beyond Gaming. Now that is a certified banger right after this.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. Your kiss is dangerous. I'm walking on a wire. You're just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar, and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game, a knife to a gunfight, and a heartbeat that'll make you crazy. Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat, did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. 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 the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to another time. We are traveling without gravity, reaching new horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling without gravity. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down.
Welcome back to the PCS Spring Split here. My name is Hysterics. I'm joined by Clement Chu for week 2, day number 2. And we've got what was pretense before the break, an absolute banger. Beyond Gaming running up against Deep Cross Gaming. Now, Clement, we've already seen Deep Cross today. They came through, they pulled out the Bard again. Third time's even more of the charm. And going up against Beyond Gaming, it feels like a new opponent because it's going to be a much harder opponent than what Deep Cross started with earlier.
Yeah, I'm going to come up with a bold prediction, but I feel like the shenanigans end now. I feel like Beyond Gaming is that type of a team to counter out what DCG have in store for them really well.
Yep.
Like, if you're talking about just roaming across the map and just punishing mages because you have a Tryndamere in mid lane, well, Minji is a very different player. He doesn't play mages himself. He plays with lots of assassins, and Husha is no pushover in that 2v2 role. And in the meantime, you also have Liang that has been just going first item, hull breaker the entire time. So if you look down the line, I feel like Beyond Gaming have the perfect counters to what DCG has been trying.
Because as we're introducing Beyond Gaming, again, already seen DCG, we talked about them quite a lot in their strategies and how this team plays out. A strong identity for Beyond Gaming you were talking to me about was how they can play the 1-3-1, how this team has really strong side lanes. And coming through, feels like the perfect strategy to cut down on roaming early and you know, moving out of lane so aggressively looking for an early game threshold.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of different contest points coming out from Beyond Gaming. Like we mentioned, the top lane is going to be one. The 2v2 is not going to be as easy. I think they're going to put up a lot more resistance compared to Sem9. I'm sorry to bring that team about those guys up again, but I definitely think it's true here in Beyond Gaming's part. Yeah. And what I'm really looking for in this game is, are Deep Cross Gaming going to pull out another Enchanter top laner? Because I think Bard 100% is just going to get banned away. Nasty is way too good on it. I think even if he was just playing raw support, you would ban it. So not going to see that Bard, but is there something else that can run the same strategy?
Well, you were talking to me about things like Seraphine, the Janna there as well. So I don't know, man. Maybe the shenanigans continue just in a different way. But Beyond Gaming, as we look across the roster, of course, it is still Liang here today in the top lane. Husha in jungle, Minji in the mid lane, Wako and Kino are your bottom lane. And Clement, you know, I hope Liang sets us up for something big, because that if it's Tryndamere or if it's something big in the side lanes, I feel like Deep Cross have been getting away also with getting their side laner early and getting something like the Tryndamere as a first pick away on the blue side.
Yeah, we have seen that quite a bit, and it's finally going to get contested here. I think Tryndamere does serve multiple purposes in today's draft. He's actually a pretty decent counter against the Gwen, so we have seen teams like MFT just, blind the Tryndamere and then take away the Gwen for themselves, scoring kind of a 1-2 punch in terms of power picks. And this time, Deep Cross Gaming is going to be playing from the red side too, so they have to ban away the Zeri, like everyone does, and that will leave a little bit more room to operate. I also feel like the Renekton is another one that a lot of teams have been banning, despite, a fledgling win rate.
That's right. Something that still needs to be respected as a potential blind. You can see on the other side, Deep Cross Gaming, we already introduced you to them earlier. Nesty was the person we were talking about with the Bard pick in the mid lane. If we're talking about bans, Beyond Gaming, just get rid of it, even if you do have an answer. I feel like better safe than sorry.
Yeah, for sure here, and we have seen Deep Cross Gaming play 1 out of 4 games where they went a more standard route. It was the Vigar in the mid lane.
More
and
standard.
Yeah, a little bit more standard. A little bit more standard. That would be a pretty good answer to what Minji has shown. Minji is not really known for showing up in the laning phase. He's pretty much a post-6 player. So if DCG do decide to go standard, they definitely do have cards to fall back on.
Okay, well, it's good news there then. For Deep Cross, still undefeated. Let's just talk about the stakes for this one. 4-0 after being S9 earlier in the night. For Beyond Gaming, 2-1. Actually took a loss to Meta Falcon, Clement.
I do want to point out that this team, they're actually using Beyond Gaming masks right now.
Are they? Well, they
yeah,
are.
They are. I don't think they've been using Beyond Gaming masks in the previous game. So this is a team where the memes really run deep, We already saw them with their plaques. They throw up these handwritten plaques every time in the post game, and the previous one read that because they beat MFT, in theory, they're already better than Beyond Gaming, and in that logic, better than PSG as well. They've already made that claim. Now they have to back it up.
That's great. I love it. I didn't even notice the small detail. Pretty cool masks as well. Very, not non-esports, I was going to say. Where you can wear merchandise that you go outside and people wouldn't tell it's esports unless they really knew the team. I feel like the masks kind of sit into that category.
Yeah, I do want to also mention that Deep Cross Gaming also are not letting go of J-Team. After J-Team's loss, they posted it on Facebook, "Oh, this used to be us."
Oh my god.
Such a great meme team. But we do have to go back to the serious points. The bot lane is definitely where the hyper carries lie here. Kriskata, I still think he's leading the damage charts. I will have to double check on that. 642, still doing great amount of damage here. And the champion pools are very interesting. I feel like Kriskata has been able to get away with a lot of niche picks and not really playing the meta. So this match might be a little bit different. We might be seeing a return to normalcy with the Afellos and Jinx.
I like that though, because for Chris Carter, someone who's come in and has been the rookie of the squad, right? The person with the least experience on the roster. And he's been a bit of a standout. And sure, there's been influence like the Bard coming down and giving huge amounts of strength to that bottom lane. But he's been laning pretty well within itself. And as we go into pick and ban, we talked about this. DCG on the red side this time, folks. Beyond on blue. And already those safe blinds getting taken away. In fact, the Renekton on blue side ban, the Gwen as well. We did talk about things like the Bard. Not going to be looked at for now. Instead, it is the Diana as the final ban for Beyond Game.
I do like this from Beyond Gaming, just making sure that Leaky doesn't get to play strong bruiser mid laners, and also making sure that the Diana doesn't go over to Hana, which has been his best play. If I'm Beyond Gaming and I know the potential for Deep Cross Gaming to play something that is more early game roam focus, I don't even want to pick the Diana. I want to pick something that gives me immediate strength in the early game. So Xin Zhao first pick, pretty much what I expected here. And in the meantime, Deep Cross Gaming ban away the Tryndamere. So
it's normal.
Yeah, both of these teams are actually just taking away the main strengths from each other.
But Clement, I'm saying DCG's normal. Like, we see a Rise, Lee Sin in the first two rotation. So for Nesty, we might actually see him play mid lane as normal. Now, of course, we've seen Leaky transition into mid. Tryndamere's been there as well. So doesn't necessarily give away everything for now, but it is a little bit more direct as we were expecting to maybe see for DCG in this matchup.
This is very tough for Minji here. He does have his Zoe open, which usually isn't the case. But DCG have a very strong anti-Zoe sort of mid-jungle setup here with the Ryze and the Lee Sin early, so he does have to think about his options. The more standard pick is definitely going to be the Aphelios. If they lock into Aphelios, though, we will have to see Minji come up with a new champion. He's been allowed to just play Kali for the most part.
True. As we come across, though, DCG going to get themselves the Jinx in response, so surprising to see Aphelios first, but Chris Carter's going to show us what he can do on the other OPAD. So now, this time around, I think the second ban phase between these two teams, that's going to be the most interesting because we only have one solo lane from both of them. We still don't know where the Ryze could be going at the end of the day or what's going to be happening with DCG, Clement. Run me through the next couple of bans. The solo laners feel like the priority.
We don't really know Minji's champion pool that well. It's a very well-guarded secret. He played Kiana and Yone in the previous split, so he's definitely out there in terms of the meta. But I think Vex is a fairly safe one, strong overall, and does have that roam potential, which is what I think gives Minji a bit of a lifeline in terms of his laning phase. He's frankly not a very strong laner. So banning away those semi-globals is probably the way to go here. They could also be considering the Galio that we saw MFT run against them. Those were my guesses, but I'm just waiting to get surprised by Minji. I really don't know what this guy has been practicing. I just know it's probably nothing that we can expect of.
Okay, well, that's exciting for me. Orianna's going to go double mid lane ban at the very least, getting rid of the core champions. Camille against Leaky here as well. And kind of interesting, hasn't played that one yet, but I know here in the PCS, you guys actually play a lot more Camille than I was expecting. So with that taken out, one top laner, one more to go. Gangplank as well against Leaky. So there goes some of the global elements that DCG could add to the Ryze.
Yeah, so far my impression of Leaky is that he plays more for the team. He's not a solo win lane type of guy. And as I say that, Urgot is locked in, so throw that out the window.
Okay. So, got locked in, Clement. Now, I want to know how this piece is... Oh my god, don't. I know how crazy these games have been. If we see a Nasus, I swear, dude...
There's no way.
I'm going to pull it out. I don't care. You say no way, but I've seen a Bard with Smite win 3 games in a row. So, I don't care what you say. We do get his Zoe, though, so Minji goes back to a core classic.
Alright, so Beyond Gaming, interesting composition, but very weak in terms of the front line here. They do need just a straight up tank support. Nautilus always a good bet in that situation. I feel like this is somewhat standard for Beyond Gaming, a little less flanking potential than I would like, so very easy to read in terms of their engage patterns. They're basically banking on Minji landing a Sleepy Trouble Bubble to lead the fights off. On the other hand, for DCG, I already favor their composition a little bit more. I feel like their engage options are open. They have good counter sniping potential with this Urgot from Leaky. And yeah, they can just kind of run you over with superior stats coming out from Ryze and Urgot.
And I feel like as well, the Realm Warp to deliver an Urgot's going to be a lot of fun to watch too. It's not like the puppy we saw last game. There's a lot more options available. I like that you talk about running at the enemy team, because with Zoe, I always look at how much space she can create. And this time around, the answer could be hardly any.
True. I don't think it's going to be easy for Beyond Gaming to kind of disengage from this one. And we have to think about their playstyle. They're typically the ones playing more bruisers and taking more hits first. I don't think they're as comfortable as playing more of a kite team composition. So DCG, in terms of the draft, it's really amazing. It's basically the Bard was left open and they just switched up.
And I like, not relying on one strategy, but more importantly, I think as well, being able to be adaptable in the league against your opponent, or against Beyond Gaming, they don't want to take the same risk. More importantly as well, Clement, I think they're showing that they've got more cards up their sleeves. Like, even the Urgot, the niche pick that comes through. I was just looking at Deep Cross the champion pool, and for Leaky, we've seen a couple of Tryndamere, we've seen Gangplank, Renekton. Now Urgot's added into the mix. This team is truly the most fun to watch, and we're going to see if the plan comes into fruition, because here in the early game, Clement, I'm going to be asking you a lot of questions about how they get it off the ground once that Realm Warp's available and where they start sending the action.
Yeah, the first things I'm looking on the map here is that we should see Beyond Gaming have a slight edge in terms of the mid jungle, at least for the early portions, pre-6 parts of the game. They should have dominating effect right there. And my biggest question about the early game is, how is Urgot going to function here? Urgot is a champion that actually auto-pushes lane quite easily. If you want to poke someone with your Q, if you get your passive off, which you can't control, you are going to shove that lane. And that just kind of invites Xin Zhao and Minji to pay you a visit. So I'm not exactly sure how these solo lanes and junglers really match up. I feel like that is something that I would be very worried about. You know, sometimes it's about composition and what you want to do as a 5-man, but other times you have to take a procedural view. How are you going to play at each stage of the game? And the early stage is the most important one. You have to survive that.
Okay, so surviving it there for DCG. I like you bring it in. Thank you for giving me the roundup, especially with Zoe Xin Zhao. You make a great point in how strong it is as a 2v2. As we're about to go into our, what is it, third, fourth game of the night? Where are we?
It's the third. It's only the third. We're not even at halfway point.
Hey, that's okay with me, man, from what I've seen so far. Clement, it's been a banger. Tonight has been so good from start to, hopefully I can say that till finish. The drafts keep giving us something impressive. The games itself have been really entertaining. And again, this is why I was excited to come on board, because we've seen so many unique niche picks. And more importantly, draft strategies. I think it's been very innovative out of any league in the world. And man, I cast LPL. I think there's been more innovative drafts here that have been on a knife's edge.
We do have some crazy players, like last split was Moonblack with Heimerdinger and Kled only in the mid lane, and it's just so much fun. And this league, honestly, for the PCS, we did lose a lot of our upper echelon talent. Of course, Maple and Dago going over to other leagues, but at the same time, it has kind of moved the league into an interesting place where we have this brew of LDL talent, of LSC talent coming in, and a lot of veterans that are just coming back into the league and making things just very even. Like, I feel like this league, more than ever, it's a top 5 team league, where we had sort of a league dominated by only Beyond Gaming and PSG in the past. So it's far more interesting.
You did. I mean, I looked at PCS and I was like, yeah, it's Talon, it's Beyond, and everyone else kind of falls off. At the moment, you got teams like CDBC, Flying Oyster now in the league, Deep Cross Gaming, PSG Talon, J-Team, Beyond Gaming, you already mentioned. Meta Falcon has surprised to me with very limited experience but great gameplay. Clement, the PCS only heating up. It is only week number 2 here, but I know one thing for sure. That's a damn Urgot on the Rift with Unsealed Spellbook. And you wanted to see how DCG survived this early game.
Yeah, I've seen this play before. We used to have an Urgot main on our broadcast team.
Oh, yeah.
This is kind of a level 6 cheese strategy. You swap over to Ignite, and you just kind of surprise kill people. It's very good against ranged champions because they are the ones that kind of least expect it. There's a lot of... I've seen this build and I know how it operates, but it's like super cheesy. You get your boots out of nowhere in laning phase, you get your Ignite, and you just execute them with your ultimate. It's like a lot of people just don't expect the burst damage coming out of nowhere and the speed. So we'll see how he can operate post 6. But for the early game, that's where I'm much more worried about.
As we get a pause. So worried about the early game. It's a fair concern. We'll be watching to see how not only the mid 2v2, but how top survives. You talked about the Urgot involuntarily pushing out. That's what he does with the shotgun knees. And I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how Liang plays it, because Liang is someone you talked about being a big star on the roster. Minji as well. Like, these solo lane is decent enough. Liang more so, let's be realistic. But how this team plays a 1-3-1, a different game running here, Clement, of course, with the composition allowing more so for Liang, but less for how Minji hits side lanes. I'll be interested to see how they get this early game off to a decent start.
Yeah, I feel like the problem with Beyond Gaming's composition is that they don't really play a 4-1 very well. If you look at their 4-man, it doesn't have enough tank stacks or disengage. So with DCG having a triple execute composition coming from Urgot, Lee Sin, and the Jinx, I think it's very hard for Beyond Gaming to stay alive here. So most likely they will have to have Graves in most of these fights. And to me, this reads like Beyond Gaming wants to play more of a snowball strategy.
Clement, Hana has no... Clement, Hana has no items.
Wait a minute. Did he mess that up?
He's level 1. He's level 1 because he started red, and Yeah, that's why the observer's zooming in. So the Lee Sin's level 1, and Hana, who's just had a great game to start us off, is now suddenly behind.
I thought it was some SOFMGs, and then I realized it was just a mistake.
Oh my
Oh boy.
Well, already at a disadvantage, Clement. So if the early game wasn't going to be a big boon here for BYG, I think now it's going to be growing at a much more rapid rate.
Yeah, I wonder if there's... No, there's no reason to do that. Yeah, you're right. It's just 100% a mistake. Even if you wanted to, like, somehow cheese his pathing to move it towards topside, it wouldn't make sense to just drop the EXP early. So, yeah, things not going so well for Hana to start things off. You know, maybe we'll ask the players about this, but it does scream to me like this was not intentional by how far behind he is right now. 2 camps down.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough start either way. I don't know why it would be, but for Hana, he picks up the items. He's got buff to buff now. A good little ward placed here by Minji outside of the river, or rather in it. That'll spot out the support moving up. Woody was trying for an angle, but Minji backs away, not going to give the open opportunities. Husha knows there's a Lee Sin behind as the dredge line comes through. Instant flash away, Husha matches. Everybody's in for it as well, but onto Chris Carter. They've changed targets. Wind becomes lightning. It won't be a dive, but it's 2 summoners down for the bottom lane of DCG.
Yeah, they don't get the follow-up on Woody right there, and I don't think Husha was able to get his 3 Talon Strike off, so no knock-up either. And, you know, it's still a pretty decent win for them. They don't lose tempo on the jungler, but to me, that should have been a kill.
Can they get a response, though? Under Tara, good Zenith play. The flash away from Wako as Hana's now in here with the Sonic Wave, but no follow-through. Grabbing him as a response, and Woody has to stand behind Chris Carter just in case that was a close call. And you'll say now, there's all summoners down for Beyond Gaming, so Clement, it is a summoner advantage for DCG, but lane advantage for Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, and Woody really can't leave the lane at this point. We will have to have Hana just escort this 3-man. We have to see. The flash isn't there for Kino.
Dredge line misses. Hana's still here, but under turret, Woody goes down immediately. But Husha's there, tanking it up with the Ignite down as well. Kino trades in aggro. Nesty is coming in for Beyond Gaming. A bit of a disaster. Brewing the zap, gets the kill, and now Wako with no mana in. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike not taken. Hana doesn't need to get ahead, but DCG, no, they do.
And that was such a good use of timing by Nesty. He teleports back to the lane with the tier and manages to get a kill right off the bat there. It's going to take a bit of damage, but doesn't really matter right there. And this is such an overreach coming in from Beyond Gaming. I felt like once the dredge line did not land, it was probably time to call that play off. We're going to watch this one again. I feel like you have to know that Hana is around this play. The initial salvo misses. This is good game sense for Wako to tank, but it should just be a straight walk back afterwards. I don't think Kino needed to go back in and switch the aggro. He should have just walked out of this one, and unfortunately for them, they did not consider Nesty and his back timing to get that tier of the goddess.
And it's so big as well, Clement, because for DCG, Nesty, Chris Carter both got the kills there. Hana picking up one as well is going to be a great response, considering this guy started with no items in jungle and was behind in camps. Still going to be that case as Husha goes back towards his top side, but the game order is right back where it started, even gold for a team that should be behind 500-600.
Yeah, nothing happening on the top side, everything going into the bottom, and I feel like this is kind of weird from Beyond Gaming. We don't really see them focus on the bottom lane that much, but Kino is in trouble.
He's pretty deep here. A Sonic Wave needs to connect, and it does. A dredge line out of there. Hana wants the execute, but won't get it. Nesty flashing on in to help out, but it's 3 versus 2. Now 2 versus 2, but Woody's coming in to help out. Nesty going down, but not in the nick of time. Minji now left without his jungle. A double kill already going down. Who needs items in the jungle when you just get given a triple kill in the river?
From a terrible start to 4-0-2 at 6 minutes. I don't know what to say about that one. This has just been should have been a straight abort coming in the side from Beyond Gaming. There's no real reason to funnel into this losing fight, and Nesty had some great instincts right there, knowing that even with himself going down, you know, Minji doesn't have enough mana to kind of continue the fight or go on here, and Hana is just so damn healthy and fed at this point. He can just clean up with the triple. So I think we are going to have a complete reversal right here. That mid jungle that we're talking about, it doesn't exist, and I guess that bot lane doesn't exist either.
No, it doesn't. Look at the CS lead built up. There's a death timer on Wako. I think we've just come back and another kill's gone over. I think Chris Carter just killed the 80 carry. I'm not sure if we're going to get a replay on that one, but at the very least, yep, we are, Clement. Let's see what happened when we're in another replay.
No summoners here for Wako whatsoever. Gets tagged by the Flame Choppers. Very well done by Chris Carter on the prediction and the coordination with Woody to kind of zone him out there. So it looks like DCG, they're not a one-trick pony. They can play a standard normal game too.
And even though this game didn't start normally, it just feels like DCG, you keep talking about game sense. I think Nesty has very good game sense. I think if we want to use that word again, this whole team is built off the momentum of how one play strings into another. They're always kind of right where they need to be.
Definitely, and we just saw Nesty give the thumbs up after a very weird paddle star being able to cross over the minions there. And this is what I was talking about. You can see Leaky, level 7, switching over to the Ignite. This is your cheese Urgot pick. It's very difficult to play against. You don't really know the damage numbers that well. You rarely ever see an Urgot. So Liang is just going to take that opportunity to kind of back out. And it does seem like we are going to get a Hull Breaker on the Urgot as well. I think a very fitting item for him as he's very clunky in a team fight. So he does much better trying to 1v2 on a side lane.
Be nice to see Hullbreaker versus Hullbreaker up at that top lane then. Hana, before he gets it, going to pay a visit to top lane, but look at the Tri-Brush ward. Not sure if that spotted him out, but Hana now going on top of the Rift Herald. Nesty at least spotted out on the roam up as the Realm Warp's coming through. Wooly there as well. Flashes on him for the Zenith Blade. Minji coming back after a portal jump, but Nesty's taking the damage. Ignite going down. Kino helps out. Hana now coming in as Chris Carter gets a nice zap, but the play ends there. Woody's still in trouble. Portal jump again, but blocked by the minions. And DCG trying to get a response play, but Beyond Gaming finally get one back.
This is why you always ban the Zoe against Minji. Is just way too clean on that play. Woody flashes in, but you can still negate the crowd control duration by using the portal jump. Really well played there by Minji to kind of get out of that crowd control for free, and even turns around the poke right onto Nesty. It was absolutely beautiful because that was a 2v4 that Minji was somehow able to turn into his own favor.
And I will say as well, it's a 2v4 that built into another play bot. Wako was able to have solo time with the turret, picked up 2 of his own bits of turret plating as well, now heading back on in. And he's going to be able to bridge some of that gold gap that we saw Chris Carter get with the early kills and the misstep that Wako made before.
Yeah, really nicely done here, and I think this will give an opportunity for Minji to start shifting the roam priority over towards his own side. The Realm Warp isn't going to be available. Minji just died in... Nesty, excuse me, just died in lane, so it will open up some opportunities for Minji to make use of this lane that's being shoved in on the bottom side. They have the vision set up there already, and there's a lot of pressure going that direction.
Just look at the gold lead quickly, Clement, as well. DCG only with a small amount, despite having 7 kills. You're just talking about Minji and what he can do with the lane pushing. He's also got about 20 CS in the lead as well, and his lane control's been pretty decent so far. Maybe an irrelevant point, because Hana's back down here. It's going to make it hard for Minji as Dragon gets started with the Rift Herald Lee Sin, who still has 4 kills. Doesn't matter what I'm saying and complimenting for Beyond Gaming. Hana still has 4 kills and is in jungle control.
Yeah, there's no way Beyond Gaming can contest on that one. DCG has just been using these back timings really well from the opponent team. They know that Wako just went home after a big buy. And this is an interesting push here, a straight-up 3v3 with Minji roaming down. I don't think this timing is that good from DCG.
ST does not have an unleashed teleport. He has to TP to a turret, but Realm Warp's not available. Zenith Blade in. Minji about to portal jump as well. Soulflare onto Husha. He's taking no damage in the Crazy Guard. A 3-man Inferno Moonlight Vigil. That was just troll, Clement. I don't know what else to say.
That was so weird because they clearly spotted Husha on the back as well. They used a sweeper on the Krugs, so they knew it was a straight-up 3v3. I'm not sure why DCG would stay and contest from that one. They also know that Minji is coming down on the lane.
Leaky Flash, he wants the
he still gets
hits it onto Leon, gets a bit of damage, needs an order to come through. It times out, Liang survives, but he's got help from Nesty. Liang needs to go in the 1v2. Close call. Liang will go down thanks to Nesty, but look at the bottom lane. Beyond Gaming will be happy to sacrifice his life for first turret blood.
The tease crab works out at the very end with a little bit of help from Nesty there. You know, I think this does leave the bottom lane completely open, so Beyond Gaming are not going to be too sad overall about that play. They do wrestle the gold lead completely back into their favor with that huge shutdown onto Hana. And I feel like we're going into this game in a very even state right now. Neither of these teams at this point are really team fight focused, so it will still be about a lot of those crowd control chains coming in from both sides, either the Rune Prison or the Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
You say even, but I'm kind of scared. There's a 2k gold lead from Beyond Gaming that came from the shutdown you talked about on Hana, and we now have Minji with a bounty. So as we look at this replay again, this is the bottom lane play that they knew Minji was coming down for this.
They also spotted Xin. Like, Xin was in plain vision, and they went in onto that play, so I'm just so confused about this one. I really don't know what DCG were trying to accomplish. There was... Like, it was a one-sided slaughter. Look at the HP bars from the side of Beyond Gaming. They took maybe 300 HP after cleaning out 3 players.
The monitors weren't working, Clement. That's why we're getting the pause.
Okay.
The monitors weren't working. Man. Yeah, that's right. Cosplay. We got the true cosplay coming through there. Hana's just going to try and show us up. So we're going to go into a pause, folks. Again, this is the most pauses I think I've had in a year and a half. Which is kind of exciting, and it's happened within, what, 4 matches, sorry?
That's a little bit weird since both teams should be playing from Taipei. Usually we do have a lot of pauses because of the PCS factor of, this entire region of Southeast Asia trying to play on one league. So we do bounce across a lot of different servers, the Singaporean one, the one in Thailand, I believe, as well. So... No, it does happen from time to time, but a little bit rare to see 2 teams from Taipei having this issue.
That's right. And look, you know, it won't be the last time tonight, even if it is 2 teams in Taipei Club, because we've seen before, it doesn't really matter. But pauses aside, we're back into the game. Beyond Gaming setting up for a potential dive in the top side. Minji's coming up here. And DCG have kept their bottom lane there. Look at that. Wow. Chris Cannon doesn't even get to play. He's blown up a Husha. And as Nesty teleports in, I don't know, Beyond Gaming might just do it again.
Yeah, I feel like just DCG got caught with their pants down. They overstayed on the dive in the bottom side. Didn't really happen. And now this top lane can't just continue to pressure here. We still have a 3v2 in the top, and they still have a lot of damage potential here. So overall, just a straight win for Beyond Gaming in this situation. Even though they lose a bot lane tower, I feel like the pressure that they've gained here is still quite overwhelming, and Kriskata is being put behind further and further.
When he found that kill before, when they had such a big lead, I don't know if I cursed them or what, Clement. We're talking about great game sense from DCG, but they're just either not seeing these dives coming or just not respecting that they're outnumbered or out-damaged.
Yeah, I think if you're playing a weak side top lane, you really can't afford to go for these sort of chancy 2v1s in the bottom side. The much better play would have Hana into the top side and just kind of playing guard duty instead of going for the opportunistic pick in the bottom side. You know, you could see Leon was very happy to just kind of give over the tower regardless. So we are getting ourselves back into a little bit of a reset. There was a lot of plates going over to DCG, but this is where we really see how either composition shines. I feel like this fight is going to be extremely quick. DCG have a ton of executes, while on the meantime, Beyond Gaming are relying on that burst damage from the Zoe. So it really is kind of a first strike situation. Whoever can land that critical crowd control first will likely take away the game.
And this is why it's a good time to take stock of items, folks. Mythics, they're not mithril, but Mythics actually across the board. Bar supports for now. And we have the Hull Breaker on both Leaky and Liang. So the 2 Ls in the top lane now joining up are going to lose a couple of bits of stats. It's a flash forward onto Nesty, but he goes golden. A perfect use as the Fear Beyond Death from Leaky needs the hit, but one member already down. The Rise goes down, and but Nesty, that makes it a 5 versus 4. A lot of burst damage from DCG, but the executes, Clement, that you were talking about, they haven't gone off.
Yeah, the flash in from Nesty, I think, was a little bit premature on that one. They also burned Leona's engage, so they don't really have a lot of good opportunities to attack Beyond Gaming anymore, and they just have to withstand the poke from Minji. Minji really had all of that planned out quite well, you know, just going in there, and now he lands a Sleepy Trouble Bubble to force Leaky away from his tower.
You talked about it, Zoe. It has been clinical here. Once again, Minji setting up a play, and because of that, Beyond Gaming is going to be moving to their first dragon of the game. We get ourselves an Infernal Assault. So one apiece. DCG picked up one earlier, while Hana is just on top of this Rift Herald, while the rest of Beyond Gaming are going to back away. So it just feels like every time we see a fight, Clement, every time we see a trade, Beyond Gaming are getting more and more. It feels favored in their court, and again, I want to come back to what you said. If the executes don't go off, the time and space that Beyond Gaming have is instrumental.
Definitely. I feel like DCG, they have to rely a little bit more on Woody to find these engages. Seeing Rises run to their deaths has been a trend today, but it's not a trend I like seeing. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense for it to be happening. Good find here by DCG, taking away a straight tower. This should be relatively safe. I don't expect them to be... Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait. Safeguard or not, Minji comes in at half HP. A dredge line to stop the Realm Warp. Beautiful stuff from Kino. Nesty is going to be isolated, and as he gets drawn around, Beyond Gaming will finish the deal. Minji again landing every single thing.
Yeah, I feel like Lee Sin could have gotten out of that situation a little bit sooner. As a jungler, you can just drop the Herald and go. Like, you'll still get the gold there, right. But unfortunately they overstayed. Minji with another great find, like you were mentioning, and just another big kill out of nowhere. Yeah, I don't think that really needed to happen, and it will give quite a decent tempo swing for Beyond Gaming here.
I don't think a lot of the things from DCG needed to happen in this game, Clement.
True. That bot lane was such a head scratcher.
That was egregious. The fact that I don't know, I still can't get past it. After there had been so much good return on the investment that Hana started off jungle slow, he invested his time down bottom lane, gave a kill over to Nesty and Chris Carter, and both of those carries have been getting caught out or been the sum of their parts, in which the total sum has just been failure. Kino dodging away from the Zenith Blade. Leaky actually exhausted out. Depth charge on him as well. End of the line it might be. And here's Hoosier on the backside. Collateral damage lines true as Wako's ultimate with the Moonlight Vigil hits short. Hana flashes over the wall in the end. Trouble Bubble lands from downtown. Minji with another flash as well, but he won't burn it. And DCG walking into the bear pit, Clement. That's free honey.
Yeah, that was kind of weird to see, because you could tell that Woody was the one that wanted to start that fight off, and Kino just realizes, wait a minute, we actually have the numbers advantage here. What are you guys doing? And just turns it around onto Leaky immediately. So DCG just, their fight selection this game has been, I think it's been a little bit off. They're just not, accounting all the members here. If you look at the map, really, Nesty is nowhere near this fight. Well, you have everyone already collapsing on the spot, so Beyond Gaming have a much better read here. The teleport time still takes quite a while to reach its destination. Leaky is dead right off the bat, no execution time, whatever. They don't even need the Moonlight Vigil, and they're just forcing flashes away, so once again, it just feels like, they were bringing a 4-man party into a 5-man death trap.
It's sad to watch, but also great to see from Beyond Gaming. Pulling the pieces apart from DCG, kind of exposing a bit of a weakness here, Clement. After the games we've seen from them so far, their early games have been pretty routine, have been pretty explosive with the roaming support. But even in the Veigar game as well, right, we saw Heimerdinger neutralize bot. This time around, in a more standard draft, you'd call it, DCG, their decision-making has kind of been kaput as Beyond Gaming has started testing.
Yeah, when you don't get the extra member by running Smite top, I feel like DCG, this is the problem when you only train one strategy, or not only, but when you go too deep into one strategy, it starts seeping over into all of your other games. You start thinking like you have that extra member in all of your skirmishes. True. And unfortunately, that's just not the case. This is why I said from a coaching perspective, it's really difficult for teams to over-invest too much into niche strategies, because you can't pull it out of you when you want to.
That's right. And for DCG, costing them dearly here in their second game of the day. 4-0, but not sure if that's going to hold true with Beyond Gaming really testing their limits now. We're going to take stock of the game here, Clement, because 35 seconds until that third dragon spawns up. Ocean Souls on the Rift, so it's a big one. We've got second items coming through from 4 members of Beyond Gaming. Zonya's second here for Minji, but I've noticed the LDRs actually come through from Wako to start tearing through Leaky, Nesty with the Rise tank build, and even Woody on the Leona.
Yeah, this is a build definitely set up more for the late game team fight compared to something like the Executioner. And, you know, we're getting a view of the items here. On that point, we also have the Even Shroud coming out from Kino, an item we haven't seen. Oh,
Kick.
Hana.
Oh, Hana's kick, not great, and asleep at the wheel. Woody shouldn't be driving. Depth charge, and meanwhile, the passengers are feeling the heat. A nice little trouble bubble again from downtown. The dredge line short, but Liang waiting for Leaky to wake up. Beyond Gaming with another pick, and I don't know what to say at this point, Clement. DCG just flopping all over the place.
Yeah, that was another instance of DCG engaging when they were 4v5. So once Kino just turns around and pops the aftershock, he's completely fine.
Look at this. I mean, I don't think Hana should have blocked that. The least it's not even as takey as Leaky. There's a 3-level difference, and Minji's doing what he pleases while Liang gets the dragon. Excuse me, it wasn't Ocean Soul. It's actually Infernal Soul. So I think at one point we were saying that, oh, Beyond Gaming are just out of this game. I'm ready to say the same thing again in reverse.
Yeah, it's been a very weird turn of events all over the... I'm just not sure why Deep Cross Gaming keep on engaging when they don't have Nesty present. And, you know, they really had split target focus as well. Like, they were going for the support at the same time. This will work a lot better, though.
Okay, yeah, it is a lot better. There's 4 members on one target. The Crescent Guard not going to save the life, but Minji's still here. And as Woody goes to sleep, Wako tries to clean it up, but DCG now in with a fight as Minji tagged out by Nasty, and I like this a lot more, Clement. Nasty, excuse me, gets a double kill as Liang's in off the wing. Woody getting targeted out as well. Minji burning down, but he's gold with the Zonya's Hourglass. Hana now off to the wingers. There we go! Snipe down from Cascada, and the fight goes forward. DCG were out of it before as Fear Beyond Death misses only just onto Wako. And Clement, we were dissing them, they hurt us.
This is the fight we wanted to see. The big difference here is that they saw Graves silent split pushing, so we saw Liang having to burn his teleport just to get into the fight, and that's a much better catch. You have your numbers advantage, you know where the enemy team is, and sniping down Minji was absolutely crucial to taking down this Baron. They might not get it just yet, though.
They gotta get it. Okay, they're out with the Realm Warp as well. Liang was standing in front of them like in a movie from an old western. Clement, DCG, Baron in the back pocket, and Game in their gold lead somehow.
I'm just happy that we have the closest game of our split so far. But taking it from the front, much better catch because they just saw the Graves backing in the top side. So they know this is at least an even numbers fight. And Beyond Gaming, they try to salvage this, but they do end up kind of, you know, throwing dumplings in the pot, going in one by one. And unfortunately, second rotation not landing for Minji means that they have to overchase just for the support kill. Great snipe coming in once again from Cascada. I'm checking if this is blind. Completely blind. Finds the target before the portal jump. Well done there. If Minji was alive, I don't think they could have taken Baron.
True. I mean, doesn't matter how low he is. His snipes have been supreme. So a crucial pick to lead to the Baron, to lead to now the gold lead for DCG. Continue more of what we saw in the early game, which was the setup from Hana, the triple kill Lee Sin starting to dominate. Clement now with the Baron buff and a 3-item rise. Walk me through what the side lanes look like. Walk me through how the Baron play plays out here, especially with Urgot on the side as well.
To me, it just feels like DCG just want to group up for objectives, and they want to play this brawly style where they can always threaten with Realm Warp into your backline, make sure you can't escape with the fight. It's going to be very difficult for Beyond Gaming. They only have one source of poke on their team, and typically that's not enough to dissuade someone from just camping onto the objective. So I feel like right now DCG have multiple ways to finish off this game. They just rise split push, group for objectives, and it's really Beyond Gaming that has to pull out hero plays from essentially only Minji.
Hard again with the Baron wave in front of them. Look at Woody. Solar Flare dodged away from by Wako. Gale Force as well. That was smooth. And now too deep is Hana. Woody giving himself the safeguard too, but Husha with the ultimate. A 2-man Moonlight Vigil. Hana burning down. Ticking over the side. He survives, but look at mid lane here. Woody and Chris Carter against the world. Zap down on Kino as Leaky. Snipes down, but Kino is not in kill range. Maybe he is! What a combo out! Leaky with the snipe down is successful in the end.
Absolutely great stuff from the execution, and that's exactly what we want to see. Jinx gets powered up, no real chance for Beyond Gaming to fight back. Great stuff from Wako, but I think it was interference by Nesty onto Minji that really saved that fight. If Zoe was there, and with that amount of summoners, it probably would have been very bad news.
Minji going The fight's not over yet. 1 versus 4. The rest of the team behind him, though. He's bought time with the disdain as well. Realm Warp was just a fake out. Slowed down with the Everfrost as well. Look at where Hana is. Look at where Hana is. Clement the kick. Backwards as well onto the jungler. Who should target him down with the Crescent Guard? DCG blown up themselves though as Hana is burning down. The red buff doing work, but Chris Carter going forward. Clement, we said it was going to be a banger, and this game's delivering to be so.
That was so close to being a complete wipe there. If Chris Carter got one more kill, he could have finished off the entire team. But he doesn't find it in the very end, and Minji has a couple of close calls as well. Both teams fighting tooth and nail, just trying to find those executes and kills down here. We're going to watch it again from the start of this fight. Absolute beautiful stuff from Wako, but as we can see on the left side, the key here is like Minji really getting tied up by Nesty, so Minji isn't able to join and just chase down. I believe there had to be some summoners being expended here, so if Minji got in there, it could have been a massacre. Oh, just so sweet.
Good. I just love the little combo. It's simple, but the timing there, and that's kind of what we talked about with the coordination. Despite the mid game we saw from DCG, Clement, they're kind of back on top. We are seeing the power that has led this team to a 4-0 start of the split.
Yeah, and right now DCG are riding on a huge high from Chris Carter. He has that Infinity Edge complete, extra crit damage coming out. Compared to only the 2 items from Aphelios, he's still struggling, as you can tell in the gold, about 1k behind here. This is going to be a difficult defend for DCG. Again, all eyes on Minji.
But also Chris Carter's response there in Q form. You can see that Minji's starting to take a response piece of damage. Every time he portal jumps in, Clement, DCG now waiting there a little bit more patient than before. Leaky sitting around in the bottom lane by himself, trying to get Hullbreaker passive, but as Chris Carter moves in, they're grouped up like you wanted to see them, with Nesty on the other side with Realm Warp and Teleport available.
Yeah, I don't think Hana actually has a good target to kick back. Wako still has both of his summoners up, so it's just about the threat and clearing the wave. It does look like Beyond Gaming actually find a timing to even reset this.
Okay. Even Leaky thinking about doing the same. We get another pause. That's Super PogChamp. I just noticed Leaky has he has Cleanse and Barrier, so we're looking forward to see that in action as well. I don't know what you make of this game so far, but DCG absolutely floundered their lead earlier on. And then Beyond Gaming walked in and kind of did something similar, and we're at a pretty even point with DCG starting to take down turrets and build themselves up a gold lead from the Baron.
Beyond Gaming have just never been a team to walk away from fights. I think that's been their main flaw over the couple of splits that we've seen them in. And this is really an experimental roster for them. I don't think we've ever seen them really play a poke composition. They're much more about 1-3-1 flank engages or just running these kind of brawler-esque comps. Now they have the tables turned against them, and I'm not sure they know how to deal with this situation. Like, they need to draw out these fights, allow Minji to get the damage in. But at the same time, I feel like DCG are at the point where they're tanky enough to take a lot of these hits on different members. If you just land Paddlestar into Lee Sin or Leaky, it really doesn't affect their game plan, and they will continue to just bulldoze your towers.
Yeah, and that's why, again, in this game, we didn't talk much about the tank Rise build that we've seen most of the time, but it feels more effective in this game now that we see the Force of Nature just complete as the 4th item for Nesty at the 28-minute mark.
The key thing about this Tank Rise build is you really want a composition that just wants to go in all the time. So pairing it with bruisers like Leaky and with Leona, I feel like is a much better fit. We have seen a lot of like Tank Rises and the rest of the team is trying to play keep away that to me just feels like kind of a waste. But in this time when you're going face first and trying to use Realm Warp to maximum efficiency, it makes a lot more sense.
That's why, again, it's going to be hard here. You were talking about Minji, and I love the points you bring up. Target to hit have to be pretty good. And the fights have to go for a hell of a long time for him to whittle away at that front line or even try and find an angle on Chris Carter. Beyond Gaming have gone in deep to try and get some vision away, but DCG are pretty comfortable right now. They've got a control ward right there on the other side of the red wall. Deep ward from Beyond Gaming that's going to spot out what they need to know at the red buff, but still, Baron is secure, and Nesty is pushing down on the bottom side, so I feel like Beyond Gaming, Clement, are getting stretched pretty thin here.
Yeah, a lot of their, I think, picks are starting to just descale in this situation. Both the Graves and Zoe not as impactful into the late game. further on. Right now, I feel like DCG, if they just target down Wako, well, they take away the sustain damage, and they are safe to do whatever they want with the remaining members.
Does have Infinity Edge, I want to point out. We're talking about items before. 3 versus 3.5 here with the Vampiric Scepter from Chris Carter. So some of that poke as well, less impactful on the AD carry if Chris Carter doesn't get 100 to 0.
There's a lot of different ways that DCG can play this. You know, focusing on Wako is one, but another just easier way is just kind of kill Wuxia at this point. He is not tanky enough with only 2.5 items against a 3.5 item AD carry, and everyone just piling damage onto him. So the key thing is DCG, they just get an execute. Chris Kata gets excited. He has sustain to go through the fight. He has, you know, a ways to drop aggro with the stopwatch. They should be able to finish things off quite easily here. It's just about making sure they don't pick fights like a 4v5. That has been the main issue for DCG. Like when they have been in the lead multiple times, they just go like, let's chance a 4v5. Let's see what happens. If they don't do that, I feel like they have a pretty good grasp on the game.
Okay, that's something easy for me to understand. 45 seconds till Dragon, folks. If Young Gaming haven't done their due diligence, sitting on a ward. Now, if DCG were here, I feel like the game would be over. There'd be a huge engage, everyone would be jumping into the brush, and Beyond Gaming would be kicking themselves.
Yeah, all they have to do for DCG, don't engage 4v5 and don't bunch up. Like, we do have Infernum on Wako, so there's still potential for him to completely team wipe. But as long as you keep your carries away from your front line, you should be fine right here. Minji poke at this point is barely a concern. You know, he's still reaching for that, item name kind of escapes me. Yeah, Horizon Focus at the moment, and he's still way too far from being a real threat.
Well, Double Flare comes out. They've got the AD carry onto Wako again. The kick goes backwards, but sends him out of the fight. Instead, Kino's the one dying. Is right in the middle. Again, not tanky enough, you said, Clement. Well, Hoosh is dead as Wako tries to run in to bring it back. Low health bars on DCG. But Beyond Gaming left without a prayer. Nessie flushing over the wall as a portal jump buys time. All you can do is buy a prayer. Liang is running for the hills. And ladies and gentlemen, just like that, DCG are going to run right into the base. Sonic Wave resonating strike. Hana almost kills him in his track, but DCG don't have to worry about him anyway.
Way too easy of an engage coming in from DCG here, as we have Wako, the one being focused down on. He has to burn the summoners at the start of the fight, but we don't have a clear wipe just yet. Still 32 minutes into the game. Chase down did take a while. They should be able to pick up the Baron. But again, I feel like this is a situation where Beyond Gaming don't realize how much danger they're in. DCG can easily take the fight with their much beefier front line. And they have no vision on the left side. Wako's still walking up like that in front of enemy team members. This to me is just kind of a lack of understanding of what the terms are in this fight right now. So very easy fight by DCG. Great wall warp into from Nesty to go into the back line and just limit what Minji can do. All around, simple, effective play.
Yeah, it really was. Nesty finishing up the final kill. In the replay, you saw Baron was contested there, but Leaky was the only one who had to burn the flash. Baron secured on all members. As Beyond Gaming at least going to be getting this Soul Point Dragon, which is a decent deal, but DCG, Clement, just have so much gold in their pocket, I don't think there's going to be another one.
Yeah, I feel like DCG can kind of just A-click into the base at this point. Just try to take advantage of the fact that Beyond Gaming has no sums. So if you want an execute, you've got an execute. It's so easy to to pull that off. I wanted to say execute, but I realized that execute doesn't mean the same thing. But yeah, we'll see. This is just, come on, DCG, just walk into the base. There's no chance.
That's level 18 Urgot. You're right, there's no chance he has Ghost. I'm assuming that TP might change into something else depending on how the situation goes. Chris Carter hit though! Big mistake, Realm Warp to get him out of there. And away he goes. Kino not going to get the dredge line in time. And you know what, Clement? The way Beyond Gaming come back into this game is a DCG misstep.
I didn't expect that. There was one member that was susceptible to that sort of damage, and somehow Minji is able to find him through a minion wave. Pretty impressive stuff coming in for him. DCG still going in for round 2, though.
Yeah, Minji still the person to watch, even though we talked about him 3 levels behind at this point as well, but doing a pretty good job if you can get Chris Carter. But DCG back onto the inhibitor round 2, net success. 2 inhibitors dropping down, speaking of, with the minion wave coming in. Beyond Gaming on their last legs here in this game. About to go 2-2 if DCG have their way. Staying undefeated in the league, Clement, after what has been a roller coaster of emotions this game. Would be one hell of a way to finish it off.
It definitely would be. And this game was so clean from I'm sorry, not clean from the execution perspective. That would be completely misleading, but I mean clean from like a drafting idea. I feel like they really put Beyond Gaming in a tough spot. And a lot of times it's not really about the comps that you draft, it's about whether the team has the history of piloting such compositions. And I don't think Beyond Gaming really has a good track record of playing this type of composition. A composition where you have to be very careful about your flanks, where you have to, not run into team fights. If you think about the teams that Wako has been on, AHQ style or Boom Esports style, they really allow him to kind of just walk in on teams and not be too concerned about his own well-being. This is not one of those team fight compositions. And Leaky already shining the white flag here. He knows it's, we have a famous saying here, it's how to lose in Chinese. So I feel like that's what DCG are just throwing at Beyond Gaming. They don't really see a possibility of them dropping out of this one.
It's so funny to me, Leaky was flexing that in the lane before when DCG started throwing all over the place. So the dichotomy of this team, apparently. Clement, they start the bridge into the base once again. Look at the minion wave crashing in. Liang has to deal with it while Minji's trying once more. But as the snooze comes through to Nesty, he definitely doesn't lose. This will continue happening, guys. Just look at the wave coming through. Eventually whittling down Beyond Gaming. Something's got to break. DCG are like, well, maybe we're just going to go back. Okay, nothing breaks. Forget what I said. It's going to be a slower game than I thought.
Yeah, this is... I feel like this is kind of a weird timing for DCG. They are building up critical items like the GA, but to me it feels like they could have used those 2 waves of super minions to try to get a little bit more out of the bot lane. They decided to play it ultra safe, which I respect, but it does give Wako a little bit more time to get critical items as well. As you do see, Wako has been, keeping up with the pace of Triskata in terms of his items, and that really is the only saving grace of Beyond Gaming, is that they have 200 years on their side. There's no telling what one Infernum can do to a team.
That's right. Clement, sorry, I got a little bit sidetracked. I noticed that the CTBC bank had the card with Yuumi on it. Now, I hate Yuumi, but I realized I think there's one in Australia, so I'm kind of keen to, I'm kind of keen to get one. Minji looking for a Sleepy Trouble bubble again. And bring my eyes back on this game. The one thing we're going to look towards Beyond Gaming, if they can steal themselves a dragon. Infernal wouldn't change the whole pace of the game, but would give you so much for the Zoe, who's now 3.5 items, and is heading towards that Void Star 4th. Clement, 30 seconds till that spawns. DCG are going to try and bait them and lure them into the Visionless Rush.
I don't think Beyond Gaming is going to bite here. DCG only sitting on 2 Drakes, so... they're pretty much banking that Minji wants to try a steal and get that Infernal Soul, but even with Infernal Soul, I don't think Beyond Gaming actually has a winning, gets their chances up to a winning side yet. So I really don't see Beyond Gaming venturing outwards. As I say that, Kino just walks forward.
Ventures outwards? Well, Dragon's just going to be soloed by Nesty in the meantime. They're going up towards Baron. That's in 20 seconds. The base completely undefended though, and the bottom wave will be pushing in. Now, Leaky's not attending to that for now. It's just Liang, but he has a teleport as well. So Dragon that leads the Soul Point. DCG moving up to Baron. Wards were dropped down. I'm surprised this game is still going after what a lead DCG have taken.
Yeah, I think this is going to be our first 40-minute game of the PCS. I'm really surprised that Beyond Gaming somehow has vision control outside of their own base. That's it's very peculiar to me. They're not really under much pressure on their own base here, so this will be a straight-up team fight.
Yeah, the solo play comes through. Nesty hitting from an angle immediately. Liang's dead. So Beyond Gaming trying to defend this game, but I feel like it's going to be over before it's begun. Simpeg and Death Rocket blocked, but Chris Carter has free access, and Wako's in the middle of it, in front of an Urgot. The Chemtech Baron having a great time. Woody happy to sacrifice his life versus Minji, as Chris Carter gets excited once again. Clement K. Chu hits a triple kill to end us out, and DCG are going to remain lossless here in the PCS.
They do have to finish off this inhibitor first, which only Kino to defend, so we should still be expecting a 5-0 here for Deep Cross Gaming. Very easy to brush off that final team fight. Graves ends up being the one face-checking, they kill him off, and unfortunately for Wako, he completely whiffs the Moonlight Vigil, so none of that Infernum damage coming out to potentially save the team fight, and wow, Nesty is absolutely ecstatic here. You know, this man has been dropped from the Premier League.
He's pointing at the mask. Look at he's pointing at the mask. Oh, they're all pointing at the mask.
They have gone beyond gaming.
Yeah, they have. It's such fun, BM. I love it. Absolutely love it. Yeah, keep pointing towards the masks. They earned that win, though, Clement. Let's be real. From what was a bit of a messy, I don't know, late early game you'd call it, where Hana gets a triple kill, it looks like it should be over in clean fashion. Deep Cross Gaming, they do throw it away. Beyond Gaming got back in the game and felt like they regained some of their control, but we got towards a couple of those key fights around neutrals. I can't remember what fight actually defined it in the end.
Yeah, I feel like it was the catch on the left side of mid lane tower, but first we should look at this fight. Moonlight Vigil doesn't land, and then you have a great play from Hana to kick the Thelios, the only source of damage, out towards the top side. They finish off with that kill and get excited with the extra attack speed. Easy wipe of this team. So, to me, Beyond Gaming actually had a pretty strong lead in the early game after they got that 3-man pick and the shutdown onto Hana. But the fight selection afterwards was a little bit suspect. They you know, could have just let Husha die there. Nothing would have really mattered. Then they just kind of scaled the late game without Ninja having a sizable lead and being down. Like I think he was like 1.5 item versus Nesty at some point where he was already 3 items. So there's not much that this Ninja Zoe could do.
Which didn't make sense, right? Because Minji found himself ahead, had a bounty on his head, had about a 30 CS lane differential in his favor. Nesty was kind of forced out of the game a bit after going 2-4 through all of his attempts at bot, through the weird 3v3. I don't know what you want to call it in the end. Oh, sorry, well, he wasn't involved in 3v3. He was late to it. But there's a lot to break down in that game with how mid could have been more successful. I think we could also break down how jungle was very pivotal in that game. From Hana getting caught out to Husha caught out on the top side next to River. There was core moments that kind of broke it apart.
This game is so hard to digest for me because we started with a jungler forgetting to buy his items and, you know, taking his red buff and then realizing he's only level 1. So it was a weird one. I think overall, like the general outline of this game is Beyond Gaming, they drafted for a comp that should be spiking very hard early with the Graves, with the Zoe, and with the Xin Zhao. And the later the game went, I think the less firepower they acquired. Well, on the enemy team, they continued to scale up with the Rise, the Jinx was going, and I think there was more of a theme on DCG. They had a very clear idea of they wanted to execute and then snowball these brawling team fights and just run everything forward. While on the side of Beyond Gaming, I think their game plan with the picks that they drafted was much more laning centric. It was hard to see what their 5v5 was supposed to accomplish. You know, they only have one source of poke, so it's not really a poke composition. They don't really have any frontline out of Husha, so it's not really a, you know, you can go forward composition. So I think they were just kind of caught in a weird place without a clear direction.
Where if they weren't getting picks, then, you know, what were they doing? Good point. I think for Beyond Gaming, you know, back to the drawing board a little bit there, where we didn't see it as strong as side laning from Liang that we've talked about. You know, you mentioned how this composition, or rather these players, this team, organization, whatever you want to call it, in the past has been a team that has hovered towards 1-3-1, that has been a stronger 1-3-1 in the league. But this time around, it was all about how picks they could get with Minji. They start falling off, they get picked out themselves, and it all goes downhill. Look at the gold graph. A beautiful thing to see is even the damage graph tells a story of Cascada Unleashed again.
Yeah, it was definitely a very fun game. Cascada definitely deserves all of the praise here. Bottom line for me is, honestly, Beyond Gaming, if Minji only plays 2 champions, then you better have 2 comps to play along with him. You know, we already knew the limitations of Minji coming into the split. He plays very far outside the meta, only has a few champions. He's essentially a West or kind of like a Dade player. So I'm a little bit disappointed that Beyond Gaming aren't able to match their points. A lot of times, it's not about playing toward your ceiling, it's about playing towards your floor, and that's what Beyond Gaming are going to have to figure out. In the meantime, though, Cascada has definitely been, I feel like, the rookie that we all wanted to see. He's actually been around the semi-competitive scene for quite a long time. He's definitely not a new player. In fact, he's one of the older players just even on his team. But he is definitely showcasing that, hey, he has the potential to come back here, and I feel like he's being given a second breath of air to crack this competitive scene open.
Yeah, at least, you know, moving more to premier regions, right? Or you would call it like mid regions like PCS, where spots at Worlds, he's in a very great position to set himself up in a league that has been known for its 80 carries for the past couple of years. Now, Chris Carter here, 46% damage, Clement, and the damage gold conversion is beautiful as well. I think this guy's being set up for success. I think Chris Carter, now on Leaguepedia, is playing his first PCS split, and more importantly, you know, playing his first competitive split on Rec. You talk about it, he's been around in the scene for a while. I'm glad globally now he's going to start being on people's minds when we have people like Little V in the league, Unified as well. These 80 carries are going to start looking at this man a bit more seriously as they go on, because he's part of a 5-0 team that's starting to work together well.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like people have to realize that DCG is actually getting the majority of their damage from their bottom lane, and they're going to be very, very bot lane centric. That is the core. It's not the smite top, it's the bot lane focus. 5-0,
Clement, a great way to end out. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break. When we return, it's Impunity versus Meta Falcon team. It's Taco versus Taco, Clement. I'm so down for this.
Let's go.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future. CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, turning to You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blue skies turning to blue eyes. We are traveling with our gravity. Reaching new horizons, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with our gravity. Taste the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of light that we Touch the sky, travel to the stars, there's a little bit of light that
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS 2022 Spring Split, sponsored by CDBC Bank and Caliber. And remember, we've got to thank Riot Games and Carry Live Co. and Garena for PCS League Operation and full production. Remember that. Keep that in the back of your brain. My name's Hysteric. I'm joined by Mr. Clement K. Clement Chu, Bummer 2000. Sir, a pleasure to run through with you. That's from Lyric, by the way. A pleasure to run through with you to what has been an explosive night already. A great night, some would say. We're now past the halfway point, and we're going into Meta Falcon team versus Impunity. Sir, this one is literally Taco versus Taco, and I'm all about it.
Yeah, we'll get to decide who actually makes the better Mexican food. I don't know what to say right there. I just walked myself into a terrible trap. I'm so sorry.
Perfect. That's what it's about.
I wanted to say this is a really interesting matchup because I think both of these teams are super creative in terms of their strategies and their drafts, but they have been gated by bad early games and weaker laning phases. When they're going up against each other, I don't think that's going to be as much of an issue. They're going to be able to plan for more creative mid games to kind of play around that.
And I think I'm kind of surprised coming in because I thought this would be a battle between 9th and 10th, to be honest. Now, Impunity is 0-4, guys, don't get me wrong, but Meta Falcon team 2-2. And Clement, even though the early games have been an issue, you have to give it to them. Beating Beyond Gaming, beating Hurricane Gaming as well. I look at these two teams, and there's a lot of names I don't know, but especially on the Meta Falcon team, Impunity we're going to start with here because, you know, this is a team that desperately needs a win.
Yeah, for sure. And a couple changes here already. Taco getting a much cooler backboard, and also their support has changed. No longer running Kralix in the support position and switching over to Ping Wei. So we'll see what this change does do. I think Kralix had a pretty decent game 3, but in his previous games and the split, it did seem like he had some sort of a lag with the rest of the team. It was kind of bizarre because Kralix did have some very, very odd deaths, to say the least.
Sure.
And hopefully those will be eliminated by this new support.
Now, Meta Falcon team on the other side of the rift. It's a 2-2 start for this squad. Clement, as I was saying before, these are mainly unknown players to me. You and I were having a chat in rehearsal before and mentioning the fact that these guys started out, you know, Casper Cup in 2021. They all kind of played together. It's incredible to see the synergy that's been building up to this PCS split.
Yeah, they have a super interesting backstory, starting from the Collegiate League and jumping together to the Premier stage. And they really are a proof of concept team. They're guided by Firefox. LPL players and viewers should know from RNG back in 2018, and also D, longtime Machi, AD carry, now turned into a coach for the collegiate scene. So they have a lot of backing, and I think if they work out as a team, it really proves that we can have other teams hopefully join the PCS through that same fashion. Now, in terms of their game style, I think this is one of the most unique teams that anyone has ever seen because their jungler, 665, does more damage than both of their solo laners. This is a very much a jungle-focused team, and, you know, we're going to be taking a look at not the Taco matchup we wanted to see, but the Taco versus Quiet matchup. And Quiet has also had, you know, made a name for himself earlier on. I feel like he has a lot of potential to bring here. We saw him have a great game on the Camille, and we also seen Taco on the enemy team be a great flanker. So there's one end where you have more of a fighter style, and the other side that's playing more to facilitate these 1-3-1 style compositions from MFT.
Yeah, kind of exciting to see things like the Akali come into that top lane. And yeah, Clement's going to get pretty confusing. Top side Taco there with his champion pick. But on the other side, you know, Impunity is a team that, again, I'm not as familiar with. I think coming into this, very easy for me to look at teams like, you know, Flying Oyster, Deep Cross Gaming, even PSG Talon, J-Team. A lot of familiar names, but in both of these sides, like up-and-coming players, a couple of people who've been around the block. I think when I was looking at Impunity, kind of realizing that these guys have been in the Singaporean gaming league for quite a while, all the way back into like 2017 for some of them. LST as well on Axis Empire, a couple of names splitting through there too.
Yeah, this team has been, they're basically a band of local heroes, and what we have seen in kind of the PCS is we do have a bit of a federalist system where the slots are given to each region individually, and what we have seen is like whoever comes up from the Singaporean region, basically if one team eliminates another team and gets the PCS spot, you see the same players just being fused into another team. Like the names kind of just stay around forever and ever, and the organizations might change, but the same core of players definitely know each other and have been playing around. However, I will say that Impunity has been trying a lot with importing talent from elsewhere. They have tried from the previous split, you know, to get Taiwanese talents like Moonblack over there, and this split as well. You do have Quiet, I believe, coming from the from Taipei as well. So it's not just the local band. They're trying to definitely improve their stock by importing too.
Which is going to be a big question for me because, you know, Quiet hasn't got lodged competitive experience. I think that's kind of fun because we're talking about it last game as well, where, you know, Chris Carter is the same. Doesn't have, when I say lodged competitive experience, I mean in-gamepedia, public access.
Yeah.
Really local kind of stuff, you know, community stuff or semi-competitive. So Quiet trying to make his first split of the PCS a really big one here. You look at Quiet versus Taco. Everyone else is going to be looking at Taco versus Taco. Folks, I want to warn you, this is going to get very confusing, very
Do you want to
fast.
call one taco like kind of a different taco and the other one just like...
Maybe fajita. Maybe we go taco and fajita if you want to do that.
Mojito?
Or burrito.
Burrito.
I like mojito as well, actually, but
Mojito?
maybe taco and burrito.
I like
Which one do you
a
want to
fish
do?
taco or what is it?
Too long.
Pork
Too mouthy.
tacos.
Pulled pork taco. Yeah. Okay.
Pulled
Well. No. Again, too mouthy, Clement. Welcome to Pick Ban.
All right. I'm sorry.
Meta Falcon on red. Hey, we've already started this in a very different ban phase. All night we've been looking at things like Camille going off the first rotation, Renekton as well, Karma, Akali, Galio, a very different right hook.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about this. Usually the way people ban against MFT is they actually take away most of 665 champions. So you take away the Viego and the Diana, make sure he doesn't have a hyper carry to rely on. But this time around, Impunity are taking a very different track. They're banning away the support cast, making sure the Galio isn't there. Taco, this is one of his better champions that we've seen in game one. He was able to find great flanks. They're just taking away the Akali. Very interesting to see this from
Zeri
the blue side. Yeah, I don't think we've seen a Zeri blue side ban this entire day, so their first pick has to be worthwhile.
Yeah, maybe walking towards again. Clement, I haven't looked as much at 12.3. Caitlyn obviously not looked at as much. Did we get some nerfs there? Is that why? My brain stuck in 12.2. Taco, step away from the camera. I feel like yeah.
I like this interaction. The reason that you would kind of not want to get Zeri first pick is if you wanted to get Xin Zhao and suppress 665. Xin Zhao is the premier duelist in this patch, so if you take that and you can make sure that 665 doesn't get to develop, then you take away the main damage dealer on NMFT. I think MFT read that strategy very well. They themselves now ban the Xin Zhao, and we go into more of an even state. The other big point to notice is definitely going to be the 80 carries from both sides. Whale and Blaze carry the team in terms of their damage potential. So if junglers are going to be semi-neutralized here, maybe we could be seeing more focus into the bottom lane.
Okay, well, the Thresh is already being hovered once again here. The Gwen is a safe blind. Aphelios instead of the Jinx. Clement, you know the other return here for Impunity, if Blaze wants to return on something that's been seen all day, let's be quite honest. One game already played to the Jinx would make sense. And Blaze, worth noting that he's played a different 80 carry every game. So we're going to have a double up somewhere.
Yeah, I believe he was forced to play a Ziggs. Was that Blaze?
Yep, that
I think it was. Yeah. So he could be going back to that one. The Jinx is far more standard. I would prefer the Jinx in this instance. In terms of MFT, we do have to remember that this Gwen, very high possibilities actually going back into the jungle. You don't really see Gwens being too enthusiastic about the Tryndamere matchup. So we'll have to track where that one goes. Usually we do see kind of the support trade at this point into the matchup. But MFT, again, they run a very different strategy where their mid laner is almost purely support. So we have seen him run just trying to follow up on 665. So we have seen him run a lot of things like the Renekton and the Galio to kind of catch up. Right now, both of them are unavailable. So we could see kind of a narrowing of his champion pool. I think something like Set could still be possible, but I'm not really sure what we have in the cards here.
I mean, I guess as well, you're talking about what can influence the map. Rise is still available, as we've seen plenty of today. So that's been played before by Wen. I'm very curious because both mid laners love this pick. Faith as well. A couple of games already on it now. We've got a Diana, we've got a Tryndamere here, Clement. We know that Tryndamere can be flexed around, but more importantly, we know it wants to go on the Gwen if it's taken in the solo lane. I like that you pull out the jungle point. I don't see much jungle Gwen in the LPL, but I know over here, you guys have been playing around with it a little bit, so we'll have to keep our eyes peeled as that set. You already talked about it. Gwen is going to lose that as well.
I don't think the set versus Gwen and Gwen combo really made a lot of sense to me. But, you know, I think Impunity are just making sure that they keep their entire bases covered. And that's been a huge problem for MFT. They really are lacking in terms of standard champion pools for both Whale and Wen. So if you ban away most of these champions, it's a big question mark on what Wen still has left into the tank. And not only is he limited by the fact that you know, he doesn't play a lot of the standard stuff, he could be also playing with a non-existent jungler for the early game with the Gwen. So I feel like Impunity, in terms of what we see in the standard meta, have built themselves a very strong footing. This is clearly a triple dive composition with that execution possibility, and also taking away Vex that I feel like shares very similar characteristics to what we see in the Galio in her ability to kind of catch up to the jungler with her Shadow Surge.
So then my question to you is it just a Rise angle? Do you just pull this out, give yourself another source of AP damage as well?
You mean Rise for MFT?
Yes, I do.
I don't see it as that strong of a pick for MFT, if I'm being completely honest, but at the same time, I have really no idea what Wen plays outside of these champions. Like, everything that fits his build has been taken away by Impunity, and it's a very clear focus here from Impunity to just clamp down on that champion pool, make sure Faith has an easy time here.
Yeah, because so far, so good. You already talked about the triple dive to enhance that as well. Yes,
let's go.
Let's drop it in. Yes, they do. Diana, Yasuo, Clement, what adds dive to dive? Yasuo does.
And Rakan, that would be spicy.
That'd be huge. That'd be so... And Clement, I'd say ease of execution. Press your alt button.
Yeah, very simple to do. And I feel like MFT, we have seen them play super aggressive and in your face. Now they're on the flip side and they have to play defensive around their AD carry. This is not a style that they have been known for. Also, if you take a look at their jungle pick, you know, 665 could still go for the Divine Sunderer, but that's not really the priority build. You do need to be rather far ahead to make that work out. And in the meantime, Wen also picks, you know, a Sylas, which frankly doesn't have the best of laning phases against someone like the Yasuo. So this is a very tough composition to pull off. I feel like MFT have tremendous scaling, but their mid game is so difficult to play.
You're right, unless you get an early lead, a step up from Impunity that kind of throws away the early game. You were talking before about how these two teams, their early game has been a big weakness. For Impunity, it feels like this gives them a lot of agency, Clement. Tryndamere on the top side is a priority pick. We get the Diana that's been banned away all day, paired up with the Yasuo as well. A strong mid 2v2, and especially when you hit 6 around these early neutrals, there's a lot of all-in potential and the dive ability. You can go so many different directions.
There's not much you can do if you're getting picked off. I don't feel like they have fast responses coming in from the side of NFT. You don't have things that can just kind of save you from a bad situation. There's no Thresh on this composition. Was it a Thresh? No, there wasn't, right? No. Okay, yeah, I don't think there was a Thresh or a Tom Kench. Those are your two main carries that can kind of bail you out of that last breath situation, but you know, neither of them are really available, and I feel like we have a situation where MFT really have to hang on until very late into the game. They still have great side lane options with the Gwen and the Sylas, but honestly, these are different sources of carry potential that we haven't yet seen from this new team.
No, we haven't. Again, MFT sitting at 2-2. I was telling you all, my surprise, joining the league, watching Meta Falcon team do so well. I think importantly enough as well, Impunity, a team that have got some names on it that some local fans will love, but have started 0-4. This feels like a really good draft to potentially start them off with a win here, Clement. You've already you've already shown your favor here as to how the draft looks and to how Impunity have the tools to work with. You talked about great scaling in the late game for MFT. For Impunity as well, are they going to let them get there? That's my biggest question. How does this laning phase go? How do these fights go? And will it be over in an instant if Impunity have their say? Let's hope, Clement, because games so far tonight have been bangers. Let's add another one to the list.
The early game for me is where MFT could claw themselves back and get themselves a good cushion to go into that late game. Diana, not really a good fighter, and we see 665 here, you know, going for the press the attack. So this is what we've seen from him a couple of times now. He's really trying to bank on the fact of that solo potential that you get with this rune, and also the exposed damage that you get when ganking. So I expect a very active early game from 665, and just trying to make sure that he can keep the Diana combo as delayed as possible.
So then talk to me about these neutrals, because from my understanding, a 6 has already been talked about from Impunity, but the early game through laning phase, you mean? That's when MFT kind of come alive and they need to snowball this, you're saying, so that the mid game feels a bit easier with the comp they've drafted.
Yeah, for MFT, what usually happens is they get bludgeoned in lane, but once they start moving across the map, they actually have very good coordination. Their target selection is great. I think that was a very small snippet of the coordination we're talking about, making sure Taco gets the, I believe he got the EXP to level him up to level 2 on the first wave. So it is potential to see a big trade coming down here from Taco. And to take a look at his runes, he has very aggressive runes here, running the Ignite, no TP, plus the Ghost. So he's trying to fight fire with fire here.
Yeah, it really is. So it goes more towards that early game you're talking about and how they can get off the ground. For Faith on the Yasuo, an exciting pick to run with Diana on Taco's side. Guys, remember, it's going to be a hard game talking about both Tacos, importantly enough, especially if Taco ganks Taco up on the top side. Good little trade here from Wen. Response not coming through from Faith. So you talked about Yasuo having a good time in this lane, Clement, if you want to elaborate.
Yeah, I feel like earlier on, Yasuo does have kind of the poke potential here, and it's not happening on your screen right now, obviously. But yeah, I think just as kind of like a physical AD carry that can move around and harass a little bit easier, he does have a bit of a stronger early game. Silas is really, you're kind of banking on his later game portion where he has tremendous HP scaling. That's the thing that people don't really think about when they think about Silas, is that the reason he's such a good late game carry is because he has a very short ultimate cooldown. He can just get ults and ults and ults, and he has tremendous HP scaling. I believe it's the highest in the game, like over 100.
Wow.
I think it's at like 110 or 115. It's absolutely insane. So he is rather weaker early on. He starts with lower base, but he scales up into much higher highs here. And, you know, he does have mana concerns earlier on. We can already see him burning through double pots. So I do expect Faith to win this lane out, just by the fact that, you know, he is running Ignite. He has kind of AD carry early that's more reliant on auto attacks. And in the meantime, for MFT, they have to sort of equalize out that Silas with the volley bear, and you can see, I think 665 doing a really good job in trying to check that Diana.
But Faith not really giving any angles right now. A deep ward put down anyway. For 665, giving him an angle potentially for bot, but Taco doing the same up to Taco in the top lane.
Taco,
now Taco's gonna be, yeah, he's gonna be walking into brush. Now Quiet's there. It's a bit obvious though, and so Tacos are gonna meet. Oh, they are.
I do think that Taco saw Taco's scrying orb, and now Taco is punching Taco.
So Taco actually flashes. Which Taco was it? Excuse me, no Taco flash. No summoners from Taco either. As Wen comes through the mid lane, good win walk here from Faith. 665 just going to be walking up towards the top side as Taco's there, but he's backing away. The other Taco gone too.
Yep, you know, Faith is relentless trying to get his CS, and MFT, I forgot to mention here, but they are playing a new support today as well in Renhao. Epoch sitting on the bench this time. And we will see what they get out of this bottom lane. I think so far their bottom lane laning string has been a bit of concern. So maybe Renhao can bring a little bit more oomph in that department. In the meantime, I really like this play from Taco, just zoning out Taco. And I don't know why, but I'm getting addicted to saying this. This is actually really easy.
Oh,
for
God.
I'm sorry.
Oh, man. man.
What I wanted to say is, because Taco is not running TP, it makes a lot of sense for Taco to zone him out here.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry. I can't help myself.
That's okay, dude. There's going to be much more of it as Taco's actually burned the ghost from the top side. Quite in a bit of trouble. True damage comes through. A level disadvantage, but lethal tempo activated and ready to go. Quiet sent to his turret. That's a nice little trade there from the Gwen in the top lane.
Very well done. Has the extra back on top of Quiet, so was able to just bully him out here. And unfortunately, Faith really isn't getting enough support from the Diana. This is kind of what we expected. Volibear should be able to control this lane. However, no kills really found just yet either.
Yeah, laning phases just continue on. CS lead in the mid lane brewing. Top side as well. That's going to be a decent one as Quiet. Taco's going to be getting level 6. And look, 665's coming to the top lane. A blast cone to be taken or a brush to be spotted. Quiet going to have to run for his life. He has flash available. And 665 now just zoning out the Tryndamere. I mean, Taco gets a free turret plating and more.
Yeah, I really think you need the other Taco up here in the top lane. But they are going to send Pingwei instead, just to make sure that Quiet can at least hit level 6. That should expel any chance of the tower dive coming in. And it was really well done by MFT. What we have seen from 665 is that he is leeching EXP from his solo laners is part of their strategy. It's not, in most other teams you see this as kind of a disadvantage for your solo laners, but not on this team because the main carry is 665 anyway. So
right.
He just hovers his lanes constantly, and he does get a really good punish onto Quiet.
Did you say 665 does more damage than his solo lanes? Was that what you said before?
Yes. 665 does more damage than, not his two solo laners combined.
No.
That more damage than his top laner and more damage than his mid lane.
Yeah, no, combined would be stupid. But yeah, that's still a massive stat, and you can see 665 been running the map a bit, even starting up an early Dragon. 7 minutes in, Cloud Dragon going to go down, and that's because Renhao and Whale were able to get the push down in the bottom lane. They move up and coordinate their efforts. Clement, 47 seconds until Herald spawns. So that's the next thing I'm looking at because Faith and Taco will both have their ultimates available. That combination that I wanted to see. Walk me through what the Herald fight looks like. I feel like a skirmish is brewing.
What I see out of the Herald fight is MFT should not go near it.
Okay.
That's essentially what I see out of it. Like, the combo potential is too difficult to deal with, and Impunity really have a lot of chances to kind of avoid a counterattack here as well. You can't focus down Quiet. He can play super aggressive here. Like, what are you going to do against Quiet if he just runs into your face? If you stand there attacking him, then the combo is going to follow up with the Moonfall. So it's much easier to execute on all cylinders for Impunity, and I do expect them to make a very strong push here.
Okay, well, you heard it here. MFT should not contest this one, even with level 6 going down on 665. They've got a ward on it for now, and you can see that Taco is moving directly up the river. Faith following him as well. And Pinway's made the move, while MFT's bottom lane, Clement, actually staying in the wave. So I like this respect paid, this understanding. Taco on top of Quiet once again, that they're going to just look for turret plating within the lane, knowing they've already lost it.
Yeah, I feel like this is a very good move on their end. It's always bad to give Yasuo kills earlier on. He's a very snowbally type of champion, and Faith has played a lot of Yasuo in the past, and back in 2018, this was one of his go-tos. We heard in the rumor mill that he is more of a mage player these days, but once a Yasuo player, always a Yasuo player. So he still has that in his pocket pick.
Well,
meanwhile, they do get one plating, so not a terrible loss for MFT.
Hoping for a little bit more there, but I believe Blaze was just clearing the waves in Q form. Quiet now ignited down top lane. Starts off with an needlework, the flash into range. But Taco knows that's expiring. He's got another piece of needlework as he can't layer it down. And the ghost popped as well. Someone has burnt in the top lane. So Mega Death Rocket flying through. The camera wants it to connect, but forward goes Taco. Quiet still getting the slow down though. Can he 1v1 this anymore? I'm not too sure, but the other Taco wants to make it a 2.
There can only be one Taco on the roof, and here he comes with the Herald.
And look at the dive in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, 665 knows what's going on as Blaze, the first target and the first blood. MFT, want a second onto Pinway. Flash forward, no wonder he does the most damage. He absolutely destroyed him as Taco v Taco action. A fiesta of all sorts up in that top side. nets a trade kill.
Yeah, it's very interesting on the escape coming in from Taco. He actually tried to go in from the back line, see if Gwen does it.
I think he can 1v2 Clement, but doesn't want to actually take it into account. The Undying Rage was stolen away, but you said there can only be one Taco. We now know who the real Taco is.
Let's watch this play again. Taco tries to make an escape here, unsuccessfully. Quiet, very close to death, doesn't really have his ultimate there, and he does bait out the Moonfall. Nowhere to go for him. I feel like it was just, destined to go that way, as his team gets a lot out of the bot lane, so overall I feel like that is a winning trade on the side of MFT. They take down a tower to 2 plates without using a Herald, and they do get the 2 extra kills too, so it does seem like Meta Falcon gets the better side of that.
And again, off the back of 665 making the play, we have been talking this guy up through this early game quite a lot. It feels like 665 is still the lifeblood of this team. He's now set up with a kill up in this early game as well. Clement went for the Lucidity boots nice and early. Now, I don't always see that on the Volibear jungle, so definitely looking for that rotation of spells a little bit sooner.
Yeah, I feel like this is just a tempo buy, and you'll see him switch it out in the later phases of the game, but he just wants to make sure he gets that timing onto the bot lane correct. And, to his credit, he does make the play happen here, so nothing to dislike about this. Taco getting a little bit more Taco love here.
Yeah, he is, and Faith is here for the ride as well. The last breath, that's already quiet to pop the ulti. As he goes through to Taco, look at this, Gwen play it out, but Faith gets his own. Going immune for now until the other Taco gets his feel. We're getting so hungry for this one. And Impunity keep diving top lane.
Yeah, this is... I almost feel like it's a little over-aggressive at this point, because...
Is it personal, Clement?
It could be. It definitely could be.
Give me my IGN back. You know what I mean? Like, that's not fair.
The question really is, what is MFT going to trade back at this point? It does look like Drake and Tower, which... I actually feel like MFT don't even, it's not even that bad of a trade when you have your Aphelios ahead in this sense. We do have a lot of gold going over to Quiet, so maybe they can turn that into a snowballing push lane. But like you said, I guess it is personal, so we'll see how much they can get out of it.
Clement, Whale on that note, you just mentioned he's going to be looking for the gold trade. Taco on the top lane, he's defending well. 1v2 with Ghost and Ignite available, still going forward.
He pops
Ignite's
it.
Down. Taco, he did take that personally. Snip, snip down. Clement, we are having Mexican food tonight.
They had no cooldowns. They still try to brute force that. That was, remember how I just said I feel like they're over-focusing on this top lane? They're kind of tunneling a little bit because of the Taco name. That's a pretty good example of it. The first play is probably understandable. The second play was just so weird. They're trying to force feed Quiet into a winning position, but I don't think they really need to give up so much on the rest of the map to accomplish this.
And remember, we're in draft, you talked about, hey, MFT, they have opportunities to get ahead early, really build up momentum, and that mid game that looks so troublesome, if the game keeps going like this, forget it, doesn't matter. Silas, what 665 can do with his options won't really exist if Impunity overdive or keep trading off for the bottom lane, because gold is now on the side of MFT. There's 2 dragons for an Ocean Soul game. It feels like they're in a pretty good position to move into mid game comfortably.
And we do have to remember, MFT actually don't mind if you're trying to play a 1-3-1 style game plan. Like, trading side lanes is perfectly fine. The only thing they're super worried about is the wombo combo coming out from Impunity and Yasuo getting too far ahead. So just opening up the map up like this, I really don't see it as being all that bad from MFT. They're hyper-feeding their Aphelios at this point. Whale has gotten solo tower in the bot side, and he's up on farm, up on kills, has his mythic already. It's not too bad for MFT overall, and I think Impunity, they do have to make good use out of this Herald. I feel like if Yasuo doesn't get ahead in this meta, he actually can feel a little bit weak. Yone, in my opinion, is actually a much stronger champion. MFT could be walking themselves into trouble.
Well, 665 walks in first onto Quiet. He's the target over the wall. Everybody in the quickness as well. Those ultis trigger, but in the backline, Taco doing the dirty work. Now that they're gone MFT, they're getting burnt out, but look at the Gwen. Taco action at its finest. A double kill already going down. Running for the hills is Quiet, but Blaze needs to clean this up. Gwen's still dangerous, but not with Pinway on the way. And Impunity, Clement, turn it around with their explosive tactics.
Yeah, MFT, they just walk headfirst into that trap there. Impunity were set, ready, and waiting. They get a pretty good ultimate out of the last breath. Last breath only hit one person, but the Moonfall follow-up was really good here. Let's watch this again. 665 takes a lot of damage right off the bat, and unfortunately for Whale, he does not manage to land the Moonlight Vigil, I believe. So it goes, it was stopped by the wind wall. Very well done there by FaZe, just predicting that play and knowing that was going to come over. So missing key ultimates in this one. Quiet, he's very low priority in terms of taking aggro here, and he gets to clean up the rest of the map. Overall, I just feel like MFT didn't need to contest that as hard as they did. They didn't have vision control. The enemy team was already stacked up in position. And it was a great play from Faith to get his team snowballing.
I'll be honest, I focused on the wrong Taco in that fight. The Diana was beautiful. 3-man ulti that comes down. And you mentioned the wind wall. Nice little niche detail there, Clement. Because now Gold switch back around. Impunity have themselves a Rift Herald, I believe? No. Wait, who got the Herald? Who put it down? Maybe it was already put down in the replay. Maybe I'm absolutely blind. You're going to have to tell me. I'm not sure if you caught that one, but after all said and done,
it should have gone to Impunity. I believe MFT were a little too late to that one, so it's probably already used up on... I don't know where it was used, though. That's really interesting.
Hey, Clement, I'll bring you back to a more important point. We can talk about Herald a little bit later.
Okay.
Dragon's up in 40 seconds, and we know how Impunity run their comp. As gold difference at the bottom of our screen, ignore that. That looks like a very at-home gold graph for me. Impunity's all in. Pinway's ulti, as we saw there, Faith's ulti, Taco, it all comes together. It's all the mosh pit that if MFT walk into, the game feels like it's over.
Yeah, MFT, they have a very difficult mid-game to contend against. Very interesting, they do have the Turbo Ken tank, so maybe the play is trying to go for a pick on the periphery.
He's face checking. The Trinity face checking, insta stun. He's going to have to burn the ulti, but there we go again! The last breath of a Moonfall is instantaneous, but Impunity getting turned around, or they haven't done all the damage they needed to, and Whale was able to fight back along with the other Taco. A big deal. Clement, it looked so good, but they didn't hit the right members.
That was great from Wen. Taking away the quickness from Rakan was exactly what they needed there. They got great counter engage. They slowed down the entire follow-up from the last breath, and Impunity just didn't have enough time to get the damage through. So even though it looked like a pretty good, upfront positioning here, I don't think they got a lot of value. And in the meantime, Taco just gets perfect positioning onto the Jinx. So absolutely no follow-up. The quickness stops everyone. Impunity afterwards gets slowed down by Taco. An easy chase down coming in from the rest of the squad. Very well done. I didn't expect them to be able to claw out a win in a mid-game team fight, but MFT proved me wrong, and they're now close to a Dragon Soul. What?
And I think also, like with the 3 dragons, good point. I want to pull out that Whale's gold that's been channeled into him is making a difference too. With how quick they can get the return kills, if Whale's not touched, that 2 item with now Collector on the 80 carry of MFT, that's a very big issue that Blaze is trying to catch up on, trying to get his second item himself. Aphelios is crazy in these fights, Clement, and there's a lot of burst in a small AoE area too that I think Impunity need to be wary of when they send in everyone with the ultis.
Yeah, I feel like Impunity are going to try again relatively soon. Just use that window when Whale doesn't have his flash available. The next fight should be a lot easier for them to kind of execute, but they do have to pick their targets. What we saw in the previous one is they just went all in right onto Renhao, and Nautilus is... he's perfectly happy to sit there and throw out his ultimate, CC everyone in that instance. So I do think they need to be a little bit more subtle with their engage in this point, and someone has to be taking care of Blaze. They can't just be all forward. Blaze didn't have room to do anything in that fight. He had Taco sitting right on top of him, and I don't blame him for backing out. There's literally nothing he can do.
Which is why I guess the rapid fire cannon It's going to be a big second item here, Clement, so we can buy a bit more space and get a couple of these key autos off without moving into range. We're going to be waiting for the next fight, though, and Baron up in 10 seconds, 3 minutes until the Dragon. And the biggest thing for me is that for MFT, they're now on sole point. You mentioned it before. A very big deal considering that Impunity have to fight for the next Dragon, and sure, they might not mind it considering they're in the mid-game here. But MFT are still pretty dangerous, and I don't know, the fights haven't been going as quickly as we expected.
Yeah, I think a big problem with what's happened so far is that, unfortunately, Faith just has not gotten the kills. Yasuo is a champion that does need to snowball a bit to have the same oomph as his counterparts on the map. And
he needs
right
10
now he's
deaths,
still...
Clement. That's the issue. He hasn't got enough deaths as a Yasuo. That's when you get the real power spike to 0-10.
I'm not sure if that's how Australian Yasuos work, but...
No, that's how all Yasuos work. That's how all Yasuo... It's not just us upside down people that need to see Yasuos in. It's everyone across the world. NA especially, I'll tell you what, their server, housing some pretty good Yasuos themselves. Hey, what is happening? What is this?
They're death brushing. I don't think MFT are going to go there, and I don't feel like Impunity are even that fast at taking Baron right now, so don't really see a huge reason why MFT would fall for this one. And yeah, they aren't.
Anyway. So, all right. Well, Death Brush averted, and I thought it was going to build up to something a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm MFT, that's kind of an obvious bluff. Like, sure, there's a lot of damage on Impunity, but are they really going to risk funneling against a fed Aphelios? Probably not. So, yeah, I think MFT just, push the lanes, stay safe, and they just wait for the next trade. The game plan is super easy there. I will say, however, like, at this junction in the game, I still feel like Impunity have a great chance to just wombo combo to death MFT. You look, there's still no Guardian's Angel on Aphelios. It's still pretty easy to take down at this point, and as long as they don't mess up their positioning like the last time, if they can get a backline target, if they start on Wen or Whale, it should be almost an instant wipe.
Okay. Well, a couple of their big wombos so far haven't included Whale. That one before in front of Herald, it was a very different story, but those opportunities don't always come around. IMP pinging on top of the Baron. They know there's vision in the back of the pit. That control ward going to stop 2 out of the 3 wards, and Pinway going to clear that control ward as Taco finds another. So right now, drawing MFT around to the Baron. They're actually going to start this one up, Clement. And IMP, he said they don't do it too fast. Well, we'll see with Faith getting away.
They do a lot of damage, but the positioning here is terrible if they do get caught in a fight.
6-5 is just walking in. Stormbringer as well can go over the wall. He's charmed. They're trying to burst it down. Hit in the air. He goes in. 136 to smite a bit early. Worth an attempt as IMP decide to 50-50 the Baron. Like absolute chads, but there's an Ocean Soul coming up, and they have to reset.
I don't think they're going to get it. I think this is just a trade straight for the inhibitor here. So, very interesting call. It felt extremely risky to me, but Impunity still somehow pulled it off. It did come down to a smite fight, an even level smite fight at that, so you can tell I'm not a huge fan of this play, and they're also giving over Dragon Soul, but we'll see what the continuation here. They do have a sudden burst of power on the map, though. They can use this to take down a ton of towers and make sure they have a solid gold lead.
But then, Clement, if this doesn't work, if they can't break the base here, do you not just sacrifice the potential game? Is this like them throwing a Hail Mary for the sake of speeding up the game again?
I will say the Ocean Soul probably doesn't matter given their team composition. They're wombo combo anyway. Like, the fight's supposed to be over in an instant.
Hey, that's a good point.
The sustained, maybe not a huge factor for them. It's still big, though. I'm not going to lie. Like, having the Ocean Soul in the fight, it's still pretty big. Like, if Wen somehow stays alive, or if, like, Whale stays alive, he's going to be full health in a couple of seconds. So, it's a super risky trade. And this is kind of my biggest gripe about Impunity. I feel like their Baron trades have been super risky. It's not exactly my cup of tea. But hey, maybe they'll make it work.
Yeah, we'll see. At this point as well, with the skepticism from us, note that Impunity still have the 4K gold lead just about here at 24 minutes. Excuse me. And we do have Quiet with 3 items. So the Tryndamere that was set up for success up in that top lane with the constant dives, despite Taco getting 1 back at that tier 2, there is a huge sidelaner from Quiet and Clement. I'm kind of questioning why Quiet is still grouping up with the team rather than putting on side lane pressure, if you want to alleviate some of those questions for me.
I think for this play, they're just like kind of grouping for a 4-1, and they're just going to sweep downwards. It's just about immediate gold for them. I feel like if you're giving over Soul for Baron, that has to be your just short-term strategy, is just kind of use this to snowball the game into oblivion here. I feel like for MFT, they're just playing for stops. They can give over the tower, but they want to do so slowly, and they don't want to lose any of the inhibitor towers.
Buy themselves some of that time. You talk about 20 seconds till Baron expires. They still haven't broken the base, though. Snowballing into oblivion, possible if they get a pick on the back end as Blaze gets excited. Walks forward, but the Baron about to expire. Still 5,000 gold for a Baron play is massive. And now I guess we wait until an Elder, which it won't matter if you have an Ocean Soul. With the gold lead, with your huge gap in items, maybe that plan comes into fruition and you're able to end it there.
If they make it work, it really is some 5-head macro that just completely escapes me. You know, trading Baron for Soul and doing a 50-50 Baron for that play. Like, oh, a lot of things could have gone wrong there. I'm pretty happy for Impunity that they didn't. But, you know, this is really the moment of truth coming in on the next play here. At this point, Whale does a lot of damage here. I really want to see Whale at least, you know, go for a stopwatch before he goes into this next fight. We'll see if he does try to itemize for that. There's still a little bit more time on the Elder, 2 minutes towards the Elder. Setting up for the Death Brush here is interesting, but it could backfire.
It could. 665 going to get out with a Crescent Strike. Taco was in the pit as well. Note that Elder doesn't spawn for 1:45. Baron for another 2 minutes and 5 seconds too. So right now, just grouping up for a potential pick that leads to gold, that stabilizes the game, slows it down for MFT. Snowballs it further for IMP. Because I feel like if IMP get another pick here, Clement, they break open the base. That snowball they talk about is huge, and they're looking for the brush. No! Okay, Taco got out.
Good try, good try.
Yeah,
I actually like this try because they're burning a cooldown that's going to be up again at the Elder. So that was a very, very low-risk play that could have netted them big. I actually like that macro play.
Well, Clement, you've been saying this game that, you know, you've been liking what IMP put together. However, MFT, we've come to this state where we're getting towards the late game. Now, you were talking about the scaling and what this team does. They do have an Ocean Soul. Yes, it's not as impactful because IMP have Burst. We're going to come back to the fact that if Elder either gets delayed or gets taken by MFT to steal or pushes IMP off with a pick, this game changes its state very quickly, and we start changing our stance on what IMP will do in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, the next fight is going to be absolutely critical, and there's a couple things that we need to break down here. Number one, Yasuo is a complete tank. Like, he's meant to just cast his wind wall, and he has no damage at this point. He really isn't a factor coming into this next fight. The real target should always be Quiet. Like, Quiet is the one that is going to go into your backline. He does have a Navori Quick Blade for lots of spins very early on. So I feel like MFT, if they want to portion their crowd control, portioning it on Quiet is going to be the #1 priority for them. And they also have to kite back quite well. So we do have the stopwatch like I wanted onto Whale. That's going to be absolutely massive for him to avoid the crowd control. Yep. And, you know, we'll see how this one goes as...
Gale Force forward from Whale, wanted to find Blaze, he uses his own. So it's ulti from Whale that won't be alive for this Elder, for this Baron. Clement, Blaze just had to use his Gale Force, so I guess a net positive trade for IMP.
Yeah, like, Impunity, they really don't need that Gale Force for Blaze to disengage. Like, his team is trying to go forward. At the same time, we have a interesting play again. Tryndamere is not going to join this fight. Neither top laner has a TP this game. And they are trying to risk it for the biscuit once more. I don't think 50-50ing it here is necessary. I almost feel like Impunity can just play for the Elder. When you're playing on blue side for the Elder, it does mean that you have these open ramps that MFT have to walk down towards. And with their current gold lead, they should be able to force River Vision and force MFT to funnel towards them.
Which they're doing right now, clearing out vision towards the Elder. Spawned in front of them, Ping's getting slammed down. If Quiet backs, which of course he will not, he wouldn't be able to make his way back into the fight. Clement already mentioned the TPs here as MFT have done their due diligence. Elder trade, I'm not sure if it's going to be worth. MFT baiting it out for now. And IMP have to pay the respect. They have to come and check this and make sure it's not being done.
Yeah, the problem here is I felt like they should have established vision on this side of the map a little bit earlier. Elder is going to take priority over Baron, I think, any day of the week in this situation. So the tables are sort of flipped here, where Impunity now are the ones that have to funnel themselves into the river. Definitely not where they want to be. Quiet is spotted out as well. Very close call right there. So I feel like Impunity right now are caught in a more difficult position, because if MFT start, they still have to come down here. Like, MFT have the right of way here. And how are they going to do it when they're the ones that are supposed to find flanks into the back line and they're late to the party?
And look at where the Dragon is that gets bursted down. Taco in a weird position. He has Flash and Moonfall available. 5Ks are going in. The quickness set up the face of Wombo's and Moonfall as well. Right now burning down the back line. 665. The jungler is destroyed. Taco on top of FaZe while the rest of Impunity blow them up. But Whale doing a hell of a time. He'll go down too as the full-blown ace comes through. And Clement, Pinway starts it all to end.
It doesn't even matter. That was great play from the entire team there, and I feel like a lot of members knew exactly what their job was. Faith just walks right in front of Whale, slams the wind wall down. There's no damage done for them. They pick off the first 2 carries right off the bat with the Wombo combo, and then they move to mow the entire team down. You know, Impunity this time around, I have to say their macro play in the end does work out. They get their first win in the PCS, maybe their first win at 665, not enough to stop.
Can't do it, but Clement, you're right. Their first win here, 0-4, broken as Impunity play it out with one beautiful team fight. Everybody in for the bounce house, and you love to see it when it goes right, especially in front of that Elder. Started thinking that MFT were just going to bide their time and it was all going to go downhill. So nice to see that a team that you were talking up that didn't feel as bad as their score was letting on have finally bridged that gap a little bit more on the PCS.
Always felt like Impunity were the ones with the most creativity coming into the drafts, and they were the one team that actually drew the game out the longest against CTBC's Flying Oyster. So you knew they had the potential in terms of the strategic side. It was just the sort of the laning phase a lot of the times. They're starting an average a negative 2,900 gold at 15. That really was kind of weighing them down in terms of their options. But this game, I felt like it was, you know, the laning phase obviously wasn't that much of an issue for them earlier on, and there wasn't enough of a snowball, I think, from 665. I think this will be a strategy that a lot of other teams try to emulate, where they just target out when in this case there's basically no champions for him to play left, none of his usual stuff. And they also had 665. They took away his Diana and made him play more of a tank, which, you know, is not where MFT get their damage from.
That's true. I mean, the highest damage source out of the solo lanes, right? So we were talking a lot about this jungler and how he could influence the map. Now, of course, the mid game struck true. Before we got into the ultra late game, the scaling that comes in, how hard it would have been. Impunity, I guess the trade for Ocean Dragon didn't matter in the end, as you talked about, like the big 5-head trade. They end up getting the big team fight in front of the Elder anyway, so it didn't matter. And better Taco won in the end.
Yeah. I think it really came down to the last team fight where they were able to snipe out. I believe Silas actually got killed before using his ultimate right there. So, unfortunately, they weren't able to counter the quickness with the quickness. And just that one-shot punch, you take the 4v5, the wind wall neutralizes the Felios completely. Unfortunately for MFT, they didn't have enough time to back out, and I think they were hesitating a little bit on how to set up that fight correctly. It should have been Nautilus right there in the front. You know, he probably has a stopwatch there. You put him out in front as kind of like a sacrificial lamb, and then you focus down the Elder. Like, that's kind of what you want to do in that situation, but it was definitely one over in an instance. That's the thing about Wombo Combo. It's very, very taxing on both teams, on their positioning and their instant decision making.
And again, when you see it work in action, it looks so good. But yeah, decision making is everything. And in that game, seeing the finale around the Elder Dragon couldn't be so bittersweet. Clement, as we round out this game, I mean, straight away, I feel like you got to give, I think MVP goes to support, right? After what we've seen, and we didn't talk too much about Pinway coming in through today. Was it his first time in the league? Or it's not the league, sorry.
It was his first time. They did run with Krelix for all of their previous games.
Okay, so coming in a very big way on that Rakan, the pile on, beautiful. Face didn't do as much as press ult, but Pinway was setting it up each and every time with his angles. So I think he gets a lot of credit here for his debut in the PCS for this year.
I definitely agree with you. It's just showcasing that some small changes here and there can really boost the team up. I think with this performance, we're going to get a lot more of a Pinway time going into the future for Impunity. And this is what I love about this team is, you know, sure, like, if you line them up against a lot of other teams, they might not stand up as well. But in terms of creativity and drafting cohesive team compositions, they're always up there with the best. And wow, this game, you can see the usual sources of damage not there for MFT. 4,000 from their jungler and 3,000 from that Silas. That's not exactly what I expected to see.
No, but again, lines up with what you kind of told us was not within the regular champion pool. MFT struggling a little bit there after those ultis in front of Herald, even a couple down in the bottom side that could have been a lot worse. Impunity winning a draft that, you know, we've highlighted enough here today. So it was a group effort across the board. And yet Pinway gets MVP. Clement, this is well deserved when those engages most of the time started with him.
Yeah, that was beautiful to watch coming in. We don't get a lot of recons these days, but I still feel like he's a very good champion. We see the Shurelya's Reverie being built across a lot of them, just giving that extra move speed to catch up. And with an 85% kill participation, I definitely think we will be seeing this youngster more on the battlefield.
Hope so. Impunity running their new support. Big news here today as they move off 0-4. Now only Hurricane Gaming and Sem9 are the teams without a game win in the PCS. And the best
and
thing
we will end that today.
Yeah, one of them staying on 0, and I'm honestly not too sure who it is. But bridging that gap a little bit, because you and I at the start of broadcast were talking about the fact that these teams like Flying Oyster, Deep Cross Gaming, Talon, J-Team are just flying ahead. Well, maybe not as much as we thought here. A couple more games to go here tonight, Clement, as you said. Hurricane Gaming and S9. One of them has to end the curse. One of them.
Yeah, one of them. We'll see who. I'm leaning a little bit towards Sem9.
Yeah?
No, actually Hurricane Gaming. I'm leaning a little bit more towards Hurricane Gaming. I'm going to change it.
That was so
it's
quick.
Hurricane Gaming for me.
You changed so quickly. We'll talk about that more after the break. Who's going to get their first series win right after this on the PCS.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS Spring Split for 2022. Week 2, Day 2 number here, sponsored by CTBC Bank and Caliber. Big thank you out to Right Games, Carry Live Co, Garena for PCS League operation and the full production all round. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Mr. Clement K. Chu, Bummer 2000. So welcome back.
Don't.
Good to have you. Dude, every time, you must be used to it by now. Every single time I talk to Lyric, that is your name. So I'm going to bring it forward. Hey, we got the battle of the bottom coming up. You and I have gotten all the way through some of the banger games, some of the throw games we've gone through. But now, Hurricane Gaming going up against Sem9. Somebody's got to get a win.
And this is the spicy one, you know? It always feels like all the teams, they take a long way to finally meet each other. We're going to get it at week 2 fairly early on. And I have to say that, for me, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Hurricane Gaming. Hear me out just a little bit. I think in terms of their lane breakdown, they have a little stronger laning strength in the top lane with ICU and in the bot lane with Bang2 as well. However, in the mid lane is where Sem9 are probably going to get the advantage. Lazar, he's had some really tough matchups, but we can see that he's clearly playing for those assassins. And Arashi, I feel like, is hands down the better jungler in this matchup. So I expect that 2v2 to go the way of Sem9, and I expect ICU on the red side to get counterpicked and just try to stomp through.
Well, I hope so, because earlier on when we saw Sem9 against DCG, Deep Cross Gaming absolutely blasted any semblance of a mid 2v2 or any semblance of Arashi getting his jungle. Now, cringe tactics, maybe you could call it that with the Bard Smite, but either way, Arashi didn't get to play. So, Clement, you talk about the strength of mid, Lazar in his laning. Let's see if he can actually do something to Chacha, mate. Yeah, Chacha. Okay, we got that. Again, another great name. You guys have got amazing names. Even ICU. I'm not sure if it stands for Intensive Care Unit or actually just ICU. Either way, if he's putting on a clinic in the top lane, some kind of hospital service has to be called.
Yeah, there's so many different ways to do it, but the real one and the real origin of this name is Aurelia Carries You. Like, there's a lot of them across different regions, but that's also his name. So there goes ICU in the top lane. He has been a very interesting player because we've seen the Jaces and the Jaxes come out from this guy. So he is definitely very willing to go into that carry role. And Hurricane Gaming are playing on the red side this time around. So I do expect some counters to go up against Shiromine on the other end. And talking about Bang2, he's also had some very good performances. Everybody mentions the Ezreal. So the only problem is, you know, is Chacha going to have a steady performance here? You know, Chacha really is kind of the enigma of the team. We really didn't know where he came from. His not LDL performance. And so far, his stats have been, honestly, pretty bad. If you look at the 10-minute stats, he's down by about 800 gold. I think Lazar, even though his stats are worse, he's faced much tougher opponents in the mid lane.
That's true.
So if there ever is a matchup where I think Sem9 will get an edge, it probably is this mid lane.
You're right, and I'm glad we're actually having a closer look at this one as well. When it seems to be so important to the matchup itself, this defining mid lane is going to be everything now. I was looking at Chacha, but yeah, he was on the back burner of Alpha Esports as a sub in spring 2021, but never played a competitive game. So yeah, kind of just coming out of left field again. Bang2, kind of similar there, Clement. I don't know if you have any other insight into it.
Oh,
as we
he
go into pick
was
ban.
on the there was like the Energy Penguins or something, but he was a bench player from the LSC, which is kind of another enigma. We did have Hurricane Gaming just pick players left and right from a lot of different sources. But they have
interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, they have a really interesting philosophy. They always want their team to at least include 2 players from the mainland. I don't know why, but it does introduce some interesting dynamics of the team. We see very close cooperation from Alio and Chacha, but they also have a bit of a lag from the rest of the players connecting in from Taipei. Now, moving on to the draft, very standard here. I think Tryndamere being taken away, and for Sem9, this is kind of interesting. They're actually banning the Lee Sin themselves. This has been Arashi's go-to best champion, but they're going to go for the Xin Zhao instead.
Okay, so Xin Zhao with Lee Sin taken off the board. Things like Jarvan's still available. We know that today Volibear's been seen. Diana as well, a big priority. Diana normally banned on the blue side, so for Hurricane Gaming, Clement, they have the opportunity to pick this up if they choose, but you did talk about them having weaker side jungle than Arashi, so I wonder what the option is.
Yeah, there's been... it's kind of difficult to guess what Alio is going to pick in most scenarios because he is a player that transitioned over from the mid lane, and so far champion pool did include things like the Echo, which is much more of a solo queue champion that we see in competitive. He's also drafted the Hecarim, but his playstyle does tend to focus more on treating himself as a secondary carry as well. I think he's very similar to 665 in that fashion, where he does try to take up a lot of solo farm. He does try to go on 2v2 ventures with Cha-Cha in the side lanes and just pick up kills. He does have more of a carry mentality rather than being a utility player. And this is something that's super unique. We actually see an early Ezreal. Almost nobody takes Ezreal willingly in this meta, so I'm very curious if Hurricane Gaming are setting up for a poke competition.
Yeah, because they got the Leona as well, so for that bottom lane, and Ho is not going to be alongside the Lux, doesn't get the Karma opportunity. Instead, something very defensive. Clement, keep your eyes on the poke comp while we see on the other side. Very standard picks from Sem9 here. The Jinx picked up. Lazar's going to be on the Orianna this time around, so willing to just blind out and get some strong meta picks.
Yeah, I didn't expect this from Sem9. Honestly, if you just swapped over the drafts, I would believe it a little bit more. So far, Sem9 has only drafted Leona, and this is going to be the most standard mid lane pick that we have seen from Lazar so far, who's played the LeBlanc and the Zoe. For Hurricane Gaming, also, I don't know what to make of this draft just yet. I was leaning towards poke, but now we have super strong engage coming out, trying to target the Orianna and Jinx. So maybe they are shifting away. This Ezreal is just to be a self-sufficient AD carry while they draft for a triple dive comp. That looks like the change that Hurricane Gaming is throwing here, and they're also taking away a lot of protective options. I expect the Tahm Kench to go as well if that's the strategy they're going for.
Okay, we'll see. At the very least, partners well with Jinx, but so does the Nautilus. So Tahm Kench's still available, a support option that I'll keep in the back of my mind. I think importantly enough as well, Sem9 getting rid of some of those target bans towards mid. When you talked about mid being comfort here for Sem9 against this team, Cha-Cha has picked up the Ahri once before. Azir, Renekton, Rise, those are other picks that might get taken away to just put him in a corner. And the Jace instead, something that ICU has been most played on.
I definitely like the Jace ban here. It would give range advantage to Hurricane Gaming, also a very strong laner in general. So covering their bases coming in from Sem9, we have seen Shiromine just play more take utility. Honestly, he didn't get much of a chance to shine because the games were essentially kind of imploding around him. So this time we'll get a better look at his champion pool, but I do expect something that is more tanky and more utility focused here. He could try to play a 4-1 strategy, but I think it's very hard to do when you have to blind pick.
That's true. That's really true. So with the Victor locked in, solid mid lane, let's move on to Sem9's round out of the draft. Rakan up. You did talk about an engage option. This is supplementary engage, Clement. So we saw it last game, how it works out. Felia is going to opt in for it and hope that he can set up alongside Arashi.
Yeah, to me, this is counter engage, actually, from the Rakan.
Like
the quickness can hit a lot of different champions as they try to dive in. And for Hurricane Gaming, this is an interesting draft overall. It's a draft that I think requires a lot of finesse. It's a draft that it's not about going forward full on, but it's also not about retreating back. You have to play a lot of footsies and get your damage in with the Death Rays, with the Mystic Shock. It definitely requires a lot of coordination, which makes me a little bit hesitant about this draft. I think it's a lot easier to play on Sem9's part of the map. You just try to walk forward. You protect the Jinx with her 725 range. That's very consistent. You can just sit up in front of a tower and deal damage that way. While Hurricane Gaming, they really have to have a more measured approach. They have to throw out the poke before they can go full in first. And they also have to weigh in a lot of different options because there's great counter engage on the side of Sem9 here with the explosive cask and the shockwave.
Because we're talking about teams that are 0-4. Excuse me, 0-3 for Sem9, 0-4 here for Hurricane Gaming. And if you're saying it takes a lot of coordination, it takes a lot of balance, I think spacing is a really good word for this composition then, Clement.
Yes.
If you're playing footsies, really hard compositions like this as well suit teams that sit towards the top of the league. It sounds like a blanket statement, but truly is something that I feel like is going to be a struggle for Hurricane Gaming. So a lot of questions here as we look at the draft lineup once again. I will say a bit of a desync if Sem9 can't get the Orianna and Gragas together. Crescent Guard does a similar thing, Clement, where you can explosive cast outside of Shockwave, you can Crescent Guard outside of explosive cast, so on and so forth. So There is a chance for some mistake, but you're right. Looks a lot easier on their side. Well, we have to see if Hurricane Gaming get that poke off you talked about, where they can continue playing footsies. Clement, who's going to get their first game win, man? Because the other team sits down below as Impunity broke their curse last game. Now it's up to Sem9 and Hurricane Gaming to do the same.
I know I said Hurricane, but after the draft, I'm switching camps. I feel like S9 have a much easier composition to execute. They just sit in front of a tower, and if Hurricane try to triple dive, you just press one button, and you reset the entire fight. It's actually much easier to do on Sem9's side than it is on Hurricane Gaming's side to blow someone up. Now, that being said, the laning phase is probably what is going to decide this game, if we're being completely honest here. So far, Sem9 has not shown a lot of potential in the laning phase. ClayX is doing 21% of the team's damage. He just has not had a single game where he has been allowed to, get smoothly to his 3 items and showcase his team fighting prowess. So, as much as I like the comp from Sem9, the big thing here is that they still have to survive Bang 2 and Enhao.
Survive that laning phase. I like it. Bang 2 and Enhao is... we're going to be watching for that Ezreal poke, because this was rotation 1 and 2. I mean, Clement, this was an interesting first rotation on red side. I don't think we see this really in any region. Ezreal right now, definitely like an A- tier. When we get past things like Aphelios, Jinx, Zeri, I've even seen like Samira, Jin looked at. Even, Caitlyn. I'm stuck in 12.2, apologies, but like Ezreal is definitely something we don't see too much of anymore. I think Viper's the only person on EDG who's really looking at it as a serious priority.
Yeah, we do see it sometimes when people are going against the Aphelios who just don't want to get in range with the hyper carries and try to outpoke them. But usually it is comboed out with a lot of different poke options. You have a relatively slow game. You are a tier builder as well. So it's, trying to poke without lane priority is always, in my book, kind of a losing strategy to start off with. So we'll see how they play this lane. There's definitely potential for them. A couple mystic shots and you can swing the lane into your favor. It usually doesn't happen. Usually what we see is much more akin to what we're seeing here from PlayX, is you do get just shoved in earlier on.
Very early on, yeah. I mean, this is nice though. Damage down already onto the turret. Let's talk about jungle pathing here, because both junglers heading down towards that bottom side. You did talk about Hurricane Gaming having a need to focus on this lane. It's good to see that Aliao is down there ready to contest the scuttle and potentially punish ClayX and Felia for being too deep.
Yeah, and we are going to get a game pause, but so far, looking across the lanes, this game is it's much commoner for like a game like this. It's much more usual for a game like this to have pauses, because we do have Sem9 connecting from Malaysia. You have connections from mainland China and from Taipei.
Dude,
so
we've had a pause almost every game tonight. It's crazy to me.
And you're also connecting from Australia. It's probably your fault.
It is actually my fault. Apparently, the funny thing is you blamed me for disconnecting before. However, I look at a Discord, I'm actually on your ping. So I think it's a load of rubbish with what you're saying before. I don't think that was my internet whatsoever. I am on good Aussie broadband at the moment as we welcome you back into the game. Our pause has all been very slow. Very small, I should say. And Hua's. Clement, I'm going to need some pronunciation help. Enhao. Thank you so much. I'm getting there, folks. I'm getting there. So, Enhao is going to go for the all-in, but gets traded back. Arashi now with the bottom side Scuttle Crab, and Aliao is just heading up towards the top side to get the other one as a response. He'll be spotted out on a minion, so full information given over to Sem9.
Should still be fine right here. I expect him to take the scuttle without much trouble. A lot of help coming in from his top lane if he really needs it. ICU so far having a good time in the lane. And I just want to say, I like how you said good Australian broadband. Like, that is something that really exists. I've never heard of it.
Dude, I'm almost 1 gigabyte download speed. That's huge. Felia good engaged. It's amazing for what it is. Bang 2 arcane shifted for that one, Clement. I don't know if you saw it. Felia with a really good punish in the laning phase. It's bullying around this Ezreal Leona.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this Ezreal first pick. It's so weird. Like, I would really want to know the strategy behind this one, especially when they didn't really follow up the pick with something like a Quirky coming in either. So we'll see how this ends up, but for now, he's just expected to kind of bleed out in lane. And in this meta, it's actually very difficult to come out of a losing bottom lane. Top lane's not going to be there. You can choose to go to Herald faster. So very rarely do we see people willing to play a lane that is almost going to auto-lose. Oh, priority.
Speaking of losing, Philia might be in trouble here. A flash available, W out with the flash over the wall. Aliao with perfect timing as Philia just with a greedy back position in River.
Yeah, didn't really need to do that there, and his AD carry wasn't there either, so he definitely could have picked a much safer position, and that will potentially swing the game in favor of Hurricane Gaming, especially in the bottom side. In the meantime, I want to see, as ICU is about to hit level 6, whether he can find some potential on Shiromine here. Shiromine is coming in with a very interesting build. We really haven't seen phase rushes come in from the Gragas, so I wonder what he is gonna do with this one. Usually, you know, it's just the grass for the extra HP, but with the extra movement speed, perhaps it's a team fight build. I don't know. We'll find out.
Maybe. I mean, I haven't seen like a Night Harvester for a while. Even the Proto Belt's kind of crazy. So I don't know. I'm open for anything here. Both teams looking for their first win, as we talked about before. And whatever gets you the win at the end of the day. Arashi down the bottom side, Clement, starting this dragon in Fog of War. Absolutely no vision from Hurricane Gaming. So opening up the map here for S9, and that's a nice objective to start the game, especially when you said that laning phase is what they need to get through. Right now, surviving fine. Wait, flag and drag, never mind. Shockwave comes through. Aliao can't get the steal. In fact, the turn. First blood over to Sem9. Not only are they surviving the laning phase, Clement, they're winning it.
Beautiful flash from Arashi as well. He gets the knockup before Alio can even respond with his own flash. Secures the kill and the Drake in the meantime. So Sem9 once again getting off to a good lead. Something we haven't seen before. We're going to watch this one again. Hurricane Gaming are very late to the play, but they want to chance that Smite steal. It doesn't go on for them. And Arashi with a very short flash, but a very good one.
Again, the knock up on the 3 Talon strike you pointed out. Beautiful to watch. Aliao goes down, Dragon not stolen, and the CS differential in jungle is building up. A 1k gold lead here for Sem9 in this game, and importantly enough, getting the Dragon on top sets up for very good news. As Chaos Storm from Tiacha in the mid lane trying to push this wave. It is actually a massive wave as well, and Lazar's already burned the TP, so he has to walk back to this one. It's a cannon wave, though, with first melee minion getting hit at the wave. Clement, I don't think he only loses 2 minions.
Yeah, it's always, it kind of hurts my soul when you don't see the cannon being taken up, but it's fine. We see this play from Victor's quite often, just trying to shove the lane in. Got a couple more CS advantage, and we do have Hurricane Gaming now setting up a very strong position on the Herald. However, my question here is, they have 0 priority in the bot lane, so it really gives Sem9 the option whether they want to contest or if they want to just continue getting plates here into the bottom side. Whatever they choose, it's actually, I think it's pretty fine for either one. If Hurricane do get the Herald, I think the only real place they can drop it is probably top lane for ICU.
Which has been a focus in previous games. You were talking to me about ICU being a really big source of carry for Hurricane Gaming. Let's also remember he has the highest damage source, I believe, on the team, because I was looking through the stats a bit before. 30.7%, Clement, is quite big for a top laner in this meta, and Hurricane Gaming going to be starting this one, but Arashi wants to contest. Shiromine with the ulti as well. Chaos Storm's not available would be the only thing I'd be concerned about, and it looks like with Playax not coming up as well and sitting time on the turret.
Oh, super mega Hurricane Gaming will get this. Yep. Didn't really find anything right there, and I think this is a pretty measured play from Sem9. They know exactly what they want to get. Just want to make sure Clayx gets as far ahead as possible. He's cutting the minion wave early, and like we expected, Hurricane Gaming, they do want to accelerate. Oh, actually, sorry, they're not trying to go for ICU here, actually funneling gold into the Ezreal. Huh.
Yeah, they're swapping lanes.
Yeah.
ICU comes to the bottom lane while Clayx is still getting turret plating now. ICU just getting rocketed a little bit down here at the bottom lane, but Clement, thoughts on the play when it's still so early on, switching the bottom lane, consistently staying in this path?
Yeah, this is... I think it's interesting because what they're doing is they're throwing away the lead that they had on ICU. And it means that they're not going to get a chance to play a 4-1, which I assumed would be one of their outs in this situation. The swap took a lot of time there. Like that was 3 plates for 3 plates, and Herald's already expended. And I don't really like the gold distribution on Ezreal earlier. It still takes so long for him to actually be relevant in this fight. I would have much rather have Gwen get the gold and have that opportunity to be a good skirmisher in the mid game. Ezreal building his tier. He's still very far away from contributing meaningful damage at this point. So a bit peculiar. I'm not a huge fan of this. And if you look at the swap right now, they're still swapping back. So it means that Ezreal, when he comes back to lane, he's still going to get suppressed.
That's true.
Yeah.
And more importantly, the fact is Sev9 still made a better gold trade after the Herald.
True.
Like, Arashi was able to go through and clear the rest of his jungle. He stays 15 CS up as Clayex is about to get ganked here by Enha. On the backside, Hal's in right away. Clayex flashes, cleanses there, but true shot barrage. Maybe it works out in the end with Bang 2 getting himself his first kill.
Yeah, way too greedy from Clayex. I don't know why he didn't back here. He definitely missed that tempo. He should have done it back and then came back to lane. Aliel playing interference. Nothing more, I guess, from this fight.
Actually, I think he's in trouble. Charmed up, burning down the flash. Felia gets it, and How is now crescent guarded away as Bang 2 is on the escape path. Super Mega Death Rocket is close as Felia once again showing us that Rakans and the PCS are built different.
Yeah, Arashi with a good find there as well. Once again, just following up so nicely with the flash on Alio, making sure he drops down the target. And Hurricane Gaming are not able to extend their lead even after picking up the AD carry. A bit of a, kind of a back and forth in the bottom lane here. But Sev9 do come out ahead, and they continue to stack this Drake, which will be, let's see what the soul is going to be here. Ocean's pretty nice.
Okay. Replay, Clement, you're up.
Yeah, so this play, for me, Alio didn't really need to chase forward, and Arashi just kind of comes out from beneath the corner to find the kill. Once again, a flash kind of used needlessly here. Arashi gets a beautiful kill, and this is kind of Arashi just playing this game like a first-person shooter. He's just trying to wallbang everyone, and it's very successful. I love these small mechanical outplays coming in from Arashi to get his team the lead.
Feels like jungle diff is starting to build up this game. We've got a 1k
Like
gold lead still there for Sev9. You did talk about the weakness, and I guess let's put it in proper terms. Sev9's strength in this game would be through mid, would be through jungle now. Mid's going about 10 CS under right now, but the difference in jungle's so obvious from the little micro outplays you've been talking about all game, Clement. So Arashi really holding this one strong here for Sev9. Both teams looking for their first win, and I feel like it could come off the back of a jungle. However, Bang 2 before that was able to pick up a kill on the bottom side. So we talked about the good news for Sev9. Let's talk about Hurricane Gaming a bit here, Clement. Bang 2 is a big condition of this composition, how the poke comes off. It is an Essence Reaver. Ezreal. Is Enhao going to die? Quickness, follow-up. The answer
is yes.
Absolute yes. He's not getting out of this. Lazar gets it as well, which is a big deal considering that he was behind 10 CS in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is my problem with the whole swaps that Hurricane Gaming tried to pull off. Is, even with the extra gold on Ezreal, you don't change the laning state at all. Like, you get pushed in, and that just means that Enhao has to take some rather risky routes. To be fair, he didn't have to take that route. He could have walked from his own ramp down, and that would have been a lot safer. But overall, it is a support solo mission when you don't have priority in the bot lane. And now ICU is the one in trouble. See the tank.
Sure, mine uses the ulti. Not really expecting the hallowed mist. And ICU will help get the turret with Aliao up in the top side. Gold still the trade, though, because first turret blood went over to Sev9 bot and went directly to Clayex, who's just picked up the Gale Force and a Cloak of Agility on top of that. Clement, before we saw that play, I was talking about the Essence Reaver build here for Bang 2. He's being matched, though, in damage, and when we know what Ezreal does in the early game versus what Clayex does with this one item, right now I know that I'm pretty happy with how Sev9's carry is.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of different iterations of Ezreal builds. The Crown of the Shattered Queen has been the one that we've seen in the PCS, but also, you have the LWX build with the Dustblade of Drakthar, just trying to put as as much damage as possible. I knew he got heavily criticized in that game for it, but I'm just like, man, if damage is all you want to do, that's not a terrible choice. Sure, it doesn't scale that well, but hey, you're an Ezreal, and sometimes you got to make a decision. Hurricane Gaming, though, setting up for a really good team fight.
Teleport play coming in, the quickness burned as well. They're onto the jungle, the shockwave only onto one, but they want to take him down. Cataclysm in the middle, but Arashi going forward. Ooh. Not good though, because ICU hitting free until Gragas gets in the play, but Klaex is on the wing, untouched. And Hal has to watch out. I mean, Klaex is still untouched. Getting excited, running after Bang 2 has to flash away. Plays almost got his summoners available, but they just left Sem9's 80 carry to have a field day.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good start from Hurricane Gaming. Even though Alio went down first, he covered the ramp with the Cataclysm. There was tons of damage being thrown down by Chacha's Chaos Storm, but I feel like Hurricane Gaming over-chased after they got the initial damage. Like you were mentioning that entire flight, Klaex just completely untouched in this one. Hurricane Gaming, unfortunately for Alio, I don't think he was able to land an EQ combo right here. Felia actually able to walk out of it. Really good reaction coming in from that part. The Shockwave only lands on one, and the Cataclysm does come out. So at this point in the game, it does feel actually pretty strong for Hurricane Gaming, but the problem is, you know, after that kill, Enhao really didn't need to chase a Rakan. I felt like that was a bit weird to see from that position. They could have played that a lot slower and kind of continued to poke with Ezreal and the Victor there, but going in, it just turned the tides towards Sem9.
And you can see Cha-Cha did the most damage in that last fight. Clement, in that replay, I just watched the Chaos Storm inside the Cataclysm on 3P. Will tick away. So, you know, Sem9 sticking around a bit longer than they need to be, but then you could say the same about Hurricane Gaming. We saw a fight in front of the top side Rift Herald. Herald not taken. Clement Dragon's coming up, though, and Sem9 already have two. Lazar's up in this top lane hitting the turret, but he has teleport. He's got the shockwave again, and it looks like Sem9 are set up in River too, so they've got all the eggs in multiple baskets.
Yeah, this is absolutely beautiful, just macro coming in from Sem9. They do a staggered recall with Klaex staying on the board right here. They get the best of both worlds. And I do think Hurricane Gaming, if they want to pull this off, they have to act quickly and just use that teleport timing. Teleport it's past 14 minutes, but that was a very timid teleport coming in.
I guess wants to be with the rest of the team. For Sem9, they're coming to this one a little bit late. They lost priority in the river. Hurricane Gaming want to disturb the flow of dragons as ICU's right in the middle of the pit, but Dragon resets a little bit, slows it down, and I'm looking for that Bang 2 poke that you talked about, Clement, to come through as Dragon comes through, but it's stolen. Arashi comes in, sets them up for Soul Point. The Cataclysm in the middle of the pit, though, doing a lot of work now. Felia, the next target, as Hurricane Gaming are running front to back with the rest of this one. Clay goes away, but he can't even take Enhao with him. It's a full-blown ace with 5 members alive.
I feel like Sem9 didn't really get the memo. Arashi was going in just to keep their Drake stacking alive, but the rest of the team, they didn't really have to follow. They didn't need to go all in as well. And they charged headfirst into ICU, which sent them into the ICU. That's just 4 dead. Very easy follow-up by the Gwen. Scissors flying everywhere, and that's going to be a Herald to boot.
Yeah, it is. Herald, Goldly now back in their favor. Soul Point acquired, but you're right. Not worth the full-blown ace and the 4 kills that Bang 2 now has. You were talking about this comp being tiptoe, but you know what? If Sem9 do that, you literally wear the loudest boots you want.
Yeah, we were talking about it easy for Sem9 to execute if they play counter engage. They have very easy buttons to press to just wipe away the triple dive potential from Hurricane Gaming. That doesn't exist when you go headfirst into the pit right there. It was a great play from Arashi, but from everyone else, it was just so weird. Lazar hits absolutely nobody. Maybe attacks Enhao, but that's it. And then ICU gets free targets of his choosing in his own haloed miss, with Klaex not even close to the target. So I just feel like that was miscommunication. Arashi goes in, the rest of the team has to back up.
Yeah. So, Sem9 dealing a little bit with the repercussions of the fight. 3k damage from ICU. What more do you expect? But Clement, you know, that was a mistake. But I will still say, Sem9 have, you know, good options in this game, despite giving away all those kills. Considering the fact that the next dragon is a fight yet again in 3 minutes' time. Baron up in 50 seconds as well. They give over a bit of control, but Arashi, okay, as I was saying that, now he's caught out. Crescent Guard, perfect timing as Cataclysm comes down, but bang, dude, just destroys him. And Sem9 kind of throwing the ball to the chain.
Yeah, not much that Arashi could do without Flash right there, and Hurricane Gaming is going to get their pick of the litter here with the Herald being thrown down. I do want to see them just force feed ICU a little bit, but I guess their mentality with the team is that ICU is such a good player that he's going to get fed no matter what. We might as well funnel resources into Banks. I kind of get that feel from Hurricane Gaming, just judging by their macro here. Overall, just great play all along the board, and just that one death is snowballing into 2 towers, and we see out of thin air, Hurricane Gaming. This is a massive gold swing. They were down by 1K, and now they're up by 4. So overall, that play was a 5,000 gold difference.
From the Dragon Pit to your right, the Arashi pick as well. 4 turrets to 2, 20 minutes into the game. And I'm going to start counting items because Chacha's going to be on his second. We've just got a Wit's End that was picked up in the top lane here. Sorry, Nash's Tooth, excuse me. And a Crown of the Shattered Queen coming through once again here for the Ezreals of the PCS. So 3 item 80 carry versus ClayX, who was just able to pick up the rapid fire cannon. An item discrepancy's built up, Clement. And now I want you to tell me what you do from here, because it looks like Hurricane Gaming controlling vision and trying to threaten a Baron bait.
Yeah, at this point, I do think the dynamics shift quite a bit. Hurricane Gaming have the 4-run potential. You have to send someone to deal with this Gwen. She's very far ahead of Shiromine at this point. And it isn't easy to get an engage from Sem9's perspective either. So I feel like they just have to wait for a big objective fight and see if they can get maximum value out of that Shockwave. A huge part of their loss in the previous fight was Lazar's Shockwave was just not very good. It wasn't on Arashi. It was kind of in the middle of nowhere. And, that really doomed all the counter engage. Gwen gets free access to your entire back line and such. So right now, Sem9, they can't really deal with split push. I feel like it's all down to the Dragon Soul plan here.
Okay, well, 30 seconds. That Soul comes up, leaving it all up to that Shockwave. A big task for Lazar. Is that a pretty hard day? And I think Lazar's been someone who has constantly been banged up in lane. The amount of times I've watched him get bullied around by Syndras is way too many. This time around, by Chacha here on the Victor, and even throughout the team fight as they go for the engage, Arashi walks into it. There's the Shockwave again, only onto the jungler, but they found him. But look at the backline, ICU with a huge flank with the Chaos Storm. It doesn't matter if your jungler goes down. The intensive care unit returns to ruin your day again.
Oh my god, ICU just shows up out of nowhere. You can see the shock on Sem9's face. They were like, yes, this is a 5v4. We got one champion. And then ICU just cuts through all of their hopes and dreams. That's going to be the dread going over to Hurricane Gaming. The Dragon Stack game plan is going to be very much delayed.
I feel like this game is going to be so far gone if Hurricane Gaming keep getting given the opportunities. Clement, they use everything on Aliao, and look at the massive long con flank.
Yeah, and also a huge part of this play was Felia was just not in position. He actually went forward. There was no follow-up from the bottom side, and I just want to see how much damage ICU did in that fight. That's absolutely ridiculous. He got at least like a 4-man ult down, so's everyone. And Bang2 now is already going very close to Legendary. He's godlike.
Oh, no. He can't. That's just a horrible mistake. Clement, 6k damage, by the way. There's your answer. More importantly, if that wasn't already the game before at the Dragon fight, I think ClayX backing there has pretty much just sealed the deal.
Yeah, that's Baron gone for sure. ICU did more damage than the entire enemy team just by himself in that fight. Absolutely great performance from the Gwen.
Okay, Baron down. The way it looks like it's going to end, the Soul Flare comes through. No! Oh. The ultimate sets up for the center plate, and how might go down, and even with the shockwave through, it doesn't matter because ICU's been given time again. The needlework slows down Lazar, who wishes he wasn't here. And Hurricane Gaming on the verge of finding their first game win in the PCS. Couldn't look more promising.
That was such a clean play from Enhao, actually using the explosive cast to gain distance on the enemy and make sure that engage goes through. Sure, he falls down, but he trades 1 for 2 while his team has Baron. That means free reign on the map to take down a lot more gold here, and Hurricane Gaming are nearing that 10,000 gold eclipse.
Man, 7-9 just can't get a break here today, Clement. Playing 2 games a day to realign their schedule. And against Hurricane Gaming, who, you know, along with Sem9, we're thinking they're the bottom teams in the PCS. It looks like there's a bit of a difference here, like shot calling a big issue and a big mistake from the AD carry that leads to another fight coming through.
Oh, just watch this play again. This is Chef Kiss. This is so beautiful from Enhao, just making sure that he gets the lockdown. That's exactly what a support should do. They should completely disregard their own life and just make sure that the team can find the kills.
That's right. That's a good support, Clement. Ezreal as well, Bang 2 doing quite a lot of damage himself. And the fact is, the support players like Aliao and Hao are doing a lot on this roster. ICU is my MVP straight out of the bat, Clement Chu. There's no way anyone else is going to get it here. I don't care about Bang 2's score. ICU with deadly flanks, with great positioning. This game has been a lot about him, and it's no wonder you talked about him being a star on this roster. Giving him Gwen, a very big deal.
Aliao just trying to bait the enemy team. He has vision, but unfortunately Sem9 is not going to bite for them, and Hurricane Gaming do the correct macro play. They get the inside track directly onto the inhibitor tower, and I think it's just gone.
Yep, Bang 2 does quite a lot of damage to it as Hurricane Gaming grouping up as a 4-man unit. Look at ICU on the side lane. Sem9 have to pick somewhere as inhibitor down mid goes through. And they decide it's bottom lane time. But look, Hurricane Gaming want to end it all here for their first win. In under 30 minutes, no doubt would be huge. But playing it safe for now. 10k gold lead. That ulti still as deadly as I last saw it. And a bit of a masterclass now put on here against the other bottom tier team.
Yeah, I don't really see what Sem9 can do at this point. They really need a great quickness into good crowd control, and they have to keep constant attention to where ICU is coming as he goes in from the flank.
Shockwave's good, but Gwen's untouched. 4-man needlework again. It doesn't matter. ICU is playing with his food. I tell you what, a 5-course meal's been given to him today. As Hurricane Gaming, Clement, they've got Lazar once more, and now they want a barrel to finish it off.
Nothing to stop them in their sights. They're going for that first win. In they go.
Once more, ICU just runs into melee range. Now they've lost a couple of members. Hurricane Gaming. Chia gets low, but ICU's hitting around as Bang 2 flashes in for it. And Hurricane Gaming, winless no more. They'll end that curse, much like Impunity. And Sem9 will sink to the bottom of the PCS.
Oh, that was the perfect situation for ICU to showcase his Gwen. Only one melee champion on the opposing team. And you can see the relief off that man's shoulders. He can't believe it was taking him so long. This is the rank 1 player from the Taiwanese servers. And he finally gets picked up into competitive, into his first win. You can tell from even across 2 screens that he's just absolutely overjoyed with his performance.
Yeah, he is. A really good vibe here. As, a win for Hurricane Gaming. You know, it takes them out of that spot. It takes them out of that spot where, as they've come through, and their first teams like Meta Falcon, versus PSG, J-Team, Beyond Gaming, now against opponents that are near them in the standings, they put on a bit of a show, a bit of a clinic, you'd say. I think a well-played game. Sem9 made a lot of mistakes there, Clement, but Hurricane Gaming, you know, played their draft exactly how they needed to play it.
Yeah, I think this is, you know, a great start for this team. This is a game where a lot of the usual mishaps did not happen for Hurricane Gaming. Their mid lane went smoothly. Sure, some of the early skirmishes did go Arashi's way, but they played things pretty calmly. I'm still not very satisfied with the draft. I feel like the Ezreal first is just, I don't know why you would do
well, that
it.
part, yeah, I guess so.
It was kind of weird. And I still don't like the kind of lane swap situation that they pulled off. Like, that aside, you know, a strong, I think it's a strong morale booster coming in from this team. On the other side for Sem9, I just think they make a lot of, I have to say, they're just kind of careless mistakes. They're not really, you know, macro or micro oriented mistakes. We had Clay X being picked off quite critically at 2 points in the game that gave Hurricane Gaming both the bot lane tower and the Baron. I think those were very critical and honestly didn't need to happen. We're just kind of, mistakes that we see players make when they first come into competitive. People are watching you a lot more. There's wars all over the map, and you have to be much more careful about your back timings, which is unfortunately still, I think, a stumbling block for Sem9.
Yeah, it is. And again, like, even though jungle for them still seems to be the strongest element, nothing else translates. From what we've seen today, Arashi makes a lot happen, but if your pieces aren't moving with you, then there's not going to be any progress, mate.
Yeah, you could tell that Sem9 loves Arashi so much, they just went with him into the afterlife in that dragon fight. That was that was a good start from Arashi. What could you possibly want, especially when your lanes are losing and you still get 3 Drakes, but, just doesn't, and there's not much as Inzao can do afterwards.
Yeah, and again, like, criticism coming through here from Sem9. A rough take of it, but for Hurricane Gaming, some good news. Some good news with a team that really desperately needed a win. Now, it's a long way towards the end of the split. There's a 6-week split. 6 weeks? Yeah, we are on a 6-week split. A lot of games to be played, and you don't want to discount anything at this point because there's a lot of ways this can go. But I think we got a good sign of life out of Hurricane Gaming today, Clement, and especially when you're going up against Sem9, who are still trying to find their way into the league. You take every win you can get, man. Especially by week 2, you need something on the board. Otherwise, people are just going to be saying you're the worst team in the league or you're a bottom tier team.
Yeah, what I really want to see out of Hurricane Gaming is just for better performances from Alial and Cha-Cha. I feel like if those two can link the two Silence together, this team is actually incredibly powerful. Like, ICU is showing up and he's getting a positive gold gain in his own lane despite the rest of the map losing. Yep. And I feel like if you have a talent like that, you want to give him as much resources as possible. You want to set him up for success. And, if connection issues are definitely something that I feel like is very clearly hampering Hurricane Gaming. But if they can somehow fix that, if later down the line the COVID situation is lifted and they can get everyone in the same locale, I think that would be massive for Hurricane Gaming.
It would be, because this man, MVP is expected. What more can you say? You're right, a talent that needs to be cultivated, Clement. His damage might not be high, but his difference over the enemy top laner was massive, and that flank just defined the rest of the game for Hurricane.
That was a horror movie. That's the moment when you kind of see the monster just bursting through the door and there's nowhere to turn to. And there's a massacre about to happen. That's when you see Gwen with her pair of scissors just coming into your room. It's absolutely terrifying. I expect Gwen to be banned against ICU a lot more often. And that's a cool thing about ICU is that he can play the Gwen really well, and he also has a ton of Gwen counters. We've seen the Jax, we've seen the Jace up there. It's going to be very difficult to completely shut this player out of the game.
Yeah, what'd he do? Again, with that that cultivated talent, I think you get like the Shy vibes. You get really high echelon top laners like 369 when he was Zoom when he was great in lane. Those kind of players need to be played towards, build them up, and they will conquer. So excited for Hurricane Gaming to push it along. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more game of the night. PSG versus Frank Esports. Clement, I want to ask who Frank is after this. So we're going to go to a break to find out. Get your answer ready. Who is Frank?
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution. But we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS English broadcast here. Week 2, day number 2. Of course, sponsored by CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you again to Riot Games, Carry Live Co. and Garena, the PCS League operation in full production. As we welcome you back, I want to let you know that we're on to the last game here of the night. My name is Asterix. I'm joined by Mr. Clement K. Chu. And sir, our last game is PSG Talon versus Frank Esports. I asked you before we went to a break, who is Frank? And you've got to now tell me.
So Frank apparently is just the owner of the organization. That's the extent of what I know about him. His name is Frank, and if Edward Gaming could win Worlds, so can Frank. Okay,
well, look, I was going to say EDG, a great example of a name base, going fast. So Frank Esports, 1-3 right now in the league, Clement. I want you to give me a bit of a rundown because their only win was against Impunity, but they've had a pretty hard start of schedule with CFO, DCG, and J-Team opening up their PCS split.
Yeah, I just got a little bit of a spike from your microphone. I'm not sure if it's going broadcast, but talking about Frank Esports a little bit more, they are a team that is very much focused on Eminem. He was the understudy for under Unified for quite a while, so now he's kind of going up against the Master and proving his own salt. Other than the bot lane, we haven't really seen a lot of action. Kurt has just been playing Gragas, and the only time he didn't play Gragas, he played a completely failed Smite top lane that I would wish that I could forget. It was not a very pretty picture. So it's still kind of an enigma onto what Frank can really do here. I feel like they will be a middle-of-the-road team with not a lot of surprises coming down the line and just mainly trying to build up Eminem. On the flip side, however, I feel like this is PSG's actually first real test against the middle portion of the league. Their previous games, they only they had a stint going up against Sem9, Impunity, and Hurricane Gaming, and I don't think those games really tell us a whole lot. Sure, they still have great performances from Hanabi, not exactly dominating lane performances, but you can tell from their macro and from their experience, they will just run over the bottom half of the league. Now when they have actual lane opponents to go up against, it's really anyone's guess what is going to happen here.
Well, first, Frank Esports, let's have a quick chat here. You talked about it before, Kurt, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Rebirth. When you and I were going into today, you mentioned a lot that this team is kind of like J-Team in the sense that we know they're going to be setting up towards their 80 carry. It is going to be about that one-track mindset that Eminem needs to be the direction.
And a lot of teams swapping out their supports today. We do have Rebirth this time, so we'll see if the engage here is a little bit better. I feel like Frank Esports, they can hold the early mid game steady, but when it comes to critical engages, they have been lacking a little bit of decisiveness. So maybe Rebirth will showcase that for the league. On the other side, PSG Talon, kind of the same names across the board outside of River and Maple, now swapped in by Juhan and Bei, coming in from the Nongshim Challengers.
Yeah, a bit of time spent from Bei in the main league in the LCK as well. So a lot of LCK fans should know this person. But I think more importantly, what we've seen out of Juhan and Bei, Clement, another thing you're saying is that this duo is not as strong. Some of the weak elements right now, PSG Talon making sense since we have the other three cores staying the same.
Yeah, it's hard to say not as strong. They just don't seem to have the same play style where you see Juhan and Bei kind of dominating the early mid game. I think that was it's kind of the contrast between what you got from River and Maple, where their play style was much more active, I would say. On the meantime, for Bei, he plays a lot more of the Rise, and we did see some Syndra solo kills, but it was against M9, so we're not really sure where he's going to rank at the end of the standing, and this is a really interesting matchup because Pretender was previously Kana. He is a PSG bench player on loan to Frank Esports. So, a lot of chips riding here on Pretender. If he can prove his worth over Bei, then you know what? Maybe Summer Split he gets to go back.
I mean, it is funny because if you go into League PD, you still see that Pretender's on the roster, but a really good point raised. Yeah, on loan at the moment. So PSG Talent versus PSG Talent apparently is going to be happening in this final game of the night. I think importantly enough as well, Pretender is someone who might not have the stats to show it, but we know he's a big damage source at the moment. So I'm excited for this, Clement. Frank Esports on blue, PSG on red. What do you want to see in bans out of these teams?
So for me, I think in the stylistic matchup, the worst part of this matchup for Frank is actually going to come from Hanabi. He's been loving this matchup meta. He's been playing a lot of fighters. He's been playing the Tryndamere. So I do expect a lot of bans to be going Hanabi's way. And this time around, he does have that counter pick as the red side too. And usually in the meta, I think the red side is much more constricted. We do see the Zeri just has to go. A lot of teams have been banning Renekton. I don't think Renekton is a necessary ban against Frank Esports, so I do think something like a Victor or something could be taken off by PSG, you know, just to make sure they don't get such a good pool for Pretender to potentially bully out Bay.
Okay, well, Clement, we get a Jace coming through against Hanabi. Talked about playing fighters. A Zeri, a must ban on the red side, we all know. You said they don't really need to look at things like the Renekton. I'll be curious because tonight we've seen in the past couple of games, it's just been that Xin Zhao first pick. Jungle coming as a priority in blue side rotation 1.
Yeah, Gwen is interesting. I'm not sure if Kurt actually plays that. Kurt seems to be sort of your... even compared to Hanabi, he seems to be more of a sandbag player. Just, you know, he exists in the top lane to absorb damage and make sure resources get transferred to his bot lane. So Gwen's an interesting pick here. Holo for me, again, not a kind of carry player. He's much more utility focused. Not even going to go for the Xin Zhao, just focusing in onto the team fight, which I think Hecarim does have a little bit more impact in that place. For PSG, they get their pick of the litter if they want to go Jinx, if they want to go Aphelios, and I do expect Hanabi to get a much later pick into the draft.
Okay, again, putting that priority on things like the fighters. He's played a unique champion across the board in his top lane. The Aphelios going to be the third time picked up here for Unified. And now looking for a jungle to pair with it. Now for Juhan, 2 Xin, 1 Lee, and 1 on the Viego here, Clement. So feels like the Lee Sin just pairs in nicely with what's strong in the meta.
Yeah, Lee Sin, you know, Arashi loves his champion. We have a lot of Lee Sin players in the league. Juhan's first Lee Sin game was, yeah, I think mechanically wise, it wasn't that impressive, but you know, maybe he gets a couple more tries on it. I do want to see Bay go into an aggressive matchup this time against Holo and Pretender and throw it down against his potential rival for the slot. So I do hope we get something aggressive from Bay this time.
Something nice and aggressive. Jinx in the bottom lane alongside the Leona. Okay, strong 2v2 coming through here. Clement, I feel like a Thresh for Kaiwing. Surely that's not too much to ask.
Yeah, I think something defensive is definitely what PSG have in mind here. Again, this is something new for PSG. They're not really known for playing Enchanter supports. We got a lot of interesting Kaiwing Yuumi plays, but I wouldn't even call his Yuumi a defensive support the way he played it with the Twisted Fate.
Oh, Braum.
So, Braum is another one. This one is a much rarer option to see a Braum here. You know, in the straight up 2v2 trades, he doesn't actually come out ahead because there's much more resistances that are focused onto the Leona herself. So Leona actually wins a lot of these trades, but we'll see what they want to do with this Braum. To me, it does signal that they're maybe trying to pair him up with a more roaming mid laner so they can use the concussive blows to impact skirmishes a little bit more. That's usually how you would see a Braum being picked over a Thresh.
Okay. Well, interesting pick nevertheless here for the support of PSG. Orianna, the first ban away, and we can see that, you know, pairing up with the Hecarim is so easy. So I like this ban from PSG. You get a response there with a mid lane that could actually partner up well with the Braum. So we're really just targeting Pretender and Bay, the two mid laners that we talked about running before pick and ban.
Yeah, I think this battle, it's basically 2 people in the ring and all the rest of your 8 players are just standing there watching. Pretender does have a pretty standard champion pool. We have seen a lot of Victor from him. And in this setup, I do expect just another mage. They are clearly going for more of a team fight setup trying to make sure Eminem gets all of that damage in. In the meantime, for Kurt, he has to blind pick something, and if we know anything about Kurt, it's probably Gragas. You know what's coming. It's the Graggy boy. You get that disengaged potential. You get that reset on the team fight. It's most likely the option here, and that just leaves, the last pick for Pretender here. So PSG, y'all know the mid lane's coming. Pretender is probably going to get a counter pick, and we'll see what he gets to do with it.
Red side now coming out of the second ban phase with the Gnar going down the wing. For Hanabi, Clement, is this just like, well, we get safe mid laner now here, Pretender with the counter pick, as you talked about, and then Hanabi, it doesn't have many top laners left. Like, there's actually been the Jace, even the Rise, if you want to talk about Flex Graves, Gnar, Camille's taken away, Gwen's taken away. What's left?
That's a very interesting question. We haven't really gotten to see much of Hanabi's champion pool, but he could play picks that I think are a little bit more outside the usual purview. He could go for the Jax, especially if the Tryndamere is getting locked in here. This would be pretty peculiar. Rumble is also a pick we have seen a little bit crop up in the top lane. I'm not a huge fan of it. Veigar into the mid and Tryndamere into the top, and now it's Hanabi's chance to answer. We did see him pick GP into it against Beyond Gaming, but I don't think it was a worthwhile attempt. I'd rather just see him fight fire with fire and try to go with a no way, come on, Hanabi, come on.
I mean, the Gragas, we've seen like old Hanabi style with the Ornns. Gragas would just fit into it, wouldn't it?
I don't want to see him out Kurt the Kurt. That's just
Clement,
that's just so depressing.
It is a bit sad. So how does PSG's comp operate? Because we've got a lot of defense here. Gragas, Braum, even Victor to create space.
This is kind of your new taste of PSG. This is what I expect them to run most of the time. They do have a very slow tempo overall. Don't get fooled by the game time. That's because they played the bottom 3 teams, so they won really quickly. But if you actually watch their game against Beyond Gaming or even Impunity, I felt like they are a team that is much more focused on the 5v5 this split. And that is not something that they used to play. There's a lot of adjustments coming in the way, especially for someone like Highwing, who's used to super aggressive positioning on the map. So it's definitely a learning curve for them. And, it's early in the split. They're trying to hone down on this identity of theirs. So I think it's fine what they've drafted here. But in terms of what we usually expect, in terms of what I want to see, doesn't really hit the itch.
I'm sorry, man. You can't win, can you? Especially when all the champion pool gets banned out. Finishing on a Gragas, Victor in the same game. Hopefully no one goes to bed. More importantly, where we're looking at PSG finishing this one off against Frank Esports. Just a quick reminder. I've been liking to say this today. Frank Esports 1-3 at the moment. They're sitting about 7th in the league. There's a bit of an update because Hurricane Gaming got their first win, but Frank have only found their win against Impunity at the start of the split. It'll be a big piece of momentum if they can find something against PSG, but more importantly, it'll be so big to deny PSG their 4-1 transition up, continuing towards the top of the league. Clement, I see a Veigar, I see a Tryndamere. If you get that baby cage down, people from PSG are going to die.
That is true, but I doubt anyone's going to be in range. Like, this is PSG. They're just trying to play. Again, this is kind of a footsies, kite back type of composition. They have the Braum, they have the Gragas reset. They're going to play for Frank to catch up to them. And I think what Frank Esports is going to do on their end is they're going to turn towards some avenues they haven't explored. That we're looking at Kurt as a solo top laner trying to split push. And we're also looking at this Pretender with the usual Predator, Veigar, to see if he can impact the early game. A very different look from Frank Esports. They were a very slow team, but I think in this setup, we could be seeing different sparks flying that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, which is a good sign of adaptation, especially since, I didn't realize 6-week split here for the PCS, meaning we're approaching the halfway point like we are in the LPL, like we are in other leagues as well. We're kind of getting on with meta's changing. We're getting closer towards those playoffs and MSI. Adaptation is something so under-talked about. So running into this game, we'll see if Frank Esports can play through it. Clement, the Predator you mentioned, I love this on Veigar, just running people down and pressing E. abusive, annoying, and most importantly, a great way to get first blood.
Yeah, I just think they should nerf Event Horizon. There's no reason that a crowd control ability that is so consistent and lasts for 3 seconds. Like, I just feel like it's mind-baffling that cage lasts.
And it's AoE. It's AoE. It's not like Morgana is a skill shot. It's literally a circle.
I mean, sure, you can only get stunned once, but it stays there for so long on the map, and you can stun the entire team. It's really the most broken ability. It doesn't even have that long of a setup time either, so, if you can target the Event Horizon correctly, you can just, like, flash in and insta-stun people, too. So, it's a very powerful pick, and we have seen, some different builds come out here and there. From the Vygar. We had the Seraph's build, just stack on stack for those baleful strikes there, too. A very good scaling champion in its own right, extremely deadly. But in this situation, I just feel like for Frank Esports, they're probably going for a 4-1 setup. So the Event Horizon most of the time is not going to be for engage. It's actually just there to make sure that PSG can't make use of a wave. You drop the Event Horizon, you clear the wave, and then you just buy more time for Tryndamere to scale against the Gragas. I think that's the game plan.
Clement, in the LPL, we have recently had a Vega, I believe it was Angel on Weibo Gaming, who built Shirelia's first item with Predator. So, along with a Hecarim on the same team, he pressed the button with Predator on his boots and was faster than the horse. I kid you not. So, I don't know if we're going to get that this time around, but it's definitely something that feels like a lot of fun to play, and it kind of shows the adaptation and builds that we're seeing out of this new mid lane champion that's had a lot of presence in 12.2 and 12.3 across the world.
I gotta say, that just sounds like overkill to me.
It's not, though. It was so good. The whole team just sprinted them down. Just 1,000 movement speed off SOFM. It was perfect.
Yeah. I don't know the entire composition, but I would be very surprised if you see that in this comp. Like, I don't think Frank Esports can pull a rundown comp against Braum, Chaos Storm, Gragas, at least said.
They weren't versing a Braum.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the strategy for Vygar, but hey, I'm not that tuned in onto Vygar builds just yet. It's very new. We got Nesty on one game of it, and maybe we're going to learn more together.
Yeah, maybe we will. We'll watch the build path this game, folks. Remembering again that for Frank Esports, Clement's already talked about it here, but I want to kind of go on to the other side of PSG and talk a little bit about this early jungle pathing, because here in the early game, Juhan hasn't been spotted out. It was Hollow who's actually walked over a couple of wards, and PSG are doing their due diligence to kind of cover the lanes in this early stage, kind of making sure that Bay's not getting hit hard, that Pretender's not getting a free stun, and that everything's going as the game's planned out to be.
Yeah, I really don't expect much out of this early game. Maybe some ganks onto Vygar, but he's usually going to go back to base and get boots really early on.
Hello. Hollow in a bit of trouble. The smite comes down, the thumbs in the air. Sad B from Juhan, and now this is schoolyard bullying. A camp left for him as well.
Yeah, really good tracking being done right here. He had pinpoint accuracy. I think he might have spotted the Hecarim as the pink ward was dropped onto his own red side, but overall Juhan with a great punish, some good flashy mechanics out here, and that's kind of the problem with Hecarim. He is a teamfight beast. I think he's probably the best teamfight jungler, but early game will get bullied out by the likes of the Xin Zhao and the Lee Sins.
Yeah, as you can see already, a bit of a CS advantage is going to build up in the jungle now. Hollow can go back to his bottom side camps, but Juhan has so many options. Krug spawning, Wolves are there, Gromp's there, and an early dragon pivoting as well. That's going to be a Chemtech dragon. So, excuse me, Hextech. Chemtech, thankfully disabled as it should have been years ago. Or it shouldn't have even, brought itself into existence. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm so glad that stopped.
Yeah, zombie mechanic is not exactly a fun one here. Hanabi trying to bully out Kurt a little bit by hitting this level 6 first.
True.
Again, I just don't see much happening in this early game. I feel like both sides have incentives to drag this one out. PSG with a more 5v5 teamfight focus, and for Frank Esports, their best play is probably to get a Herald drop onto top lane, accelerate Kurt into an early hole breaker and just play the game from there. I think they're more going for a 4-1 setup.
Okay. Well, you've told me a couple of times now that I don't need to expect anything in the early games. I'll sit here and I'll wait, and I'll look forward to the 4-1. At the very least, yeah, it's a little bit slower. I guess I'll track Pretender's build a little bit closer. Dragon's going to be done, and his Dragon goes down.
Ooh. So we do have the Seraph's build coming out as well.
We do.
Now, we did have the Everfrost and not the double stack, but in a slow game like this one, I think it makes a lot of sense. Excuse me, for Pretender.
Are you okay, Clement? It's all right. Don't worry about it, man.
I got some fried chicken in my throat. That's all. But I should be back to normal now.
Okay, man. That's all right. Good little scuttle take from Hollow. Actually getting some priority back in his jungle back. 10 CS down, by the way. Not the only CS advantage to talk about. Look towards mid. Pretender 5-6 CS leading the charge as he getting pushed into the turret. Bay doing a pretty good job while Juhan's still stuck in the jungle. It is literally jungle v jungle, but Kurt's going to come in and try and do something about it. Bay on the wing as well, but Pretender now moving in. Nothing in the early game. You know what?
Everything.
This is something. Patience going to reset. Smite goes down. Level 6 now hit by Juhan. Hollow has to watch while Pretender has popped the Predator once again. And Frank Esports, Clement, they're down 300 gold just off some simple jungle plays.
Yeah, good pressure coming in from Juhan, and he actually was level 6 before the invade happened, so it's a very measured play here as well. I think they have the burst damage to deal with the Tryndamere, and Kurt has to play this super safe. We also have Kaiwing roaming towards the mid lane, so covering all of their bases at the same time. And this is actually just beautiful play coming in from PSG, just getting whatever small leads they have. And once again, we do see Holo kind of being bullied out. Holo has been known to be very utility focused. Teams have really just tried to bully him wherever he is. We've seen this in multiple of Frank Esports' game, and I don't really see Frank being able to contest this. Maybe a catch-up Kaiwing.
Well, Rebirth is flashing in, missed Venom's Blade onto the top laner. Kick's gone away, Kurt's out of there, Holo jumps in as well. This is disjointed from Frank Esports, but Bay's run out of mana. He's going to have to flash out of the wing as the explosive cars kind of almost trolls the mid laner of PSG. But they get out, they get the Herald, and that's what they came for.
Frank, you had one job. Woo! You had one job, just kill Kaiwing. I don't know what's up with the split focus right there. You know, Leona goes in, Rebirth misses everything, and honestly, Kaiwing should have been dead. He face checked straight into a brush. There was plenty of crowd control, but he gets away because I think Frank got greedy. They just wanted more kills than they really needed. Like, if they just snowballed that Kaiwing kill correctly, you know, they could have delayed the Herald backs a little bit. It would have been a pretty sizable tempo swing. But, you know, looking at the map right now, this is prime position for PSG. They're coming onto the map fresh. And look at that vision control. This is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, the whole map is red and has been for the past couple of minutes. As this game started out, that's why Juhan's had so much control in Hollow's jungle. Each step of the way, tracking where this Hecarim is. I mean, you look at both Riversides. Only Frank have a couple of wards up towards that top side. There's one bot, but really nothing to speak of where every move Hollow makes is continuously being monitored. So at this point, Juhan continues to lead the jungle play. PSG Talon with a 700 gold lead. And Clement, you know, this is what good jungling is. I think we've seen this a couple of bits today where Vision has made games.
It definitely has. He has all of the entrances into River completely covered. Holo can't find a gank. If he wants to do so, he has to take a very inefficient path into a lane gank. I think the only place that you're really expecting something to happen probably is the top lane right here. Kurt does need to stay ahead of this Gragas and kind of pressure him a little bit more. I'm kind of surprised that he's down up to 20 CS here. In the meantime, NMN,
yeah, he's going to get tagged out a little bit. Unified with a lot of shurikens under his belt. As he clears away the wave, the flash comes in with the Tempest. Juhan kicks him against the wall. Beautiful ulti from Kaiwing, but they can't kill Eminem. Rebirth has slowed it down. They want to kill to get out of this, and the Sonic Wave will secure. Juhan makes his move, and first blood belongs to PSG.
Yeah, absolutely huge trading from Unify, taking Eminem down to below half HP without any hope. Any help. That was just 1v1, and
any
they
hope
get
is
to.
Right.
That's also true. I just feel like it's so ridiculous that we've seen like Aphelios's kill tank junglers underneath their own tower without going into tower range. Like, that just feels wrong to me as an AD carry. But hey, we live in Season 12, and that's kind of the way the world works. So first tower over towards Unified. That's, you know, just Moonlight Vigil punish, stacking up the crescendos, very easily done. Crescendums, I think. Eminem trying to kite, but chooses the wrong way. Now we have a big skirmish in the mid.
Oh, we do. Look at that Chaos Storm value as well on the 3 people. Is it a Chaos Storm? Not too sure. We're still looking at the replay on our main screen. No, Bay held on to it, but it's in front of the Dragon spawning. This will be the second one for PSG, Clement. I want to point out, after that last play, PSG got 3,000 gold ahead. They're already ahead by about 600, but it was first blood. It was first turret blood. It was all the plates over to Unified. Suddenly, Frank Esports are way behind, and they're exposing themselves to another turret through the mid lane. Juhan dodging away after the event horizon finds its mark. And control given over all for this Dragon is still going to be hard for Frank Esports to cope with.
I'm a little bit baffled at what happened in that play, but Holo used his ultimate. Everyone else held on to theirs, and for some reason, they gave over basically the entire top lane tower for a Drake. It's definitely not worth it in my book, and you see...
In everyone's book, Clement. That's a lot of gold for not much as a return.
Yeah, after this swap, they will get much of it back on the... actually only one turret plate back, so... That was kind of baffling. I feel like, you know, Frank kind of just faltering on their macro play overall. They had Kurt into a 5v5. They didn't find any pick. And now onto the bot lane, you know, Kurt only gets 2 plates back for a full tower. I think PSG are very happy with that trade.
Yeah, they definitely are. PSG have now moved ahead by 4,500 gold at 13 minutes in the game. That's a huge gold lead off of 1 kill, but mainly macro. And Clement, as we've been watching, all the gold being funneled into Unified, you know, once again, a core part of this team, Unified and Kaiwing, longest standing duo in that bottom lane, 5 years just about. I'm not sure exactly on the dates, but we're heading to that point. The core member is fed once again and has picked up 10 pieces of turret plating in total.
Oh, that is absolutely ridiculous to have that much gold funnel onto the Aphelios. In the meantime, I'm also going to lose my mind if Hanabi somehow gets a 50 CS lead over Tryndamere.
Tryndamere, yeah.
Which might be happening. I don't know what happened. I feel like just some of the decisions on where to be from Kurt have been kind of weird, honestly. So yeah, it's so odd to see Hanabi like just standing behind his own minion. Like, he can't really kill Kurt, but he's still up by that much CS, which is absolutely mind-boggling. Yeah, sure, some of it did come from Juhan's early pressure, but it's still quite a feat in itself, and he does have the teleport advantage for PSG as they start this Herald as well.
Well, as Herald gets started, it's Pretender who burns the TP first, so Hanabi able to join, as you mentioned before. He's going to be receiving the wave while Kurt starts walking up. For now, River is cleared out of the vision that was so well prioritized by PSG, but this one control ward holding true as Unified walks on out. Pings are there. They're going to get sandwiched. Where Kurt is pretty dangerous right now, but PSG pull back, see him walking towards them, and Herald priority still over to Frank Esports, but Juhan away from the event horizon. Hollow's running on in. Kurt still there. It's a member's disadvantage. PSG don't have their mid laner who now joins the fray, but Juhan goes on down, and Hanabi teleports in. Better late than never, but for Frank Esports, they get the target they're after.
Yeah, I actually think that's a bit of a misplay from PSG there. If I was PSG, I wouldn't even bother teleporting. I'd just keep on pushing. Sure. Like, the full team's there anyway.
Okay. Good, has to pop the ulti, almost taken down by Unified. At the very least, Clement, after the play goes sour, PSG should be able to threaten for this mid lane turret with 4 members.
Yeah, I just feel like PSG, you know, they did the damage that they wanted to, and, you know, they held on to most of their ultimates. There's not a lot of combat power coming in from Frank after that play. So, even though it was a kill, it's kind of a Pyrrhic victory, and honestly, I feel like PSG could have gotten even more out of that play. You know, Tryndamere's already rotated top, and if I was an Abi, I'd just push until someone has to respawn and then teleport top, or we still have a kind of a situation where Frank aren't even in that good of a spot. So, kind of an interesting play from both sides. I feel like for Frank, even though they got the pick, it was very difficult to secure a non-critical member. Who they really need to stop at this point is Unified. He's just getting way too fed, way too much gold. Getting Juhan is a little bit too mobile with Core Drinker, survived a little bit too long, and once you burn most of Pretender's cooldowns, it does open you up to retaliation.
Yeah, those ultis down from the solo laners is something that I've been thinking, Clement, a very big deal. Dying Rage, Primordial Burst, I believe it's called. Absolute silly ability too. But once they're down, you feel like options open up a little bit as well. Can Kaiwing put up the door and block a target who's about to get ulted by Vega, or does it go past the door, Clement?
Sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it stops on the door. Like, it is just a normal projectile. There's nothing special about it, so it should still work the normal way.
We might get an answer at least soon as well. Kaiwing does put up the door. Hollow going to the back line onto Unified, who flashes away. Event Horizon there. It is a fight, but now that Pretender has put down the cage, PSG get a bit more space. It's in front of this Dragon. One apiece already picked up, and Frank Esports, they set a lot for that. Hollow's ulti being down weighs a lot.
And this is the problem with Frank Esports Engage. Sure, it looks really flashy, but if you look at PSG, they actually didn't use anything. Like, they're holding on to the only thing they used was Glacial Fissure, and they still have a lot of resets to come into the fight, where Frank are now kind of lacking in resources.
I mean, Juhan going in, trying to bait them out. The Moonlight Vigil comes through. Unified has to cleanse away, gets caught in the Event Horizon once again. As Bay takes the damage, Juhan goes in, but not enough energy. And Frank Esports will get away with their lives. PSG are the ones that pick up the Dragon, now heading towards that Herald as a 5-man unit.
I'm just kind of surprised that this is the game plan that Frank Esports has settled on. To me, it's just kind of clear that you just try to overpower on the Tryndamere, you know? I don't even think fighting 5v5 here is to their composition's strong point.
Yeah, Rebirth going in. It's after the Herald. Chaos Storm's down, the support's dead. Event Horizon again, the explosive cast beautiful. The Chaos Storm in the middle, but Bay just gets hit with the Primordial Burst. He survives though, and now that those ultis are down, Frank Esports look a lot weaker. Clement, I don't know what this game is. It's a low kill count, but Frank Esports are just like, we should fight after the objective every time, or before.
Yeah, I just don't know why Kurt isn't off split pushing. Like, if you looked at that 5v5, Kurt got one auto attack. Like, that was his contribution to the fight. Like, why even bother? It just seems so pointless to me.
He went Hull Breaker as well. Like, it's not doing much.
Yeah, so it's just so weird. Like, Rebirth is going in, but you can tell the team can't follow up. How are they going to go past the gravity field being thrown there? And just look at Kurt. He gets one auto off, and then he spins away.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I really don't know what Frank are trying to do with this comp. I'm trying to piece it out as the game goes on, but it looks like... Look at Frank! Look at Kurt! He got 67 damage off in that fight! Like, why is he there? Like, I just don't know why Tryndamere is there.
67 damage, dude. It's not even that much. There's no damage there. I don't know who he hit, but...
man! Just go farm!
Oh, God. Well, Frank, he's doing that for now. So that's a start. And you're right, a lot of questions about what Frank Esports want to do in this play, because for PSG, every time they come into them, Chaos Storm goes down, Kaiwing sets up for his ulti with a Glacial Fissure, Solar Flare burned. Rebirth wanted to pick, there's no objectives up for a couple of seconds, that meaning Baron, but at the very least tries to stop them. Unified has no summoners available, into the backline, Hollow's there, they've got the 80 carry, he's down. Frank Esports making the dive. Kurt now in once again, Clement. This time he's autoing as Eminem's hit on the backside by Juhan. It's all over the place. Under the turret they're defending, and Kurt now explosive cast of the wing as Pretender slows him down with the Event Horizon. But off the wing, Hanabi's there with the flash. The barrel down. On top of him, Bay helps out. And Hollow, meanwhile, going to get a bit of pressure himself as Kurt still has the ulti available, but he's stunned up. They go to Hollow in the meantime. And Frank Esports stuck around way too long for their business.
They get completely aced here. PSG with a good response, and they do have the teleport advantage from Hanabi. Not only is he getting the CS lead, he's showing up. He's absolutely unkillable at this point. Eminem finds himself underneath the tower, and once again, I just don't understand why Hullbreaker Tryndamere is getting played this way. It's just so mind-boggling to see. I never expected Frank Esports to play this as a 5-man burst comp. Like, that's just... What? What is happening here?
Well, you getting your mind blown as well. There was no smite for Juhan.
That was close. That was close.
That was
try,
close. Eminem would have gotten huge prep. Let's watch it. Oh my god, we're going back so far.
Yeah, Kaiwing does magically get to walk away from the event horizon. There is a small setup time there. And this was a good chase down. I think they could have gotten out just after the unified kill. That was probably enough here. You know, even Kurt goes full on in for the fight. They stay underneath the tower with Reaper taking 2 shots and then aggro shifting over onto their main carries.
Like,
so,
what is going on?
Yeah, it could have been a very clean escape and just a 1+ on the 80 carry there from Frank Esports, but they decided to chase Juhan too, which I think really spelled their downfall there. It's completely unnecessary, and credit where credit is due. Hanabi and Juhan played that fight so well. They stuck onto all of the targets. That great shot calling on which target to continue to chase down, and they finish off everyone.
The core standing members of PSG, like, you know, Juhan gets praise, but Hanabi on this tank Gragas is playing a clinic right now. We've already talked about the CS differential against a Tryndamere. They can't do any wrong. PSG, 41,000 gold worth in the game, but the big thing is about the CS difference here. The gold difference as well. 7,000 in their lead. 4 turrets to 0. Not a singular turret picked up by Frank Esports. The only thing they've gotten is the Mountain Dragon. And as another turret goes down here, this Baron power play is moving closer to the 3K region for PSG.
Well, I guess you can take the Gragas out of Kurt, but you can't take the Kurt out of Gragas. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like he's playing Tryndamere like a Gragas, you know? He's always grouping with the team, trying to get first kills. It's just... like, I really want to know what Frank Esports and their strategy was for this game. It just feels... I feel like you're supposed to stretch the map thin, use your Predator advantage, use that Tryndamere side lane split pushing. They didn't really do it this game. And now I feel like the game is slipping away. 8,000
Pick
gold.
on. Clement, I feel like if you're going to do it, just pick on. And,
exactly.
Except what the team's going to do. Now, you have more merit to criticize. You know, I'm coming in first day of PCS. More importantly, I am someone who doesn't hold the rank or the coaching merit. But I see how Kurt is, and I'd just love to see it on in future. We'll leave it for now. Baron's opened the base. That's 4,000 just about in the Baron power play. Event Horizon going to get Juhan here. Everfrost as well, but he safeguards out of the damage. And Hollow, he's not going to be looking for Hanabi. He wants Unified, but Unified is in safe hands right now.
Yeah, Hanabi is way too chonky right now, so Frank Esports, they're not even going to bother trying to take him down. Just going to leave him be at this point, and I feel like their game plan has shifted into just scaling for the Jinx and the Vigar. Vigar, again, is a pick you don't usually associate with scaling because we don't see him that much, but ever since his change to his stack mechanic where you can get 5 stacks out of cannon, he actually can scale up to pretty ridiculous heights, and one of his core items is actually the death cap, which really works with him because he gets that extra AP with his passive. So you know, I'm being very generous here, but I kind of think that's the only out from Frank Esports where they maybe can scale to a point and just one-shot someone.
Okay. Well, you did give me one condition, so I respect that. They're 9,000 gold at a disadvantage after the Baron power play. They're now against Soul Point. It is only a Cloud Soul, so again, a benefit for Frank Esports that it's not as one of the more ridiculous souls in League of Legends, but at 25 minutes, it's hard to see how this one ends anyway, but poorly for Frank. And Clement, Baron's going to be coming up in a minute 45 once again. PSG holding full control. They're pushing waves in. They've got an open inhibitor in the bottom lane. And they've got a Tryndamere who is struggling to push out these waves past the river.
Yeah, this Tryndamere is not been as impressive, honestly. And looking across the board here, I just can't believe base build. I feel like there's a point where there's just too much protection. Like you're up like 10,000 gold in the matchup. You're just like, my mythic is Crown of the Shattered Queen, and I gotta get the Zanyas in as well. You know, I just can't die. I'm like, You're not dying. Kurt's not even fed. Like, he doesn't even have a mythic completed, okay? Just build some more damage.
Dude. You have to be safe. He's got Lich Bait. He's going to split push better than Kurt is.
That's true. That's true. I feel like Bay has always struck me as a player that's just like, I feel like he's so incredibly defensive. All of his Rise games are just pure tank Rises, and now you have the most defensive Victor I've ever seen. Well, I guess he's going to roll and coast to a very safe victory, though, so... Yeah, you can't fault the man, but it's just like, it's kind of funny to see.
I mean, I guess he's going Void stuff.
That's true.
As his third, so we're kind of shifting gear, and he's going to go for the explosion and, you know, get through any MR that's left there, get as close to true damage as possible. And so I'm curious about the damage here from the mid laner. I've been watching Pretender for a while, but I think Bay is a lot more impressive at this point. Look at PSG, still gripping around mid. Kurt's joining up. And he's not even touching bot, even after Vision's being cleared. He's just going to group. I mean, you need objective. Objective bounties came into the game for reasons like this. Hanabi, he's found Frank. He found Frank Esports. Rebirth in a bit of trouble. The rest of PSG are there. Body Slam forces the flash. Hollow running away. Objective bounties a bot. Clement. Frank Esports needs some gold.
Just trade. You're going to get 800 gold for the team. You know, just Frank, just don't group, please. That play where Frank grouped. Oh, no.
Kurt running away. Now, he has a Kraken Slayer, by the way. Haven't seen that on a Trinity in quite a while. As Baron starts, and this is going to take everything from Frank Esports to come back.
All right, Holo, this is your chance. You get the Baron steal. You get 800 gold. Everyone tries to back out.
Oh, good event Horizon. Kaiwing stunned up. It's the support who takes no damage. Juhan goes in backline kick. Over the wall for Eminem. He's now separated as Kurt.
That's the
trying to hit Hanabi. But look at this. This Trinity doing no damage on the Gragas. Again, trying to team fight. Taking the damage himself. They're off the Baron. And Juhan does go down. But Clement, even with the jungler down, I'm not jumping to conclusions. I think they can 4v5.
That's true, but at the very least, Frank should be able to pick up an objective here. That's a huge amount of bounty over to one side, and they found Kaiwing.
Oh, Kaiwing walks in, flashes away from the event horizon. The bounty, you're right, will go down. It'll be massive, especially since minions get the bottom lane as well. Frank Esports suddenly just got 2,000 gold.
Yeah, they're roaring back into the game. Okay, roaring is probably a little bit too strong, but they're creeping back into relevance here. Only 7,000 gold down, and that was a great play from Pretender. The flash back, you know, just really brought Juhan into a super awkward position. I was kind of surprised that Juhan would try to chance for that play because he is the jungler. Like, once he's down, the rest of the team, even if they can win the 4v5, they're not going to be able to do the objective. So I felt like Juhan could play a little bit safer on that one. It was a small throw, but he's playing Lee Sin, so I think he gets a pass on that one. You always have to... You always like the players that have a bit of that Lee syndrome in them.
Yeah, you do. Spotted out here on the cheeky Baron with the top laner and AD. Unified will back away with Hanabi. And PSG, they're a 5-man call, but sitting on a ward. There is a lens in the inventory of Hanabi. Please press it. That ward is doing a lot for Frank Esports right now.
I guess not as much as we imagined, as the Super Mega Death Rocket just comes out way too early.
They're still scared, knowing that PSG moved past it and we're heading towards the Purple Worm. So for PSG, they'll just clear mid. We are at an absolute standstill. Kurt presses W, and it doesn't do too much. And after the minions go, once again, the Baron down.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, but since there's no TP on the top laner, Kurt is forced to be here. Like, I could sort of understand why he's here. But it's going to be very difficult for them to play this. Rebirth is just kind of caught in no man's land.
Yeah, he just Hex Flash for this. Ultimate used by Kaiwing. They want the support. And now he doesn't have a flash. That's a quick pick for PSG. That goes over to Bay. And PSG now have a 5 versus 4, so an even easier Baron take if they want to threaten Frank Esports once again towards it.
Yeah, not a lot of options for Frank in that spot. What they were trying to do is to pull PSG out of that vision fog. And hopefully outplay them, but unfortunately for them, Rebirth just got caught at the worst possible time. Holo with some good mechanics, but can he make it into the pit? That's the question here.
Well, Pretender trying to burst down Juhan once again, though. Holo's on the rim, wants to take the blast gun. Hanabi can't stop it. He's in early, exhausted out as well. They get it. Juhan kicks away. the Tryndamere as well as they try to take it down. Event Horizon stops him though. Pretender doing work, needs to smite it, gets it. A bit risky though as Pretender now gets Sonic's Wave. Ulti's in, the Primordial Burst almost takes Juhan down. But eventually PSG will do what they came here to do. Rebirth respawns and is about to re-die. Go back towards the Nexus. They get a kill. Eminem has reset as well with the AoE, but Unified's there. Flashes forward with the ultimatum. Excuse me, it's pretty much that as Eminem flashes as well. PSG, 3 Barons. The game once again at the palm of their hands.
Yeah, we did see the power of the Vygar coming in right there. Basically one-shotting Juhan out of nowhere. Really cool play from there, but no, this was just a tough spot for Frank. They're going into a Baron Pit, no vision whatsoever. It's a 4v5, and I feel like they did pretty well given the circumstances right here. Somehow Kurt was able to divert a lot of attention away on the top side. You know, Holo goes in early. It's essentially a 3v5 that they do somewhat okay on. They get 2 kills back onto it. Still overall a pretty big win for PSG, but I think Frank really exceeded my expectations coming into this one.
Yeah. In a good way, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good.
No sarcasm from me.
No, I was double checking because you're a sarcastic person. I was wondering. Well, are you taking the Mickey? I'm not even sure.
Alright, the rebirth, like, re-die was probably unnecessary here. But
they got Juhan. They took a Baron off, so I don't know.
I expected them to be completely wiped. I expected that to not even be close. So
okay.
I'll give them some points.
Yeah, do it, Clement. Don't worry.
Let's
9k
go,
gold
let's
lead. We're back. We're back here into live at 33 minutes. And then Horizon's been a pain as Pretender's been locking down Kaiwing. 2-man solo flip. Unified caught out, has to Gale Force out. Hollow's right on top of him though, but he's surviving with a crescendo and the turret down. Hollow's dying as into the resurrection. FaZe ulti helping out as well as Kurt right on top of him, but the Tryndamere now going to get stunned up. And you know what? Kurt hasn't had a great time. This guy, Unified, is back up and alive. The fact he took so long to dive is such a pain in Frank's behind.
Yeah, I guess Bay's build did pay off. Extra protection all the way.
There
Nothing that Tryndamere could do. GA's on Unified as well.
Clement, PSG putting the finishing touches in the final game of the night. And PSG will move to 4-1. This is a final defense here from Pretender and the rest of Frank Esports. But even they can't stop this train of momentum. PSG cleaning them up in 34 minutes.
A very slow but methodical game coming in from PSG. You know, they clean house at 34 minutes into it. They honestly had a very big lead throughout the majority of the game, but I felt like they didn't really push any of the gas pedals. You know, they just kind of were willing to scale out and do things kind of the LCK way. And I'm not saying that's bad, but coming from someone that casts primarily LPL and the PCS, it definitely felt like something that was it was kind of weird to watch.
Yeah. Okay, you got there in the end.
Yeah, what I wanted to say, I feel like I have a lot of mixed feelings about this game, to be completely honest. I feel like for one instance, Frank didn't really play this game the way it was supposed to be played. Like, pulling Tryndamere across the map for one auto attack, this felt like the weirdest thing ever. Like, I have no idea what the hell Frank was doing. Like, sometimes as a top laner, you just have to tell the rest of your team, I'm not joining. I actually need to get fed. I need to win my lane matchup for my champion to do anything. Just please let me do my own thing. And he was, like, sitting on, like, 1.5 items until 30 minutes in the game.
I know.
It's so weird.
And the whole breaker build on the Tryndamere, but I don't think he's spent any time in the side lane at all. Like, he matched waves, but like an Ornn would do. Matching the pushed in wave, okay, not really going to overshove, not going to add pressure on the side of the map. Yeah, I mean, perplexing that it's just like Tryndamere is such a big pick, so we need to pick it.
And that's why I feel like this game was actually really weird from PSG as well, because the game tempo was extremely slow. I feel like if Frank was playing the way they should have been playing, like more of a 4-1 rather than grouping up as 5 and constantly trying to catch people out, then PSG playing at this tempo would actually be a detriment. They would have been giving a lot of scaling potential over to the Tryndamere and the Vygar. So I just feel like this game was
was Clement. It wasn't great.
It was a game. It was a game, but I do want to see PSG, you know, kind of transfer that early game potential that they had. I think Juhan did a great job, a tremendous job at tracking Holo early, setting up all of that vision, and just getting all the objectives pretty much uncontested. I just want to see them like kind of push the tempo a little bit more. To be fair, it wasn't even that long of a game. Like 33 minutes is still like shorter than a lot of average game times. It's shorter than LCK game time, by the way. So it wasn't that slow of a game, but it just felt like with their lead, they maybe could have closed things up a little bit quicker.
Yeah, and again, like kind of highlighting the best parts of the game is when Juhan kind of took over control of the jungle early on. The first 10-15 minutes were 10-15 CS difference because Juhan and the rest of PSG were prioritizing vision. The river lit up like a Christmas tree. It all stemmed from control of PSG, and we saw one kill, but great macro from this team that decided, okay, bot lane we're going to hyper commit. Aphelios gets first turret blood. Then down up in the top side when Kurt decides to play 5v4 over, what was it, a dragon, I think?
Yeah,
and
they traded
Unified just gets for turret top.
Yeah, or full turret, which was kind of baffling.
Not worth.
Yeah.
Definitely not worth. So
I feel like Frank is experimenting. Like they want to play a 4-1 style, but they don't have the reflexes. I think Frank is still soul searching. He's got the name down, but not the contents of his character just yet.
Okay. Well, it's definitely no Edward then, is what you're telling me. Got to get higher in the alphabet for that one. So, for Frank Esports going down to 1-4. Just a side note here. Today, we saw Hurricane Gaming picking up their first win. I'm just going to do a quick old refresh. Hurricane Gaming. Trying to work out, Clement, how this works. Frank Esports. Well, they're tied. They're tied because I was going to say you guys don't have game differential. No, because they are all games.
Yeah,
they're not
just
serious.
best of ones.
They're all best of ones. I got to remember that. So, for Frank Esports and Hurricane Gaming, now tied after the big win from Hurricane earlier on. Impunity alongside with them, which means Sem9 are going to be the only team sitting at 10th for the time being. So, PSG Talent, other big news there, Clement, is that they're now 4-1. They moved past J-Team, who took a loss earlier today to CDBC Flying Oyster. Our top three cemented for the time being until we run into tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's good to see PSG back where they belong. You know, this is... we had a lot of questions going to this game. Honestly, after their first 4 games, we weren't really sure what to make of this team because there are 3 opponents that they did win where they were kind of expected to win just based off of experience. And I guess against Frank Esports, I feel like we saw a couple of things that have continued from the previous games. Incredibly strong macro, very risk-averse play for the most part coming out for PSG, and more of a focus on just playing this sort of a team fight style. I will say in this game, we still didn't see much of a team fight, if I'm being completely honest. I feel like they were just cleaning up Frank Esports after like really risky dives. So we still don't know what they're going to look like if they go up against, I think, a team like J-Team that probably has a little bit more chops in dancing around their carries and where to position their front line. They don't really have to face another team fight composition. And that's what I want to see in the next couple of games. You know, like what will PSG look like when they have to play more of a traditional 5v5?
Well, with Bay here as MVP for now, we'll celebrate the win. Surprising to see this MVP go over, but still a very good scoreline. It feels like Juhan, with his control in the early game, made this happen, where Bay was untouched and just got to play pressing R all game.
Yeah, we didn't see much of a CS lead in the lane itself, but you know, credit where credit is due. He was stayed incredibly safe, and I feel like the build with Crown of the Shattered Queen was actually genius against Vigar. You know, Vigar does want to one-shot burst you down, and with Shattered Queen, that's not really possible as you have a massive amount of damage reduction. So good build, played safe throughout, and was just a steady backbone there to make sure the composition worked.
Kind of crazy that he's got the PCS tattooed on his forearm there, Clement, as well. So,
that shows dedication.
That's real, folks. That's completely real. Who knew? Bay with an outstanding game. Congratulations on the MVP. Coming over from Nongshim, again, it's a big split for him. It's a big time for him to start proving himself as we look over today's results. Mr. Chu, don't worry about the blue side. We evened it up today, okay?
Hey,
not always about that
go.
blue side anymore.
Yeah, red side just finding some punches in there. I will say, just looking at the drafts, it still feels very blue side favored just because of all the Zeri bans, the Renekton bans still being there, and blue side having that go-to. There's basically only a one tier for the top of junglers, and that's Xin Zhao. So the drafting has been incredibly easy. Blue side basically gets to dictate whether they want to go Gwen first or if they want to go Xin Zhao first. They can set up traps very, very easily, while red side does have their pick of the 80 carries. That seems to be how the drafting is going. And going on to the team standings, I'm very happy that we have two new organizations now taking over the top spots. Goodbye, PSG. Goodbye, Beyond Gaming. But for now, it's going to be Flying Oyster and Deep Cross Gaming. Not really goodbye, but
PSG Talent, like,
aside.
they're one step below. Goodbye, PSG.
That's true.
PSG Talent are now trash, says Clement Chu.
No.
Absolute garbage. That's what you're saying?
Oh my god, you sound like mainstream media these days. I'm just saying that they're moving aside from now, and we have the new teams. Okay.
Of course, I just messing with you. Of course, yeah. PSG Talon, with their one loss, but Deep Cross Gaming and Flying Oyster. You know what? Tomorrow that's going to be a result, because tomorrow, as I'm sure we'll see very shortly, we have the creme de la creme of matchups to round us out. Because I'm not going to be here tomorrow, Clement, but it is a Sunday, and that means all Sundays always round out the week. CWC, Flying Oyster, and Deep Cross Gaming have been pretty stellar. We saw Deep Cross Gaming today. It was all but that second game where we had a lot of questions, but they rounded it out, and from a macro sense, they still look pretty good. I'm going to wait for this to pop up, because tomorrow's last game, there you go. Ooh. They're going to verse it out, and we are going to get the best team in the league, for the time being, sorted out at the end of week 2.
And there's so many storylines that are coursing through that matchup. Mission taking the spot away from Nesty does have to hurt there, and I want to see if he's going to get a little bit of revenge there. How are they going to fare against the most lane-dominant team in CFO that are up by about 4,000 gold at 15 minutes? Can DCG and their cheese strategy overcome that sort of an advantage here? It really is just, I think, raw strength coming in from Flying Oysters and ingenuity coming in from Deep Cross Gaming.
Because the ingenuity is fun to watch draft-wise, but it almost backfired them on here today as they went up against Beyond Gaming. We also know that Hurricane Gaming have built up their first win. Can they do it against Frank Esports after what we've just seen? I'm actually going to point towards yes, because I feel like that team is on the up and up. More importantly, J-Team and Beyond Gaming is going to be another exciting one as well, Clement.
Yeah, that one is absolutely huge too. J-Team, a lot of teams had high hopes for this squad. Yep. We did have Glenn that went over to TSM say J-Team is going to win the PCS in spring. Oh. Not sure if that's going to be the case right now, but it is something to look forward to. I do want to see how Uniboy and Kongyue can finally live up to their potential and take over against Minji and Husha.
Yeah, because Minji today, we saw the Zoe. Just don't give him that, and then everything else will be fine. So
he has that and Akali. What else?
I don't know, man. But either way, look, a big thank you, Clement Chu. It was a pleasure to broadcast with you once again. I'm looking forward to doing more of it here in the PCS. I'm glad to be on board of the team. Thank you to our English production. It is an absolute pleasure to be working with them as well. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. It is bye for now, but not forever. I'll see you next time on the PCS. We'll see you tomorrow.